India is a nation of AI optimists. Our enthusiasm is not surprising. Indians have witnessed the hugely ambitious digital infrastructure programs and what they can achieve. The largest digital identity system in the world, covering 1.4 billion people. A digital payment interface that accounts for half of the entire world's transactions. Over the past few years, under our Honorable Prime Minister's vision, India has treated AI as a strategic national capability, aligning the full stack from chips to systems to energy and to applications through Semicon India and India AI mission, and most importantly, the recent reforms such as the Shanti Act for clean energy. We are building AI at scale with trust, resilience, and long-term competitiveness. AI is a foundational technology that cuts across all industries. AI is nothing artificial, it is real, because it learns from data and learns faster every day. And it is that cuts across all industries. AI is nothing artificial, it is real, because it learns from data and learns faster every day. And it is not based on any fixed rules. Third, AI can scale pretty rapidly. Putting all this together, AI to my mind, is the next big infrastructure. Our mission should be to make AI work for every individual and every citizen in this country, in the hands of the last person in the country and in fact on the earth. And that's the vision that we should all work towards. A couple of days ago, we witnessed 1,500 rural women here in Bharat Mandapam who had no background to computing, no background to digital tools. In a matter of few hours, could learn AI, could build products, could build marketing materials, campaigns, all in front of a global audience, and they did it in 4 hours. AI will have huge impact on our public services delivery. It will have huge impact on enterprises around the world. Since I come from the background of IT industry, one word for the IT industry. It is, in my opinion, the biggest opportunity for the tech sector and the IT industry, because the IT industry's real value is the context, an understanding of every enterprise's business and technology landscape, and make the right technology work inside the processes and the ecosystem, the supplier, customer, and all the other connections an enterprise has. AI will expand that role much further. It is the opportunity to integrate AI and AI agents into workflows, reimagine processes, and make it work and carry out the transformation so that every enterprise can realize the moat and realize its vision. Now I want to talk a little bit about the Tata Group. At the Tata Group, we are adopting AI across the stack, from silicon to systems to AI-ready data centers to applications and AI agents. And we believe such a vision and such a journey is going to be extremely exciting, and it will require us to work with world-leading partners in India and across the globe. I would like to make 5 points. The Tata Group is establishing India's first large-scale AI-optimized data center, purpose-built for the next generation AI training and inference. I'm very happy to announce that we have partnered with OpenAI to build the first 100 megawatt capacity, which will scale to 1 gigawatt. And we made an announcement with AMD yesterday where we will combine the world-class AI pack architecture with Tata's strength in infrastructure, engineering, power, and solution capabilities to create a sustainable high-density AI capacity in India for global standards. The third, we are already building an AI data insights platform. Minister Ashwini articulated the layers of data architectures. What we are building is totally based on diverse Indian data sets on top of the foundational models. So intelligence becomes available across the diversity of Indian contexts. And the fourth, TCS and our other company, Tata Communication, together, we are building an AI operating system for industries. What we will do is to build agentic industry solutions for every industry. We are already well on that journey, and we will work with partners to be able to launch it and take it to all enterprises around the globe. And finally, again, I want to thank the vision of our Prime Minister, which made it possible for us to make a serious foray into chips and semiconductors. What we will do next is to build chips that are very domain-centric, which will be totally AI optimized for every industry, and we will first launch or work towards getting it ready for the automotive sector. So these are the areas that we are focused on. I think it is the time for promise to take action into practice so that we can deliver prosperity. Finally, in conclusion, I just want to say that we are standing here at a very defining moment. It is the age of abundant intelligence, where the scarce resources are trust, stewardship, and human capability. So let us send out a simple standard for the AI decade. Capability with dignity, high impact for every watt of energy, and progress with agency and collaboration. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. N. Chandrasekharan, for your forward-looking address. Excellencies, please join me in welcoming Mr. Dario Amodei, CEO of Anthropic, a pioneer at the forefront of artificial intelligence, as I request him to address the esteemed gathering. Please welcome Mr. Dario Amodei.
First, I want to thank Prime Minister Modi for bringing us together. The energy and ambition in this room and across India are incredible. I've been spending the last few days meeting with Indian builders and enterprises, and the energy to build together here is palpable, unlike anywhere else. This is the fourth AI summit we've held since the tradition was initiated at Bletchley Park back in 2023, which I still remember. And in those 2.5 years, the advances in the technology have been absolutely staggering. Along with those, the advances in the commercial applications and the societal and ethical questions around the technology have only grown more urgent. My fundamental view is that AI has been on an exponential for the last 10 years, and as part of a sort of Moore's law for intelligence, and that we are now well advanced on that curve, and there are only a small number of years for AI models surpassing the cognitive capabilities of most humans for most things. we're increasingly close to what I've called a country of geniuses in a data center, a set of AI agents that are more capable than most humans at most things and can coordinate at superhuman speed. That level of capability is something the world has never seen before and brings a very wide range of both opportunities and concerns for humanity. On the positive side, we have the potential to cure diseases that have been incurable for thousands of years, to radically improve human health, and to lift billions out of poverty, including the global south, and create a better world for everyone. On the side of risks, I'm concerned about the autonomous behavior of AI models, their potential for misuse by individuals and governments, and their potential for economic displacement. India has an absolutely central role to play in these questions and challenges, both on the side of the opportunities and on the side of the risks. As a sign of our commitment, we just this week opened an office in Bengaluru and hired Irina Ghosh, who has spent 3 decades building businesses in India as our managing director for Anthropic India. We've also announced partnerships with major Indian enterprises this week, including Infosys and others. On the opportunities, one dynamic that we have observed is that technology and practices pioneered in India have historically set a standard for the global south and have helped to diffuse technology and humanitarian benefits through the global south. We're therefore we have been partnering with for several months, nonprofits such as the XStep Foundation, Pratham, and Central Square Foundation to use our models to advance digital infrastructure, education, agricultural efficiency, and health, in the hopes of spreading AI's benefits across the global south, starting with India and diffusing out to the rest of the global south. We're also partnering with Karya and the Collective Intelligence Project to build evaluations and metrics of our model Claude's performance on India's many regional languages. On practical and locally relevant tasks, we'll benchmark like agriculture, legal tasks, and educational content. On the risks, India is the world's largest democracy and can be a partner and leader in addressing the global security and economic risks of the technology. We'd like to work with India on testing and evaluation of models for safety and security risks in the tradition that was started by many global and national AI security institutes that have been stood up around the world. Even more, we see a particularly strong opportunity to work with India on studying the economic questions as part of the New Delhi Frontier AI Impact Commitments, which we're excited to join. As part of our Anthropic Economic Futures Program and Anthropic Economic Index, we publish statistical insights into how AI impacts jobs in the economy. We're excited to increasingly share this information, exchange information with the Indian government to share insights and inform evidence-based policy making, convene meetings with economists, labor leaders, and policymakers to adjust, to adapt to the economic impacts of AI. We believe that AI will greatly grow the economic pie, including in India and the global south, but that because it is happening so fast, it may lead to a time of disruption. And we need to work together between companies and the government to better manage that time of disruption and bring better prosperity smoothly to all. I and Anthropic are very grateful to be part of all these efforts, and I'm honored to be here and working on these questions with all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Dario Amodei, for that illuminating address. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege now to welcome Shri Sundar Pichai, CEO, Alphabet and Google, for the keynote address. We look forward to his Thank you, Mr. Dario Amodei, for that illuminating address. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our privilege now to welcome Shri Sundar Pichai, CEO, Alphabet and Google, for the keynote address. We look forward to his insights on the evolving role of artificial intelligence. Mr. Sundar Pichai.
Namaste. Thank you, Prime Minister Modi and distinguished leaders. I'm struck by the pace of change, and today is no different. Back when I was a student, I often took the Coromandel Express train from Chennai up to IIT Kharagpur. To get there, we passed through Visakhapatnam, Vizag. I remember it being a quiet and modest coastal city brimming with potential. Now in that same city, Google is establishing a full-stack AI hub, part of our $15 billion infrastructure investment in India. When finished, this hub will house gigawatt-scale compute and a new international subsea cable gateway, bringing jobs and cutting-edge AI to people and businesses across India. Sitting on that train, I never imagined Vizag becoming a global AI hub. Just as I couldn't have imagined that one day I'd be spending time with teams figuring out how to put data centers into space. Or taking my parents for a fully autonomous car ride in San Francisco. Seeing a Waymo right through my 83-year-old dad's eyes, I saw the progress in a whole new light. Of course, he said he'd be more impressed if it worked on India's busy roads. Still working on that one, Dad. The progress shows what's possible when humanity dreams big. And no technology has me dreaming bigger than AI. It is the biggest platform shift of our lifetimes. We are on the cusp of hyper progress and new discoveries that can help emerging economies leapfrog legacy gaps. But that outcome is neither guaranteed nor automatic. To build AI that is truly helpful for everyone, we must pursue it boldly, approach it responsibly, and work through this defining moment together. Why bold? Because AI can improve billions of lives and solve some of the hardest problems in science. For 50 years, predicting protein structures was a grand challenge and a blind spot that stalled drug discovery. Demis Hassabis and his team at Google DeepMind asked an audacious question: how could we use AI to solve this? That question led to AlphaFold. This breakthrough didn't just win a Nobel Prize, it compressed decades of research into a database that is now open to the world. Today, over 3 million researchers in more than 190 countries are using it to develop malaria vaccines, fight antibiotic resistance, and much more. And we are asking similarly bold questions across the scientific stack, from cataloging DNA disease markers to building AI agents that act as true partners in the scientific method. We must be equally bold in tackling problems in regions that have lacked access to technology. Take El Salvador, where Google has partnered with the government to bring affordable AI-powered diagnosis and treatment to thousands who could never afford to see a doctor. Or in India, where our work together is helping farmers protect their livelihoods in the face of monsoons. Last summer, for the first time, the Indian government sent AI-powered forecasts to millions of farmers, possible in part because of our neural GCM model. I see language inclusion as another exciting ambition. In Ghana, we are collaborating with universities and NGOs to expand research and open source tools across more than 20 African languages. We need this bold thinking in more places to tackle more problems across health, education, economic opportunity, and more. Technology brings incredible benefits, but we must ensure everyone has access to them. We cannot allow the digital divide to become an AI divide. That means investing in compute infrastructure and connectivity. I mentioned our Vizag investment, and we have others in Thailand, Malaysia, and more. We're also building a vast network of subsea fiber optic cables, including 4 new systems between the US and India, as part of our America-India Connect initiative announced yesterday. Responsibility also means navigating profound economic shifts. AI will undeniably reshape the workforce, automating some roles, evolving others, and creating entirely new careers. 20 years ago, the concept of a professional YouTube creator didn't exist. Today, there are millions around the world. Training is crucial. We have trained 100 million people in digital skills, and our new Google AI professional certificate will help people master AI in their jobs, available globally. Finally, trust is the bedrock of adoption. We have created tools like SynthID used by journalists and citizen fact checkers globally to help verify the authenticity of the content you read and see. But no matter how bold we are or how responsible, we won't realize AI's full benefits unless we work together. Governments have a vital role that includes as regulators, setting important rules of the road and addressing key risks. And importantly, also as innovators, bringing AI to public services that improve lives and accelerating adoption of these technologies for people and businesses. There are glimmers of this from around the globe, from the Ugandan government using AI and satellite imagery to locate priority areas for electrification, to getting potholes fixed for residents more efficiently in Memphis, Tennessee, by using AI scans of road surfaces from buses. Tech companies must also step up, building products that boost knowledge, creativity, and productivity to help people achieve their dreams. And we also need companies of all sizes thinking about this, harnessing AI to innovate and transform their businesses and sectors, and to skill up and empower workers. We have the opportunity to improve lives at a once-in-a-generation scale. I know we have the capability to do this, and looking at the leaders here today, I believe we also have the will. Now we must do the work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sundar Pichai, for that warm and insightful address. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to invite His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, to present his address. A global leader championing peace, cooperation, and sustainable progress. Please join me in giving him a warm welcome.
Prime Minister Modi, thank you for your kind invitation and congratulations for India's leadership organizing the first AI summit in the Global South. Meeting in India has special meaning. It brings this conversation closer to the realities shaping much of the world. Because the future of AI cannot be decided by a handful of countries or left to the whims of a few billionaires. Last year, the UN General Assembly took two decisive steps. First, creating an independent international scientific panel on AI. And I'm happy to announce that the panel has now been appointed. These 40 leading experts from across regions and disciplines embody a clear message. AI must belong to everyone. We must replace hype and fear with shared evidence and close knowledge gaps. I urge member states, industry and civil society to contribute to the panel's work. Second, launching a global dialogue on AI governance within the United Nations, where all countries, together with the private sector, the academia, and the civil society, can have a voice. We need guardrails that preserve human agency, human oversight, and human accountability. And the first session of the dialogue in Geneva in July will give every country and every stakeholder a voice to align efforts, uphold human rights, and prevent misuse, and to advance our common safety measures, the foundation of interoperability. That builds trust across borders for regulators and businesses, and trust and turns compatibility into opportunity. Your discussions here will culminate in the global dialogue, but without investment, many countries will be locked out of the AI age. AI must be accessible to everyone. That is why, encouraged by the General Assembly of the United Nations, I'm calling for a global fund on AI to build basic capacity in developing countries. Skills, data, affordable computing power, and inclusive ecosystems. Our target is $3 billion US. That is less than 1% of the annual revenue of a single tech company. A small price for AI diffusion that benefits all, include businesses building AI. I'm pleased that member states have responded to my call to form a global network for exchange and cooperation on AI capacity building in developing world. AI must benefit everyone. Done right, AI can advance sustainable development goals, accelerate breakthroughs in medicine, expand learning opportunities, strengthen food security, bolster climate action and disaster preparedness, and improve access to vital public services. But it can also deepen inequality, amplify bias, and fuel harm. As AI's energy and water demands soar, data centers and supply chains must switch to clean power and shift costs to vulnerable communities. We must invest in workers so AI augments human potential, not only replaces it. And AI must be safe for everyone. We must protect people from exploitation, manipulation, and abuse. No child should be a test subject for unregulated AI. Excellencies, the message of this summit is simple. Real impact means technology that improves lives and protects the planet. So let's build AI for everyone with dignity as the default setting. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, for your gracious address. Distinguished guests, it is my profound honor now to invite Honorable President of France, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, to address the august gathering. Let's extend a warm and respectful welcome to His Excellency Emmanuel Macron.
Mr. Prime Minister, dear Narendra Modi, Head of State and Government, Ministers, Ambassadors, CEOs, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste. Thank you very much for welcoming us in this magnificent city, in this magnificent country. And it's great to be back after my 2024 state visit for this Artificial Intelligence Impact Summit hosted by you, Mr. Prime Minister. And I want to start with a story. 10 years ago, a street vendor in Mumbai could not open a bank account. No address, no papers, no access. And today, the same vendor accepts payments on his phone, instantly. Instantly, for free, from anyone in the country. That is not just a tech story. That is a civilization story. And India built something that no other country in the world has built. A digital identity for 1.4 billion people. A payment system that now processes 20 billion transactions every month. A health infrastructure that has issued 500 million digital health IDs. Here are the results. They call it the India Stack, open, interoperable, sovereign. That, dear friends, is what this summit is about. We are clearly at the beginning of a huge acceleration, and you perfectly described it during your interventions. But let me just recap during 1 year what happened. Last year, when France and India co-hosted the AI Action Summit in Paris, we set a global guiding principle for technologies that will transform our societies and our economies. We say then artificial intelligence will be an enabler for our humanity to innovate faster, to disrupt healthcare, energy, mobility, agriculture, public services for the good of mankind. Both of us, we do believe in this revolution. 1 year ago, the landscape started to shift. The US announced Stargate, China launched DeepSeek. AI has become a major field of strategic competition, and big tech got even bigger. And a lot of them are in this room and still accelerated during the last year. AI, GPU, chip tensions are now directly translated in geopolitical and macroeconomic terms. Sometimes for the best, sometimes for the worst, I have to say. But clearly 1 year ago, we demonstrated something else. Hegemony from any quarter is not a fatality. There is a path for innovation, independence, and strategic autonomy. And this path, I'm convinced, is one of the countries like France and India must take together. And we've already achieved a lot. If we speak about models, you perfectly described the acceleration and the diversity of this model. India made a deliberate sovereign choice. SML, small language models. Task-specific, designed to run on a smartphone. And India built the first government-funded AI and deployed 38,000 GPUs at the cheapest rates to every startup in the country, as you perfectly described, Mr. Minister. We took a complementary path. We invested in European large language models, Mistral, founded in Paris a little bit more than 2 years ago, is now valued at 12 billion euro, backed by Dutch leader ASML, German SAP, and French CMS AGM, serving over hundreds of major clients all over the place in Europe and elsewhere. They announced last week a new investment in data center in Sweden and a new acquisition of Koyeb, building an actual European AI cloud. India chose granular and smart, and Europe chose sovereign and scaled. But both chose independence, and both were right. And this is as well the cooperation with LLMs coming from the US, and through cooperation, but cooperation based on mutual respect and independence, which could pave the way for progress. After the model of the infrastructure, you just described all the infrastructure made by a lot of large companies in India, and all of us, we are building new infrastructure, computing capacity. 1 year ago in Paris, we announced $109 billion in AI investments, and we are delivering this project with a lot of data centers, 58 billion euro in 2025, powered by our decarbonated nuclear energy. With a great asset, and this is very important indeed, to have low carbon and available energy. Last year, France exported 90 terawatt-hour of low carbon energy and pilotable energy. It is a huge opportunity to build faster and bigger data center. At the European level, 200 billion euro have been committed with the arrival of the Alice Lecoq exascale supercomputer, key component of our AI factory ambition shared with Netherlands and Greece, and we share the computer with them. Models, infrastructures, talents. India trains hundreds of thousands of AI engineers every year. With 500,000 engineers, India has the second largest developer community in the world. In France, we are doubling the number of AI scientists and engineers trained, and we've now more than 1,100 AI startups thriving in France, creating dozens, thousands of jobs. Harmattan AI partnering with Dassault, Gradium for voice AI, Poolside, Ash, Hugging Face. I could quote the race of these unicorns and large caps, and this is clearly one of our strengths. In quantum computing, the next frontier, France is not placing one bet. We are placing four technologies. 4 French companies, Pascal, Candela, Alice and Bob, Quobly, and one ambition, to make Europe a quantum power. which is also the ambition of AMI Labs, Advanced Machine Intelligence Labs, from our dear Yann Lequin for Frontier Research. The smartest AI is not the most expensive. It is the one built by the best people and for the right purpose. Models, infrastructure, talents, capital, and adoption. This is where the Indian model is truly revolutionary, providing solutions for everyone in the country. From 200 million of Indian farmers in their own dialect to travel advice for 400 million of pilgrims, or AI diagnostics for rural clinics, all running on India's digital public infrastructure, open rails, near zero cost. Adoption is key, and being inclusive is key. In Europe, our AI factories optimize energy grids, transform logistics, reinvent healthcare administration, and we are proving you can build a competitive AI industry while protecting your citizens' data. And opposite to what some misinformed friends have been saying, Europe is not blindly focused on regulation. Europe is a space for innovation and investment, but it is a safe space. And safe spaces win in the long run. I'm sure of that. Now, the point of this summit was not only to say, let's do more. It was to say, let's do better together. AI may be a powerful accelerator of productivity and a major shift for labor markets. This is why access to AI for all is critical. France and India share a common vision, a sovereign AI used to protect our planet and to foster prosperity for all. In health, we launched the Indo-French Institute for AI in Health, a partnership between Sorbonne's Brain Institute and AIIMS Delhi, and the partnership between ASH and St. John's Research Institute in Bangalore will use AI to transform hospital administration as well. In language, we jointly launched Current AI for sustainable and sovereign AI access, and this year we announced an open hardware tool for translation into Indian languages and dialects, because AI that doesn't understand dialects is not AI for all. And this is why we do endorse this initiative for diversity in language. In sustainability, our Coalition for Sustainable AI now has more than 200 supporters. Today, with India and UNESCO, we launch an international challenge for sustainable AI models. Last year in Paris, we called it action. This year in Delhi, we call it impact. But the real name is simpler, AI together. AI and digitalization will be a key theme for the months to come. And the key theme for the Africa Forward Summit we will co-host with Kenya in Nairobi in May. The continent, the African continent, with the youngest population that will double in 25 years, deserves the best digital tools. And at a time when tensions are rising, there is an increased sense of urgency to direct all our digital tools towards this inclusive approach. And in order, indeed, to be strong here in India, but to be strong as well on the African continent. And let's focus all together towards bridging rather than dividing, creating rather than destroying, sharing rather than taking. France intends to use its G7 presidency to foster that vision. I know, Mr. Prime Minister, that India will do the same through your BRICS presidency. No country is bound to serve only as a market where foreign companies sell their models and download their citizens' data. No country. One of our G7 priorities will be as well children's protection against AI and digital abuse. You just mentioned it, Mr. Secretary General. There is no reason our children should be exposed online to what is legally forbidden in the real world. Our platforms, governments and regulators should be working together to make internet and social media a safe space. This is why in France, we are embarking on a process to ban social networks for children under 15 years old. And we are committed here in this journey with a lot of several European countries being present here today. Greece, Spain. I know, Mr. Prime Minister, you will join this club. And this is a great news that India will join such an approach in order to protect children and teenagers. And we stand ready to take all necessary actions to ensure that our young citizens are truly safe, and wish to engage with all willing partners to make this vision happen for all. And this is a new coalition of willings in order to protect our children and teenagers. Protecting our children is not regulation as well, it is civilization. To conclude, the message I have come to convey is that we are determined to continue to shape the rules of the game, and to do with our allies, such as India, because we believe in core shared values: science, rule of law, global balance, efficient multilateralism, innovation for the benefit of all. Now is the time to channel our forces toward what works. Concrete action and solutions that make AI more sustainable, efficient, and accessible. Targeted funding to leverage talents and creativity. Appropriate rules to prevent abuse and protect all our citizens. Strong partnerships that help build new AI solutions, more safe and more sustainable. I want to thank all the governments and business leaders present in this room and engaged in this journey. I know your goodwill and your commitment in order to deliver these concrete results. We do believe in innovation, but we do believe in a better place, in a better world as well. And I don't believe one second it's incompatible. And let me say one more thing about partnerships, because this is not a two-player game. Last week, India and the UAE announced a joint AI partnership, a supercomputing cluster, shared data centers and innovation corridor. And India brings the engineers and the Frugal models, and the Gulf brings the capital and the infrastructure. And together, they build faster than either could alone. France knows this equation well. With UAE, we engaged and they committed billions of euro for innovation and data centers in our country, and this partnership creates more value together. This is not dependency. This is intelligent convergence between governments, with companies, large caps, startups, and this is clearly this intelligent convergence which can provide results. The old world said you compete or you lose. The new world says you connect or you fall behind. And I started with a story about a street vendor in Mumbai. 10 years ago, the world told India that 1.4 billion people could not be brought into the digital economy. India proved them wrong. Today, some say AI is a game only the biggest can play. That you need $400 billion to be in the race, that nothing can exist between the two blocks, India, France, Europe, together with our partners, those who believe in our approach. Companies, governments, investors might have a different way. The money race is important and we cannot discount it, but the outcomes and real value creation for our population is even more. The future of AI will be built by those who combine innovation and responsibility, technology with humanity. And India and France will help to shape this future together. And the journey has just begun. Jai Ho. Thank you.
you, His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, for your visionary address and for strengthening the spirit of international cooperation in shaping the AI-powered future. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Shri Ashwini Vaishnav, Honorable Minister for Electronics and Information Technology, to announce the New Delhi Frontier AI commitments.
Honorable Prime Minister, distinguished global leaders, industry partners, ladies and gentlemen, and the young friends. Today, it gives me great pleasure to announce a significant outcome of the India AI Impact Summit, the New Delhi Frontier AI Impact Commitments. Today, leading frontier AI companies, along with India's own innovators, such as Sarvam, Bharat Gen, Gyani, and Socket, have come together to make a set of voluntary commitments that reflect a shared vision for inclusive and responsible AI. Can we have the commitments displayed? Yes. These are two significant commitments. First, advancing understanding of real-world AI usage through anonymized and aggregated insights to support evidence-based policy making on jobs, skills, and economic transformation. The second is strengthening multilingual and contextual evaluations of AI systems to ensure that AI works effectively across languages, cultures, and real-world use cases, especially in the Global South. Together, these efforts mark an important step towards shaping AI that is not only powerful, but also inclusive, development-oriented, and globally relevant. This initiative positions India at the forefront of building a global South-led perspective on AI governance, one that balances innovation with equity and real-world impact. I now invite the distinguished leaders of these organizations to kindly join us on the stage for this announcement. Sundar, Sam, Dario, Brad, the leader who made this, who gave this vision to the world. I now invite Honorable Prime Minister for your inaugural address. Give a big round of applause for the Honorable Prime Minister.
Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, industry leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, researchers, delegates, अन्य सभी महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, नमस्ते। दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी और ऐतिहासिक एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट में आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन है। ये समिट जिस भारत में हो रही है वो भारत 1/6 ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी को रिप्रेजेंट करता है। भारत दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी युवा आबादी का देश है, सबसे बड़े टेक टैलेंट पूल का केंद्र है, सबसे बड़े टेक एनेबल्ड इकोसिस्टम का उदाहरण है। भारत नई टेक्नोलॉजी बनाता भी है और उसे अभूतपूर्व तेजी से अपनाता भी है। नई टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रति उत्सुक 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की ओर से मैं आप सभी हेड्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट्स, ग्लोबल एआई इकोसिस्टम के लीडर्स और इनोवेटर्स का इस समिट में स्वागत करता हूं। आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस समिट का भारत में होना भारत के साथ ही पूरे ग्लोबल साउथ के लिए गर्व का विषय है। इस समिट में एआई जगत के हुज हू यहां पर मौजूद हैं। दुनिया के 100 से ज्यादा देशों का रिप्रेजेंटेशन, दुनिया के कोने कोने से यहां आए महानुभाव इसकी सफलता को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जा रहे हैं। इसमें यंग जनरेशन की जो उपस्थिति हमने देखी है वो एक नया विश्वास पैदा करती है। आमतौर पर नई टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर कुछ लोगों में शुरुआती में संदेह होता है, लेकिन जिस तेजी और भरोसे के साथ दुनिया की युवा पीढ़ी एआई को स्वीकार कर रही है, उसकी ओनरशिप ले रही है, एआई का इस्तेमाल कर रही है, वो अभूतपूर्व है। यहां एआई समिट की एग्जीबिशन को लेकर भी बहुत उत्साह रहा है। खासकर यंग टैलेंट बहुत बड़ी संख्या में आया है। एग्रीकल्चर, सिक्योरिटी, दिव्यांगजनों की मदद, मल्टीलिंगुअल पॉपुलेशन की तमाम जरूरतों से जुड़े जो भी सॉल्यूशंस यहां प्रेजेंट किए गए हैं वो इस फील्ड में मेड इन इंडिया की ताकत और भारत की इनोवेटिव कैपेबिलिटीज का बहुत बड़ा उदाहरण है। साथियों, मानव इतिहास में हर कुछ शताब्दियों के बाद एक टर्निंग पॉइंट आता है और वो टर्निंग पॉइंट सभ्यता की दिशा रीसेट करता है और वहीं से विकास की रफ्तार बदलती है। सोचने, समझने और काम करने के पैराडाइम बदलते हैं। और दिलचस्प बात यह है, जब हम ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के उस दौर में होते हैं तब उसके वास्तविक इंपैक्ट का अंदाजा भी नहीं होता। जब पत्थरों से पहली बार स्पार्क निकला, किसी ने नहीं सोचा था कि वही चिंगारी सिविलाइजेशनल की फाउंडेशन बनेगी। जब बोली को पहली बार लिपि में बदला गया, किसी ने नहीं जाना था कि रिटन नॉलेज फ्यूचर सिस्टम की बैकबोन बनेगी। जब पहली बार सिग्नल्स को वायरलेस ट्रांसमिट किया गया, किसी ने कल्पना नहीं की थी कि एक दिन पूरी दुनिया रियल टाइम में कनेक्ट होगी। साथियों, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस मानव इतिहास का ऐसा ही ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन है। आज जो हम देख रहे हैं, जो प्रिडिक्ट कर रहे हैं, वो इसके इंपैक्ट का सिर्फ प्रारंभिक संकेत है। एआई मशीनों को इंटेलिजेंट बना रही है, लेकिन उससे भी अधिक मानव सामर्थ्य को कई गुना बढ़ा रही है। अंतर सिर्फ एक है, इस बार स्पीड भी अभूतपूर्व है और स्केल भी अप्रत्याशित है। पहले टेक्नोलॉजी का इम्पैक्ट दिखने में दशकों लगते थे। आज मशीन लर्निंग से लर्निंग मशीन तक का सफर तेज भी है, गहरा भी है, व्यापक भी है। इसलिए हमें विजन भी बड़ा रखना है और जिम्मेदारी भी उतनी ही बड़ी निभानी है। वर्तमान पीढ़ी के साथ ही हमें इस बात की भी चिंता करनी है कि आने वाली पीढ़ियों के हाथों में हम एआई का क्या स्वरूप सौंप कर जाएंगे। इसलिए आज असली प्रश्न यह नहीं कि भविष्य में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस क्या कर सकती है। प्रश्न यह है कि वर्तमान में हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के साथ क्या करते हैं। ऐसे प्रश्न मानवता के सामने पहले भी आए हैं। सबसे सशक्त उदाहरण है न्यूक्लियर पावर। हमने उसका डिस्ट्रक्शन भी देखा है और सकारात्मक कंट्रीब्यूशन भी देखा है। एआई भी एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेटिव पावर है। दिशाहीन हुई तो डिसरप्शन, सही दिशा मिली तो सॉल्यूशन। एआई को मशीन सेंट्रिक से ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक कैसे बनाएं, संवेदनशील और उत्तरदायी कैसे बनाएं, यही इस ग्लोबल एआई इंपैक्ट समिट का मूल उद्देश्य है। साथियों, भारत एआई को किस दृष्टि से देखता है, उसका स्पष्ट प्रतिबिंब इस समिट की थीम में है। सर्वजन हिताय, सर्वजन सुखाय, वेलफेयर फॉर ऑल, हैप्पीनेस ऑफ ऑल। यही हमारा बेंचमार्क है। एआई के लिए इंसान सिर्फ डेटा पॉइंट न बन जाए, इंसान सिर्फ रॉ मटेरियल तक सीमित न रह जाए। इसलिए एआई को डेमोक्रेटाइज करना होगा, इसे इंक्लूजन और एम्पावरमेंट का माध्यम बनाना होगा, और विशेष रूप से ग्लोबल साउथ में। साथियों, हमें एआई को ओपन स्काई भी देना है और कमांड भी अपने हाथ में रखना है। जैसे जीपीएस होता है, जीपीएस हमें रास्ता सुझाता है, लेकिन हमें किस डायरेक्शन में जाना है इसकी फाइनल कॉल हमारी ही होती है। आज हम एआई को जिस दिशा में लेकर जाएंगे वैसा ही हमारा भविष्य तय होगा। साथियों, आज न्यू दिल्ली एआई इंपैक्ट समिट में मैं एआई के लिए MANAV मानव विजन प्रस्तुत करता हूं। मानव का अर्थ होता है ह्यूमन, और मानव विजन कहता है M मोरल एंड एथिकल सिस्टम्स, यानी एआई एथिकल गाइडेंस पर आधारित हो। A अकाउंटेबल गवर्नेंस, यानी ट्रांसपेरेंट रूल्स, रोबस्ट ओवरसाइट। N नेशनल सॉवरेनिटी यानी जिसका डेटा उसका अधिकार। ए, एक्सेसिबल एंड इंक्लूसिव, यानी एआई मोनोपोली नहीं, मल्टीप्लायर बने। वी, वैलिड एंड लेजिटिमेट, यानी एआई लॉफुल और वेरीफाइबल हो। भारत का ये मानव विजन 21वीं सदी की एआई आधारित दुनिया में मानवता के कल्याण की अहम कड़ी बनेगा। साथियों, दशकों पहले जब इंटरनेट की शुरुआत हुई तो कोई सोच भी नहीं पाता था कि इससे कितनी जॉब्स बनेगी। यही बात एआई में है। आज कल्पना करना मुश्किल है कि आने वाले समय इस फील्ड में किस तरह की जॉब पैदा होगी। एआई का फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क प्री डिफाइंड नहीं है। ये हमारे निर्णय पर, हमारे कोर्स ऑफ एक्शन पर निर्भर होगा। मैं समझता हूं हमारे लिए फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क एक नई अपॉर्चुनिटी है। ये ह्यूमंस और इंटेलिजेंट सिस्टम्स के साथ मिलकर काम करने का युग है। वी आर एंटरिंग एन एरा where humans and intelligent systems co-create, co-work and co-evolve. AI हमारे काम को और अधिक स्मार्ट, एफिशिएंट और इम्पैक्टफुल बनाएगा। हम बेहतर डिजाइन करेंगे, तेज बिल्ड करेंगे और बेहतर डिसीजन ले सकेंगे। इससे और ज्यादा लोगों को हायर वैल्यू, क्रिएटिव और मीनिंगफुल रोल्स भी मिलेंगे। यह इनोवेशन, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप और न्यू इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए बड़ा मौका है। इसलिए हमें स्किलिंग, रीस्किलिंग और लाइफ लॉन्ग लर्निंग को मास मूवमेंट बनाना होगा। साथियों, फ्यूचर ऑफ वर्क इंक्लूसिव, ट्रस्टेड और ह्यूमन सेंट्रिक होगा। अगर हम मिलकर आगे बढ़ें तो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पूरी मानवता की क्षमता को नई ऊंचाइयों तक ले जाएगी। साथियों, कहा जाता है सनलाइट इज द बेस्ट डिसइंफेक्टेंट, यानी पारदर्शिता ही सबसे बड़ी सुरक्षा है। कुछ देश और कंपनियां मानती है कि एआई एक स्ट्रैटेजिक एसेट है, इसलिए इसे कॉन्फिडेंशियल तरीके से डेवलप किया जाना चाहिए। लेकिन भारत की सोच अलग है। हम मानते हैं कि एआई जैसी तकनीक तभी दुनिया के लिए लाभकारी होगी जब उसे शेयर किया जाएगा, जब कोड ओपन होंगे और शेयर किए जाएंगे, तभी हमारे मिलियंस ऑफ यंग माइंड्स उन्हें बेहतर और सुरक्षित बना पाएंगे। इसलिए आइए हम ये संकल्प लें कि एआई को ग्लोबल कॉमन गुड के रूप में विकसित किया जाएगा। साथियों, आज की एक बहुत बड़ी आवश्यकता ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाने की भी है। डीप फेक्स और फैब्रिकेटेड कंटेंट ओपन सोसाइटीज में अस्थिरता ला रहे हैं। फिजिकल वर्ल्ड में हम फूड पर न्यूट्रिशन लेबल्स देखते हैं ताकि हमें पता हो कि हम क्या खा रहे हैं। ठीक उसी तरह डिजिटल वर्ल्ड में कंटेंट पर भी ऑथेंटिसिटी लेवल्स होने चाहिए ताकि लोगों को पता हो कि क्या असली है और क्या एआई से बनाया गया है। जैसे जैसे एआई ज्यादा टेक्स्ट, इमेजेस और वीडियोज बना रहा है, वैसे वैसे इंडस्ट्री में वाटरमार्किंग और क्लियर सोर्स स्टैंडर्ड्स की जरूरत बढ़ती जा रही है। इसलिए ये जरूरी है कि ये विश्वास टेक्नोलॉजी में शुरू से बिल्ट इन हो। साथियों, हमें चिल्ड्रन सेफ्टी के प्रति और अधिक सजग होना होगा। जैसे स्कूल का सिलेबस क्यूरेटेड होता है, वैसे ही एआई स्पेस भी चाइल्ड सेफ और फैमिली गाइडेड होना चाहिए। फ्रेंड्स, आज दुनिया में दो तरह के लोग हैं। एक, जिन्हें एआई में भय दिखता है, वो हमेशा वैसी बात करते हैं। ऐसे लोग जिन्हें एआई में भय दिखता है, और दूसरे वो जिन्हें एआई में भाग्य दिखता है। और साथियों, मैं जिम्मेवारी के साथ कहता हूं, गर्व के साथ कहता हूं, हमें भय नहीं, भारत को एआई में भाग्य दिखता है, भारत को एआई में भविष्य दिखता है। हमारे पास टैलेंट भी है, एनर्जी कैपेसिटी भी है और पॉलिसी क्लैरिटी भी है। और मुझे आपको ये बताते हुए खुशी है कि इस समिट में 3 भारतीय कंपनियों ने अपने एआई मॉडल्स और एप्स लॉन्च किए हैं। ये मॉडल्स हमारे यूथ के टैलेंट को दिखाते हैं और भारत जो सॉल्यूशंस दे रहा है उसकी डेप्थ और डाइवर्सिटी का भी प्रतिबिंब है। साथियों, भारत सेमीकंडक्टर और चिप मेकिंग से लेकर क्वांटम कंप्यूटिंग तक एक रिजिलियंट इकोसिस्टम बना रहा है। सिक्योर डेटा सेंटर्स, मजबूत आईटी बैकबोन, डायनेमिक स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम भारत को एफोर्डेबल, स्केलेबल और सिक्योर एआई सॉल्यूशंस का नेचुरल हब बनाते हैं। भारत के पास डाइवर्सिटी भी है, डेमोग्राफी भी है और डेमोक्रेसी भी है। जो एआई मॉडल भारत में सक्सीड करता है वो ग्लोबली डिप्लॉय हो सकता है। इसलिए मैं आप सभी को आमंत्रित करता हूं, डिजाइन एंड डेवलप इन इंडिया, डिलीवर टू द वर्ल्ड, डिलीवर टू ह्यूमैनिटी। एक बार फिर आप सभी को मेरी बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister, for your guiding words. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, is a visionary leader who envisions that progress should uplift every citizen and leave no one behind. And reflecting his vision, the address of the Honorable Prime Minister was presented in sign language live through artificial intelligence, marking a significant step towards accessibility and inclusivity. Guided by the three pillars of people, planet, and progress, from the timeless principle of Sarvajan Hitai, Sarvajan Sukhai, to the vision of sovereign AI and AI sovereignty, India's approach is impact-oriented and people-centric. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished guests, including His Excellency Emmanuel Macron, and to all the global leaders, speakers, and delegates for their august presence. Thank you all for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. From India's perspective, India's development journey in AI is focused on development of AI for the global south, from limited ownership of AI to inclusive participation. That's India's approach to AI. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence has reaffirmed our
तो आपने संबोधन सुना यहाँ पर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का और इस संबोधन की जो बड़ी बात
approach to AI. Ladies and gentlemen, your
हम यहाँ साझा कर रहे हैं। खासतौर से प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि भारत दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी युवा आबादी वाला देश है और इसका देखिए किस तरीके से हम आने वाले समय में इसका उपयोग कर सकते हैं, इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। तमाम बड़ी बातें प्रधान
Prime Minister Modi, and distinguished leaders. It's wonderful to be back in India. Every time I visit, I'm struck by the pace of change, and today is no different. Back when I was a student, I often took the Coromandel Express train from Chennai up to IIT Kharagpur. To get there, we passed through Visakhapatnam, Vizag. I remember it being a quiet and modest coastal city brimming with potential. Now in that same city, Google is establishing a full-stack AI hub, part of our $15 billion infrastructure investment in India. When finished, this hub will house gigawatt-scale compute and a new international subsea cable gateway, bringing jobs and cutting-edge AI to people and businesses across India. Sitting on that train, I never imagined Vizag becoming a global AI hub. Just as I couldn't have imagined that one day I'd be spending time with teams figuring out how to put data centers into space. Or taking my parents for a fully autonomous car ride in San Francisco. Seeing a Waymo right through my 83-year-old dad's eyes, I saw the progress in a whole new light. Of course, he said he'd be more impressed if it worked on India's busy roads. Still working on that one, Dad. The progress shows what's possible when humanity dreams big. And no technology has me dreaming bigger than AI. It is the biggest platform shift of our lifetimes. We are on the cusp of hyper progress and new discoveries that can help emerging economies leapfrog legacy gaps. But that outcome is neither guaranteed nor automatic. To build AI that is truly helpful for everyone, we must pursue it boldly, approach it responsibly, and work through this defining moment together. Why bold? Because AI can improve billions of lives and solve some of the hardest problems in science. For 50 years, predicting protein structures was a grand challenge and a blind spot that stalled drug discovery. Demis Hassabis and his team at Google DeepMind asked an audacious question: how could we use AI to solve this? That question led to AlphaFold. This breakthrough didn't just win a Nobel Prize, it compressed decades of research into a database that is now open to the world. Today, over 3 million researchers in more than 190 countries are using it to develop malaria vaccines, fight antibiotic resistance, and much more. And we are asking similarly bold questions across the scientific stack, from cataloging DNA disease markers to building AI agents that act as true partners in the scientific method. We must be equally bold in tackling problems in regions that have lacked access to technology. Take El Salvador, where Google has partnered with the government to bring affordable AI-powered diagnosis and treatment to thousands who could never afford to see a doctor. Or in India, where our work together is helping farmers protect their livelihoods in the face of monsoons. Last summer, for the first time, the Indian government sent AI-powered forecasts to millions of farmers, possible in part because of our neural GCM model. I see language inclusion as another exciting ambition. In Ghana, we are collaborating with universities and NGOs to expand research and open source tools across more than 20 African languages. We need this bold thinking in more places to tackle more problems across health, education, economic opportunity, and more. Technology brings incredible benefits, but we must ensure everyone has access to them. We cannot allow the digital divide to become an AI divide. That means investing in compute infrastructure and connectivity. I mentioned our Vizag investment, and we have others in Thailand, Malaysia, and more. We're also building a vast network of subsea fiber optic cables, including 4 new systems between the US and India, as part of our America-India Connect initiative announced yesterday. Responsibility also means navigating profound economic shifts. AI will undeniably reshape the workforce, automating some roles, evolving others, and creating entirely new careers. 20 years ago, the concept of a professional YouTube creator didn't exist. Today, there are millions around the world. Training is crucial. We have trained 100 million people in digital skills, and our new Google AI professional certificate will help people master AI in their jobs available globally. Finally, trust is the bedrock of adoption. We have created tools like SynthID used by journalists and citizen fact checkers globally to help verify the authenticity of the content you read and see. But no matter how bold we are or how responsible, we won't realize AI's full benefits unless we work together. Governments have a vital role that includes as regulators, setting important rules of the road and addressing key risks. And importantly, also as innovators, bringing AI to public services that improve lives and accelerating adoption of these technologies for people and businesses. There are glimmers of this from around the globe, from the Ugandan government using AI and satellite imagery to locate priority areas for electrification, to getting potholes fixed for residents more efficiently in Memphis, Tennessee, by using AI scans of road surfaces from buses. Tech companies must also step up, building products that boost knowledge, creativity, and productivity to help people achieve their dreams. And we also need companies of all sizes thinking about this, harnessing AI to innovate and transform their businesses and sectors, and to skill up and empower workers. We have the opportunity to improve lives at a once-in-a-generation scale. I know we have the capability to do this, and looking at the leaders here today, I believe we also have the will. Now we must do the work together. Thank you.
The leader who gave this vision to the world, I now invite Honorable Prime Minister for your inaugural address. Give a big round of applause for the Honorable Prime Minister.
Excellencies, honorable ministers, industry leaders, innovators, entrepreneurs, researchers, delegates, अन्य सभी महानुभाव, देवी और सज्जनों, नमस्ते। दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी और ऐतिहासिक एआई इम्पैक्ट समिट में आप सभी का हार्दिक अभिनंदन है। ये समिट जिस भारत में हो रही है वो भारत 1/6 ऑफ ह्यूमैनिटी को रिप्रेजेंट करता है। भारत दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी युवा आबादी का देश है, सबसे बड़े टेक टैलेंट पूल का केंद्र है, सबसे बड़े टेक एनेबल्ड इकोसिस्टम का उदाहरण है। भारत नई टेक्नोलॉजी बनाता भी है और उसे अभूतपूर्व तेजी से अपनाता भी है। नई टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रति उत्सुक 140 करोड़ भारतीयों की ओर से मैं आप सभी हेड्स ऑफ गवर्नमेंट्स, ग्लोबल एआई इकोसिस्टम के लीडर्स और इनोवेटर्स का इस समिट में स्वागत करता हूं। आपका आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। इस समिट का भारत में होना भारत के साथ ही पूरे ग्लोबल साउथ के लिए गर्व का विषय है। इस समिट में एआई जगत के हुज हू यहां पर मौजूद है। दुनिया के 100 से ज्यादा देशों का रिप्रेजेंटेशन, दुनिया के कोने कोने से यहां आए महानुभाव इसकी सफलता को नई ऊंचाई पर ले जा रहे हैं। इसमें यंग जनरेशन की जो उपस्थिति हमने देखी है वो एक नया विश्वास पैदा करती है। आमतौर पर नई टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर कुछ लोगों में शुरुआती में संदेह होता है, लेकिन जिस तेजी और भरोसे के साथ दुनिया की युवा पीढ़ी एआई को स्वीकार कर रही है, उसकी ओनरशिप ले रही है, एआई का इस्तेमाल कर रही है, वो अभूतपूर्व है। यहां
particularly passionate about, Sunil, is this area of content authenticity. We help produce the world's content, and so I think if we can make sure that, and the Honorable Prime Minister talked about that. In fact, in one of my meetings with him, his eyes really lit up when he said, I want every piece of information that's produced to have the provenance and the watermark so that people can actually know what is real and what's fake. But I just think it's just this incredible opportunity for India. We're, as a company, incredibly honored to participate with it. And I know I am really thrilled that, the organizers allowed us this little opportunity to share how excited we are, but I will let you have the last word.
No, Shantanu, thank you very much. I just want to, bring you in before we end today, and for our an audience here. Prime Minister also spoke about making open standards, keeping AI open to the world for the benefit of democratizing, in sense, AI, as opposed to caging it and having it in the hands of a few. Talk about it. A lot of people have views on this from countries like India and many other, all the European leaders who are assembled here today. There seems to be a very clear message: engage with each other, make open standards. AI should be available to all for the benefit of humanity. Is there any danger that some of the leading AI developers, companies, may keep it more controlled, and we may have to fight that battle hard?
I think you're going to have the inevitable challenge between commercial enterprises who want to keep information proprietary, Sunil, and how they advance it, with how do you do good for humanity. And so I think he was absolutely correct in reflecting that this is going to be an ongoing challenge. I can speak for Adobe. One of the things we've always done is everything that we do is open standards. I think the reason why PDF has adopted itself so massively is because it was an open standard. But I think it'll require companies and enterprises to behave differently and really recognize what is their sustainable advantage. And the sustainable advantage cannot, I think, over time be just the model. It has to be the use cases of what people are doing with that model. And so I think it'll require all of us also in companies to prevent, again, as he said, from being disrupted by not just doing what we are doing. But I'm actually confident. Now, I do think India is better positioned than most other countries. The question is, you've again been a pioneer in bringing your services and connectivity around the world. I'm less confident about what will happen in those countries. I'm a lot more confident about what will happen in India.
So how can we showcase India's frugal power of innovation? Look at the Gaganyaan, the moon mission. Yeah. India did it at $74 million. US did it at $92 billion. and India had a perfect landing on the moon, on the difficult side of the moon, how can we persuade US companies, large conglomerates, to use India not only for billions of people using their products, but how to learn from frugal innovation that we do here?
That's our secret sauce, Sunil. I mean, in many ways, I see Raj and so many other good friends here from India who've done well in the US. I think it's because we use Jugaad, and so I think to some degree, that is the secret sauce that exists in India, and that's how I think we've all been able to succeed on the global stage. But
so on that note,
yes, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sunil Mittal and Mr. Shantanu, for that enriching conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's my honor to introduce our keynote speaker, Mr. Mukesh Dhirubhai Ambani, Chairman and Managing Director of Reliance Industries, a global powerhouse shaping the future of business and innovation. Under his visionary leadership, Reliance has transformed industries from energy and telecommunications to retail and digital services, impacting millions of lives. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mukesh Dhirubhai Ambani.
Distinguished guests, my fellow Indians, Namaste. The Global AI Impact Summit is a defining moment in India's tech history. A moment when India pledges to make AI one of the driving forces to realize its dream of a Viksit Bharat, the dream of becoming a fully developed nation by 2047, the glorious centenary of our independence. We are deeply honored that our most respected Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, is the guide, philosopher, and leader of this summit. Honorable Minister Shri Vaishnav and his wonderful team deserve full praise for organizing this summit on a grand scale befitting India's ambition. Modi ji's vision of AI-powered Viksit Bharat is also a template for a Viksit Global South. If wisely used, I believe AI can usher in an era of superabundance, a world without poverty, and a future of prosperity for all the 8 billion people on our beautiful planet is now within sight, within reach. Friends, artificial intelligence is not just another technology. For the first time, humans are creating human-like systems that can learn, speak, analyze, move, and produce autonomously. AI is the mantra that powers every yantra or every machine and system to work faster, better, and smarter. I see AI as a modern-day Akshay Patra, the legendary vessel in Mahabharat that provided endless nourishment to all. Likewise, AI offers limitless augmentation in knowledge, efficiency, and productivity. We are only at the dawn of this era. The best of AI is yet to come. Distinguished participants in this summit, today the world is debating a profound question. Will AI concentrate power in the hands of a few, or will it democratize opportunity for all? Do we act as isolated nations or as a united global family? Our polarized world stands at a fork. One path has led to a situation where AI is scarce and expensive, compute is concentrated, data is controlled, and capability is locked behind barriers of capital and geography in the global north. In this dismal scenario, inequality widens between nations, within societies, and across generations. But there is another path, a future where AI is available, affordable, and beneficial to all. As our Prime Minister said, India believes in this second future. Dear friends, from the podium of this summit today, I want to make a bold prediction. India will emerge as one of the greatest AI powers in the world in the 21st century. My confidence is validated by an undeniable truth. In the coming decades, no country in the world can match India's strength in democracy, development, digital infrastructure, data generation, AI harvest. Let me begin, as was said many times this morning, what India has achieved in the past 10 years. First, India is the world's largest mobile data consumer. Nearly 1 billion internet users, data costs among the lowest globally, and in terms of quality, there is no difference between Delhi and the remotest Indian village. Second, Aadhaar, 1.4 billion digital IDs. Third, UPI processes over 12 billion transactions monthly. Fourth, India ranks among the top 3 startup ecosystems with 100,000 startups and 100 plus unicorns. Fifth, India's secure and inclusive digital public infrastructure stack is now being adopted by countries around the globe. Friends, in all humility, I wish to state that Jio, with over 500 million loyal subscribers, was privileged to play a leading role in this transformation across broadband, 4G, 5G, and home connectivity. With equal humility, I would like to announce that Jio will play an even bigger role in India's AI transformation. Today, on behalf of the Reliance Group and Jio Intelligence, I want to make 3 announcements. Announcement 1, Jio connected India to the internet era. Jio will now connect India to the intelligence era. We will deliver intelligence to every citizen, every sector of the economy, and every facet of social development and every service of government. Jio will do so with the same reliability, quality, scale, and extreme affordability that transformed connectivity. India cannot afford to rent intelligence. Therefore, we will reduce the cost of intelligence as dramatically as we did the cost of data. Announcement 2. Jio, together with Reliance, will invest 10 lakh crores over the next 7 years, starting this year. This is not speculative investment. It is not for chasing valuation. This is patient, disciplined, nation-building capital designed to create durable economic value and strategic resilience for decades to come. Distinguished participants, the biggest constraint in AI today is not talent or imagination. It is scarcity and high cost of compute. Therefore, here is my third announcement. Jio Intelligence will build India's sovereign compute infrastructure through 3 bold initiatives. 1, gigawatt scale data centers. We already started construction on multi-gigawatt AI-ready data centers at Jamnagar. Over 120 megawatts will come online in the second half of 2026 this year, and a clear path to gigawatt scale compute for training and large scale inference. 2, our green energy advantage. We have an in-house energy advantage with up to 10 gigawatts of ready green power, surplus anchored by solar in both Kutch and Andhra Pradesh. 3, a nationwide edge compute. An edge compute layer deeply integrated with Geo's network will make intelligence responsive, low latency and affordable, close to where Indians live, learn and work. From kirana stores to clinics, from classrooms to farms, intelligence will live at the edge. Our resolve is clear. Make intelligence as ubiquitous as connectivity. When compute becomes infrastructure, innovation will become inevitable. Friends, geointelligence is guided by 5 non-negotiable principles. First, AI for India's deep tech and advanced manufacturing leadership, reaching not just large enterprises, but agriculture, small businesses, and the informal sector. Geointelligence will not simply be a search or an ask tool. It will primarily be a resource for multiplying productivity and efficiency. Second, world-leading multilingual AI capability across all Indian languages. When farmers and artisans speak to AI in their own words and students learn in their own mother tongue, this is not convenience, this is inclusion. Geo AI Bharat की भाषा में बोलेगा, भारत की संस्कृति में फूलेगा और भारत की मिट्टी में फलेगा. Third, responsibility, security, data residency and trust as Geo's core guarantees, not afterthought. Fourth, we will prove that AI does not take away jobs. Rather, it will create new high-skill work opportunities. And fifth, the AI story has shifted from who has the best model to who can build the strongest ecosystem for speed and scale of usage. Therefore, we will build deep partnership ecosystem with Indian enterprises, startups, IIT, IISC and research institutions. We will work shoulder to shoulder with India's leading industrial groups to embed AI across manufacturing, logistics, energy, finance, retail, agriculture and healthcare. We will empower startups with affordable compute and co-development platforms. We will aspire to produce global breakthroughs in compute architecture, foundation models, and energy efficiency, designed in India, rooted in our values, powered by our talent, and scaled for humanity. And we will partner with the very best tech companies in the world, not as importers of intelligence, but as co-architects of a new AI century. Dear friends, I believe that social relevance, not momentary craze, should drive AI growth in India. Geo has already started AI applications for the most pressing challenges in inclusive development. In education, we have Geo Shikshak, an adaptive AI teaching assistant in 22 languages. When 250 million school children and 50 million students in higher education are empowered by AI teachers, no power on earth can match India's talent wealth. In healthcare, Geo Arogya AI delivering first medical guidance in under 5 minutes in local languages on any phone. In agriculture, Geo Krishi converting satellite imagery and precision weather into simple voice-first advice to 140 million farmers to help improve their income. In everyday life, Geo Bharat IQ, a voice-first AI companion helping Indians learn, earn and access government services at Bharat scale. From wearables to fully connected homes, Geo Frames, an AI glass device and next generation AI devices will make intelligence truly ambient, as effortless and as natural as human conversations. Through Geo Hotstar, AI will multiply Indian creativity with multilingual storytelling. We will popularize India's rich cultural heritage with futuristic technology enhancing India's soft power globally. Friends, this inaugural Global AI Impact Summit in India has received a massive response. What does that show? It shows that AI is now becoming a people's movement worldwide. The success of this movement hinges critically on global cooperation and not polarization. Be it chips or rare earths, AI works its magic through sharing, not hoarding, through collaborations, not conflicts. The unique strength of India is that India serves as the vital bridge connecting the global south and the global north. After all, south or north, east or west, all of us have only one earth, one family, and one future. Today, at this summit, let us all pledge to transform this noble aspiration into reality using the most powerful gift of the human mind, AI. Let us combine intelligence with empathy and let us build a better future for all. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mukesh Dhirubhai Ambani, for your strong belief in India's capabilities and also for being at the forefront of India's AI revolution. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Ambani. And now, I would like to invite Sir Demis Hassabis. He is the founder and CEO of Google DeepMind, the co-founder of Google DeepMind, and well, he is also the Nobel laureate, a chess prodigy, neuroscientist, and game designer before he became one of the world's leading artificial intelligence researchers. Sir Demis Hassabis brings an almost uniquely cross-disciplinary mind to the challenge of building artificial general intelligence. DeepMind's AlphaFold solved a 50-year-old problem in biology, and he's, well, just getting started. Please welcome the co-founder and CEO of Google DeepMind, Sir Hassabis.
Thank you. It's a huge honor to be here today with so many of my esteemed colleagues from industry, academia, and government. And congratulations to Prime Minister Modi and the Indian government on convening such an impressive summit at this very pivotal moment for AI. It's fantastic to see how the summit has evolved over the years, with the first meeting convened by Prime Minister Sunak at Bletchley Park in the UK. It's become an incredibly important convening point for international dialogue and hopefully cooperation in the future over the future of AI. When we started DeepMind in 2010, almost nobody was working on AI in industry. It was just a dream. And it's been incredible to see how in the last 15 years, where we've come from the beginnings, those humble beginnings, to now where we are today, where the whole world is talking about AI. The reason I've spent my whole career working on AI is I always believed it would be one of the most important and beneficial technologies ever invented. And for me, my passion is to advance scientific discovery. And I always felt that AI would be the ultimate tool for accelerating scientific discovery and being a force multiplier for human ingenuity. From a very young age, I've been obsessed with the Greek questions of science, the nature of reality, the nature of consciousness, these deep mysteries that are in the universe. And I think AI can help us find answers to these questions that we pondered over for thousands of years. We're already starting to see the beginnings of this with systems like AlphaFold that we built to solve the 50-year grand challenge of protein folding. And we hope that this will just be the first example of amazing advances in science and medicine that have been enabled by AI. And we and others are working on many other branches of science now to bring AI tools to help advance material science, fusion, physics, and mathematics. In fact, almost every branch of science and medicine can be impacted by AI. And now in 2026, we're another threshold moment where AGI, artificial general intelligence, is on the horizon, maybe within the next 5 years. And we're seeing these general purpose systems, foundational model systems, becoming increasingly capable almost week by week. So this is obviously an amazing opportunity that we should all grasp, economic and productivity, as well as in the sciences. But it's also something that we have to approach with humility and understanding that we don't have all the answers yet as to how this technology is going to develop and to be deployed into the world. I've been really impressed with what I've seen in India. I spent some time prior to the summit in Bangalore. We have a really big office there, Google and DeepMind, a great research office, where we do some really critical research that we then bring to our products and our technologies around the world in areas like efficient models, continual learning, and multilingual capabilities. I also had time to give a talk at the Indian Institute of Science at Bangalore, and I was incredibly impressed by the students and the faculty there, their enthusiasm and their energy for AI, and their ideas for how to use AI to improve India standing in the world, and to also seize all the new economic opportunities and scientific opportunities that AI opens up. It was incredibly impressive to see the energy around the country. And I think that India will indeed be a powerhouse for AI across the globe. We have many partnerships. Sundar, you heard Sundar announce many Google partnerships that we have with India. I'm especially proud of our deep partnership with Mr. Ambani and the Reliance Jio group to bring intelligence to everyone in India with our Gemini foundation models in partnership with Reliance. So we hope to build on that in the next few years. So if I was to try and quantify what's coming down the line with the advent of AGI, I think it's going to be one of the most momentous periods in human history. Probably something more like the advent of fire or electricity. One way maybe we can quantify that is, I think it's going to be something like 10 times the impact of the Industrial Revolution, but happening at 10 times the speed, probably unfolding in a matter of a decade rather than a century. So really, this is an enormous amount of change is going to come, and it's still to be written how we can make that beneficial for the whole world. And I think the main way we should try to do this is by taking a scientific approach, using the scientific method to understand what the capabilities of these systems are, to build good guardrails and monitoring systems, to understand more deeply what these systems are capable of and how we can make sure that they serve the purposes that we want. And then, of course, simultaneously, we also have to be bold to grasp these new opportunities to advance science and medicine and to improve human health and the human condition that society and the globe badly needs. So I think we've got to try and navigate this moment very carefully, very thoughtfully, and if we do so, I'm very optimistic that we'll usher in a great new era. But of course, this can't just be left to technologists, and that's why summits like this are really important, to bring together all parts of society, the technologists that are building it, the scientists that are building it, governments and how to deploy it for the best use of their citizens, but also artists, social scientists and philosophers. We need to bring all of these debates into the tent to understand how we should navigate this next period in human history. And I think summits like this, international summits like this, are critical to encourage this kind of international dialogue and cooperation. And if we get this right, these next steps right, I think we can usher in a new golden era of scientific discovery and improve the lives and health of everyone in the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Harsabis, for your very profound and illuminating address. We really thank you. Sincere gratitude to your address. Ladies and gentlemen, and now I would like to invite Mr. Vishal Sikka. He's the founder and CEO of VNI. As CEO of Infosys, Vishal Sikka has led one of the most ambitious transformations in Indian IT history before leaving to build VNI, a company focused on human-centered artificial intelligence. He is, well, a computer scientist by training, a philosopher by temperament. He is one of the most original thinkers of the intersection of AI and enterprise. Please welcome the founder and CEO of VNI, Mr. Vishal Sikka.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that, wow, wonderful introduction, and what an amazing event. I want to share 3 points from a long time that I have spent in AI. My first point is that what we see today in the world of AI, people who know what they are doing with AI are astonishingly effective with AI. Recently, a friend of mine, he and I were students together at Stanford. He has a large service that he runs, open public service. That service was built by 15 people, very world-class engineers, over 9 months. Recently, he rebuilt that service entirely by himself in 14 days using one of the generative AI coding tools. So if you are counting, that is about a more than 250 times improvement in productivity. Now he's a genius and not everyone gets a 250 times productivity gain, but you will see that people who understand how to use AI are astonishingly effective with it. And I had a similar experience recently with a customer of mine who is a distributor of home goods, and one of their main suppliers shut down their factories in one of their countries, and they did analysis using our product, all kinds of simulation scenarios, and over a few days they reached the decision that they need to exit that country entirely. I asked him, such a monumental decision to get out of an entire country, how long would that have taken you before? And he said easily it would have taken a year, and it would have involved heavy duty consultants and things like that. So we now have instant access to knowledge in any language, a condensation of things that we can present in any way. It is an incredible power. And yes, it is deeply disruptive to the ways that we have worked before, the way that we have done things in the past. But at the same time, and even more importantly, we can do unprecedented things with this, things that we could never do before. So this astonishing effectiveness, and Yoshua referred to this as a jagged frontier, it is not uniform. Not everyone sees this. So that's my second point. Being effective with AI requires not only a knowledge of AI itself, but understanding its limitations and how to overcome those limitations. There is a huge gap between LLMs and the business users inside enterprises especially, and how to bring value to those users. And overcoming that gap is where a lot of value creating opportunity is. Bridging that gap requires delivering correct systems, trusted, verifiable, reliable systems that deliver value to people. My own company works in this area, a layer that sits above the language models and delivers value to business users while ensuring correctness and things like that. When we overcome that gap, we can deliver massive value. Mukesh Bhai talked about it just now. We can transform every existing system, legacy systems, enormous complexities inside enterprises can be removed, industries can be transformed. We can give end users wings, we can amplify them to deliver things that were not possible to do before, or in the best case it required professionals to do this. Doing that also requires not just overcoming the limitations of AI, but also imagination, to see what is not there, to see what is possible. India has all of this in great abundance. The Honorable Prime Minister has called for 1 billion entrepreneurs, people who can overcome these and deliver value using AI. And I think this is exactly what the world needs and what India has the potential for. My third point is that we not only have to master today's AI, but we have to leapfrog it. AI today has enormous limitations. I have worked in AI for the last 38 years. You know, one of our scriptures is Bhaj Govindam. It was written by the Shankaracharya, and it has a beautiful line. Samprapte sannihite kale, nahi rakshati dukrin karane. What it means is that when you are faced with a life or death situation, the knowledge of a book does not help you. Knowledge without wisdom does not save us. That wisdom comes from living, from doing, from being in the world. AI today has plenty of limitations. Joshua mentioned hallucinations. That's one of the main issues blocking the use of AI in enterprises. But beyond hallucinations, understanding the world, understanding physical activities, the physical movement, this is one of the next frontiers. Safety of AI, and the Honorable Prime Minister talked about this today, is an existential issue. Swarms of agents can be made to do completely reckless things, and we don't yet have ways to understand or deal with this. And Joshua and Demis also talked about this. We have to solve this issue. We have to deliver AI that is safe. We have done this with nuclear power for the last 80 plus years. We can and we must do this with AI. Energy is another one of these issues. Where I live in California on Highway 101, just north of San Tomas, I drive by there every time I go to see my dad. There is a massive data center that is coming up. It's 720 megawatts. And this idea that I write a prompt and these gazillion GPUs blast into existence to produce a response, and then I make a tiny change to that prompt and then I do that again, it just seems like a completely absurd idea, especially to someone who has been around AI for such a long time. I have, thanks to the Ministry of IT, Honorable Ashwini Vaishnavji, I have a colleague who has been accompanying me throughout this conference, and he told me that yesterday he walked 32,000 steps. And I asked him, what did you eat? And he said, I ate 2 burgers. Shubham, here. 2 burgers. You know, we normally eat 2,000 calories in a day. That's about a 100-watt light bulb, like less than one of these light bulbs. And out of that, our brain, our nervous system is maybe 15, 20 watts. That's like when your laptop is in sleep mode, it takes more power than that. So there are many zeros still to be removed from these models, and the models themselves have to be removed. So I think that there is a tremendous opportunity here. India is a country of the human potential. We have plenty of times before delivered the ability to billion plus Indians. Mukesh Bhai talked about Jio, and Sunil talked about Airtel, and how now we have billion plus Indians who have data and connectivity. And when I was young, one of my earliest childhood memories is of worry in my parents' faces around food. They used to tell stories of how there was a shortage of food. And then the Green Revolution happened, and India is now one of the largest exporters of food in one generation. So I think that when you look at the time of intelligence, it is not only an opportunity to learn about this technology, to learn to master this technology, to understand its limitations, but to leapfrog that and to build the next generation of it. And as this summit so vividly demonstrates, we can be on our way to a human revolution, powered by AI, by good AI, by purposeful AI, where every one of us, a billion entrepreneurs, is not just making a living, but is making a life. Not some artificial life, or some artificial general life, but our own life and the life of others. And that would be so much fun to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sikka, for your profound and very interesting remarks. And of course, your work at VNI also exemplifies the transformative potential of artificial intelligence. And with this movement on the stage, you can make out that now we are heading into a fireside conversation. And well, this would be a remarkable conversation we're going to have with Mr. Nandan Nilekani, co-founder and chairman Infosys, and Dario Amodei, founder of Anthropic. And before I invite our guests on the stage, let me say a few words about Mr. Nandan Nilekani, who is the architect of Aadhaar, the world's largest biometric identity system, and the intellectual godfather of India's digital public infrastructure movement. Nandan Nilekani has spent decades proving that technology built in the public interest can transform entire societies, and Aadhaar is a big example before the world. His thinking on artificial intelligence and open digital ecosystems is essential reading for anyone serious about this field. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would now invite Mr. Nandan Nilekani and Mr. Dario Amodei for this conversation, which is being moderated by Mr. Rahul Mathan, partner Tri-Legal. I invite all our three guests on the stage. Please welcome our guests on the stage. Thank you.
And then Dario, welcome. Dario, great speech in the morning. You mentioned that we are in the end of or towards the end of the exponential. This is something that you spoke about in Machines of Loving Grace, that we would have a country of geniuses in a data center. And the models over the last, I guess, 2 months have been sort of giving us a sense that we're getting there. But in your podcast with Dwarkesh, you sort of walked that back a bit by saying, we may reach a country of geniuses in a data center, but the impact on society will take a long time. Can you explain what that means? Because we thought we'd do AGI and we would be finished and done with it.
Yeah, thank you for having us, Frugal. I would say there is this duality between the fundamental capabilities of the technology and the time that it takes for those capabilities to diffuse into the world, right? We're getting models that are very good at software engineering, that are increasingly good at, biomedical innovation. We're not there yet, but we're on this very fast exponential. But when I look across the world and I look across the enterprises of the world, we have many enterprises as customers. Even if we freezed in place what the technology was capable of today, I think the economic impact could be much greater than it is, because it just takes time. There are just frictions to adopt things through enterprises, and I think even more so in the developing world. And when I visited Infosys, one of the things I talked about with Nandan was we're both obviously very interested in making sure that this technology gets to everyone, and Nandan has devoted a big part of his life to many things in that direction, and has built out India's digital public infrastructure. And so I think this question of diffusion is very tied to the question of how do we make sure that everyone benefits.
So when the foundation models came, Nandan, you said that we should do use cases. And it sounds like Dario is saying the same thing, that even if we do the foundation model, we will still need to do use cases.
No, I think it's great what the foundations models are doing and the speed of evolution. But what we have learned is that diffusion of technology is a different ballgame. And how do you get technology to 1 billion people? And I think India, we have a little bit of experience with that. 1.4 billion people on Aadhaar, 500 million people on UPI, 20 billion transactions a month, the world's largest cash transfer system, the largest financial inclusion system, you name it, all that stuff. And we learned that diffusion is a technique. It's both an art and a science. It involves institutions, it involves policy making, negotiations, dealing with incumbents, dealing with newcomers, strategies for execution. So the whole, trust building, so a whole host of things. And I think if all the investments in AI are going to deliver the value to society, not to just to individuals, we'll have to look at diffusion pathways to take this to everyone. And I think India will lead on that. That's why I've always been saying that India should focus on becoming the use case capital of the world.
Dario, you had a more recent essay which you call The Adolescence of Technology, which is a little more somber. Spoke a little bit about sort of dimming the enthusiasm of the first essay. And I want you to perhaps unpack that a little bit. We all have spoken about the risks of the technology, but particularly in the global south, where we think that AI is going to be hugely beneficial for us, we perhaps will have a different calculus on the risk-reward ratio. What do you think about that, and how would your essay address that?
I think that's an insightful comment, which is that I think in the global south there's an opportunity for AI to accelerate catch-up growth, to solve a bunch of problems that are in the way of catch-up growth. And so I think AI is a technology that has big risks and big benefits, but in the global south, the benefits may be even bigger than they are anywhere else. But at the same time, that doesn't mean, of course, that the risks aren't real. India is the world's largest democracy. We need to think about how democracies handle AI, and how we confront other countries that are authoritarian. That's one of the risks I talk about. Another risk I talk about is making sure that AI systems are safe and predictable, and autonomously behave in a way that's under our control. And everyone in the world has to worry about that. That affects everyone in the world. And then I think of particular relevance to India is the concerns I raised around economic displacement, right? Where I think the signature of this technology is going to be that it greatly grows the economic pie for the whole world. And again, huge upside because the opportunity for catch-up growth, growth can be very, very fast. But things are going to change, and there's some potential for disruption. And I think what I've been thinking about as I visited India these last few days, and the last time I visited, is how can we work together with the companies in India to kind of drive this growth for everyone, to make sure that the existing companies, large and small, continue to prosper along with us and the other makers of AI, and also on a philanthropic basis, how we make sure that the benefits reach everyone, both in an economic sense and a health sense, in kind of other senses. So I think India is, it kind of offers a particularly keen distillation of especially the benefits, but also the risks.
Nandan, you've had experience with an adolescent technology with the whole DPI. In the early days of DPI, it was challenging. There were challenges with getting the big vision, which of course now we're looking at, and in hindsight it looks like it was easy, but the early days was difficult. So as the father of a mature technology, would you want to give the father of an adolescent some advice?
I don't know, that makes me a grandfather. So I think when you talk about diffusion, and you have to think of AI, everybody agrees, is like a general purpose technology, like people give the simile to fire or electricity or whatever. It's about starting from the user and how can we improve their lives? How can we take 1 billion people and help them to learn better? How can we take 1 billion people and give them better health care? How can we take 500 million farmers and improve their earnings? You have to start from there and then figure out how to make it happen. And it's not just technology. Technology is just one piece of the puzzle. It's about institutions, it's about trust building, it's about negotiations, it's about guardrails, which Dario mentioned. It's about working with different stakeholders and making them go towards a common vision. So diffusion is difficult. It's not a simple task. So I feel that India will demonstrate this because we have the experience of diffusion at population scale in all the various areas. And obviously, diffusion of AI, there are some differences that we need to think about, data, guardrails and so on. But I think we can build a pathway or multiple pathways to that goal. And that will show the world, because I believe right now in AI, there's a race to the top and a race to the bottom. And the race to the bottom is faster than the race to the top. So I think all of us who have a stake in AI being useful to humanity have to accelerate and redouble our efforts to make the diffusion happen. Otherwise, the consequences are going to be very, very difficult, because there's going to be a backlash. If the only thing that AI does is create deep fakes or raise the price of your power bill, or all the other things that are happening, people are going to respond. I mean, the resentment of the blue-collar worker led to the train wreck of globalization. The resentment of the white-collar worker is going to lead to the train wreck of AI. So I think we really have to work very hard to show profound, useful cases of AI.
Dario, you were in India in October, and you're back again now. You spend a lot of time actually with the developer community. You clearly were impressed because you've come back so quickly. Could you tell us a little bit about, what your experience is with how India is building and using AI? Perhaps just go through the stack. I mean, enterprise, small business, startups, then developers. What's different about the way India does it?
Yeah, so I would say there's just an excitement here and technical acumen, and we can even see it in the statistics of usage of Claude. Use of Claude for technical kind of programming and software engineering, mathematical tasks. The fraction is substantially higher here in India than it is in most other places in the world. And every time I go to speak at one of these, we'll host these builder or developer events in India. Just there's a lot of excitement. I can feel the brimming excitement of what is something that we can build. In just the last 4 months, the use of Claude and Claude Code has doubled. Has doubled in India, and I'm sure it's the same for the other. I don't say that to promote Claude and Claude Code. It's more a statement about the kind of excitement in India on the enterprise level. I mean, the two of us just announced a partnership just yesterday. So we're really excited to work with all the large enterprises in India. They know much more about the Indian market. They know much more about distribution. They know how to serve enterprises within India, and they're much better at that than we are. And can we plug our technology into what they do, and then create something that kind of wins for both sides, right? We would like to be able to jointly win with the companies in India. And then finally, I think there's another element that's almost unique, which is that there's an excitement to build, but there's an excitement to build for public good and for philanthropic benefits. So, Nandan kindly introduced me to the XStep Foundation, of course, builds digital infrastructure, and we've already started to work on a number of projects really to reach people in rural areas. We're trying to combine Claude with something called Open AgriNet, which helps farmers in rural regions to kind of find better information and better advice to be more effective and efficient, and we're looking to expand that a great deal. So I think that's something totally unique to India, and that through folks in the private sector we would get connected to these efforts, and there would be mutual enthusiasm to promote these efforts.
And you, of course, have an office. You've declared a managing director, but actually, more importantly, Sonnet 4.6, which dropped yesterday, very inconveniently, so I couldn't try it, apparently is doing very well on 10 Indic languages. So there seems to be a bit of a focus in your development as well on India. Can you tell me why that's important, why language, cultural context is important, and what India can play, what role it can play in that?
Yeah, so language models have always been multilingual, but of course they're better at languages than that they've been trained more on. And of course, as I learned when I first came here, India has a very long tail of regional languages, and we see this as something related to access, something related to making we provide benefits for everyone, right? If it can only speak the most common languages, then there's a long tail we're not reaching, right? The farmers that we mentioned, many of them speak one of the less common regional languages, and so we put in place a push, collaborating with folks in India to acquire more data for this long tail of Indic languages, and Sonnet 4.6 represents an improvement. We're not all the way there yet. We want these models to be as good, even far out in the long tail of these languages as they are at speaking English. And we're making progress towards that. We're not there yet, but we want to keep going.
And then after you built DPI, I mean, I say after, like as if you stopped, you still continue to do it, but after you did the bulk of the work, you spend some time and effort actually taking it out to other countries. And I was wondering whether you've thought about that for AI. And,
Sure.
As it's been mentioned so many times today that this is the first AI summit in the Global South. And so I think perhaps countries of the Global South, if there's a model, as it were, for doing this, would benefit from those ideas. So as you think about it, is it costs? Is it skill? Is it data? Infrastructure? What is it that countries need to think about for this?
No, sure. No, finally, it's about a lived experience. If you've done it, you can do it better next time. So what we did in the DPI part, the digital public infrastructure, is that after several years of that experience, we worked with global philanthropists, set up something called Co-Develop, and said, let's take DPI global. And today, we have some version of DPI running in about 40 countries around the world. We recently had a summit in Cape Town, where we had 1,200 delegates from 109 countries. So it's become a global movement. And we feel that if AI has to really be impactful, we need something similar. So yesterday we just launched something called 100 diffusion pathways by 2030. We like to have targets. So
can you explain that?
Yeah, so the idea is that a diffusion pathway is basically a way to reach a particular goal, which you got from learning, from doing things, and then packaging it. And it's not just technical packaging, it's about guardrails, it's about how do you get institutions on board, how do you make data available. There's a whole host of things. But think of it as a toolbox or a playbook for doing things. And then this is a global initiative. So we're going to work around the world and create multiple diffusion pathways and then share them with each other so that we can accelerate this thing. And, Anthropic is part of that. We have Google as part of that. Gates Foundation is there. UNDP is there. The Kenyans. It's a global coalition. Because what we learned from the agriculture experience, we implemented, we worked with Maharashtra on their agri stack, which is called Mahavistar. And that took us 9 months to figure out how to make it work safely at scale. Using the same learning, it was done in Ethiopia, which took 3 months because we had the learning of Maharashtra. And then using the same learning the PM was very keen to see it in animal husbandry. So we worked with Amul and we did that in 3 weeks. So you can see the trajectory of time, right? From 9 months to 3 months to 3 weeks. So what that shows is that if we can do this lived experience and keep improving and package that and take it to the world, we'll move the implementation of AI to the real world. And that, I think, is strategically important for the world of AI.
So 100 by 30 is the new...
Yeah, 100 diffusion pathways by 2030. And we welcome everyone to join this moment.
You have many such catchphrases, but the one that really stood out to me at some time ago was India needs AI and AI needs India. We've spoken a bit about the India needs AI, but why does AI need India?
Because this is where we're going to show it working. I think because of the history of India's digital journey and thanks to the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, who is the biggest champion of all the work that's going on, we have a political leadership that's committed. We have technologists. We have enough people with the right value system to make this happen. And we have done this before. And therefore, India will be where you'll see most of the deployment of AI in a tangible way, where farmers able to make more money, where children learn better, where healthcare is better, where people talk in their own language, so you have universal access. So this is where you're going to show this, and the world needs this to be shown, and the AI companies need this to be shown, because they have to show real stuff where this is working at scale for people. So I think, yeah, it's very important.
Dario, if I can ask you, if you were to rewrite Machines of Loving Grace, which is a beautiful 20,000 word or something essay, for India, if you were to think about, what is that utopic vision of what AI could be for India, what would it be? I mean, obviously not 20,000 words, but whatever few ideas you could have now.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of what was there was universal, but there are some things that I would accentuate that are possible when you have such a large population for running this kind of large possibility of experiments, right? You have here a very large population for kind of studying and improving human health. There's world-class medical research. So I think I would double down especially on some of the sections about, accelerating the cures for diseases. We just had Demis Hassabis, who, has basically solved the protein folding problem with AI and kind of shown us all the way. And what we need are like, 50 improvements like that. And the hope is, working together between the AI developers and the folks who diffuse AI and do the actual medical research. Can all of us working together between the AI companies and folks in India really accelerate progress. I would also say accelerating the rate of economic development. There is so much technical potential and technical adeptness in India, and it actually almost seems like a perfect case study for the idea that AI could really accelerate economic growth, because it seems like the base ingredients are kind of all there, and AI could help to tie them together. So, in the developed world, I've wondered, well, could AI lead us to, 10% growth rates, which sounds absurd, but, that's the thing I imagined in the positive scenario of Machines of Loving Grace. But I think here in India, there's a lot of catch-up growth to be done. There's an enormous amount of technical potential and ability, and, as I'm seeing, there's this eagerness to adopt AI. So India is one of the few places in the world where I wonder, could there be 20 or 25% growth, which is, sounds absurd, is unknown anywhere in the world. But as I think about this, it kind of stacks all the factors for a very bullish picture of how that growth could happen. So, I think I could imagine being in India being one of the countries in the world that most embodies this. Certainly the large country that most embodies this.
And Nandan, with all of these things, there needs to be some unlock. So if you were to advise governments of the world, governments of India, governments of the global south, what should they do to unlock this 20-25% growth that Dario dreams of?
I don't know about
India?
25 and all that. If I get 10, I'll be happy. But I think there are a number of things. Obviously, I think people before have talked about the need to create massive compute. We need to bring in the models. I think the focus has to be on inclusion. I think this AI has to carry everybody. Everybody must feel it. Everybody must benefit from it. And that's why I think the language is very important. We want people to be able to speak to the computer in their language, in their dialect, mixing English, Hindi, Tamil, whatever. That needs to be done. I think that's a big thing. And then I think making agents work for people. I think if we can make agents work for people, then it means more inclusion, because they can get complex things done because you're hiding all the sophistication behind the agent. So I think there are a lot of things we can do which you'll see now in the coming years. We already have 3 or 4 examples in agriculture, in healthcare, in language, in education, in electricity. We have a very good example of P2P trading. So I think all these are examples of how AI will actually benefit people. And then I think, as to Dario's point, India is a country which is very positive about technology in general and AI in particular. And we need to take advantage of that and not let them down by giving them truly transformative applications using AI, which you will see in the next 2 to 3 years.
Nandan, Dario, thank you so much. What a lovely conversation.
Thank you. That's great.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nandan Nilekani and Mr. Dario Amote. And thank you, Rahul Mathan, for moderating it. Well, it was quite an engaging conversation, I must say. And they are the pioneers and the thought leaders of artificial intelligence, and they shared their profound perspectives. I thank our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Mr. Rishat Premji. He is the executive chairman of Wipro, the son of one of India's most beloved business leaders. Rishat Premji has carved out his own identity as a thoughtful steward of Wipro's transformation into an artificial intelligence native technology services company. He is also an unusually candid voice on the responsibilities that business leaders carry in times of technological disruption. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Executive Chairman of Wipro, Mr. Rishat Premji. A warm welcome once again. That's Mr. Rishat Premji.
Thank you for those of you who are here for being here. Once in a generation, a technology emerges that doesn't just change what we can do, it truly changes what we must do. AI for me is certainly that technology. And how we as a country, how India responds in the next few years, will shape not just our own economic trajectory, but our ability to solve problems that matter to over 1 billion people. For the past several years, the conversation around AI has focused just not on the possibility. What can it do? How powerful could it become? How quickly could it evolve? But we are now at an inflection point. The conversation has fundamentally shifted from possibility to practicality, from experimentation to adoption, and from pilots to scaled impact. This shift matters, and it matters tremendously, because technology creates value only when it is applied to solve real-world problems, responsibly and at scale. So what does this moment mean for India? It means India has the opportunity to become one of the world's most consequential environments for the application of AI, not just as a builder of the technology, but as a place where AI is tested against real-world complexity and made to work at scale. Our context as a country is demanding. Systems here must work across multiple languages, across urban and rural settings, and across populations with very different levels of access, need, data quality, and infrastructure. That raises the bar, but it also makes success meaningful. We already see what this looks like in practice. In education, AI can support learning outcomes in local languages and help address teachers' shortages across skill mismatches. In healthcare, it can enable earlier disease screening and strengthen rural care, especially where access is limited. And in public services, it can help build smarter, safer infrastructure and reduce leakages in welfare delivery. Which brings me to India's strengths and why I believe India is well placed today to take advantage of all of this. Let me just highlight a few that matter most and have been highlighted by many. One of the most significant is our experience with DPI. UPI today processes over 20 billion transactions every month and has transformed how individuals and businesses participate in the digital economy. It has demonstrated that technology can scale rapidly when it is accessible, reliable, and most importantly, inclusive. India also has one of the largest and fastest growing pools of AI talent in the world. We are truly the AI and talent destination of the world. Approximately 650,000 professionals in India work in AI-related roles today, and this number will double by 2027. This talent brings not only technical capability, but importantly, practical experience in applying technology in complex real-world environments. Equally importantly, many of the foundations to build out this talent are already in place. Government initiatives to train 10 million young people in AI, along with industry partnerships with universities, are expanding access to practical, job-ready training. Curricula is evolving, and people are giving opportunities as apprenticeships to get exposure to real-world applications. This capability is reinforced by a vibrant innovation ecosystem. India is home, as many of us know, to the world's third largest technology startup base, including more than 4,000 startups in the deep tech and AI space. Together, these companies are helping translate technological capability into practical, real-world applications. We are already seeing what this looks like on the ground. In agriculture, for example, farmers across Karnataka, Maharashtra, Telangana, AP, and Punjab are using AI systems trained on satellite imagery and local crop data. These systems provide early pest alerts and in some regions have reduced crop losses by nearly 25%. In small commerce, artisans in Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and UP are using AI-related platforms connected to open networks. Products are automatically cataloged, descriptions translated across languages, prices optimized, and logistics coordinated, allowing small sellers to reach markets that were once out of reach. And we are also seeing deliberate investments in the future. National initiatives are expanding access to compute infrastructure and building capacity across the AI stack in our country. At the same time, and equally importantly, we as a country are taking a very pragmatic approach to governance, putting early guardrails in place, but balancing accountability with innovation, so AI can scale safely and with confidence. All of this lays a strong foundation for India to lead in the AI era. But there is one more factor that I believe positions us as a country uniquely: our long engagement with global enterprises. Today, the constraint, as many have said, is not access to technology. The real world begins when AI is introduced into large, real-world organizations. In those environments, technology has evolved over many years. Application landscapes are complex, data is fragmented, workflows are siloed, processes vary across geography, business units, and regulatory regimes. Decision-making is rarely uniform. Making AI work in this environment means modernizing legacy architectures. It means curating and labeling data to create highly specialized context-aware models. It means orchestrating across agents in ways that are reliable and secure. And it means earning confidence of security teams, risk leaders, regulators, and critically, the people who are expected to use these systems every day. This is where a more practical pattern has emerged in enterprises. Models designed for specific processes or decisions tend to deliver the most reliable results. When AI is closely aligned to a defined workflow, it becomes more predictable, easier to govern, and more effective over time. What enterprises need today is not a model that does everything, but models that do the right thing consistently inside how work actually happens. But technology alignment alone is not enough. For these systems to deliver value in organizations themselves will have to invest in change, taking people truly along, helping them adapt to new ways of working, redesigning roles and decision-making, and building confidence in how AI is used. That includes reskilling people, reskilling teams to work effectively with AI tools, so that they understand the outputs and exercise judgment where it matters most. When models are well aligned to workflows and people are supported through the transition, AI becomes just not deployable, but it becomes sustainable at scale. And that plays directly to India's strengths. We have decades of experience working inside complex enterprises, helping them modernize systems, manage risk, and take people along through this change. And that works in environments like these is not just deployable, it is resilient, responsible, and truly scalable. The same dynamics that determine success inside organizations will also shape how countries navigate this moment. As we look ahead, India's advantage in AI will not be defined only by the size of our models or the scale of our infrastructure. It will be defined by the choices we make about where we apply AI, how we diffuse it, how responsibly is it deployed, and whether we can translate capability into real impact for governments, citizens, and enterprises. India's advantage will come from developing talent at scale, not just people trained on AI, but people who can apply it with context, judgment, and an ability to adapt to change. That is why AI fluency must extend beyond engineers, to teachers, to nurses, to administrators, to supervisors, to small business owners, among everyone else. The dividing line will not be human versus machine. It will truly be between those who adapt and those who hesitate to adapt. Technology shifts inevitably create uncertainty, but for countries that act decisively, they also create opportunity. India has embraced such shifts in the past, and I believe we are really well positioned to do so again. I want to close by sharing a personal story from the work of the Azim Premji Foundation, which is also the majority shareholder of our company, Wipro. India sees 2.7 million tuberculosis cases every year, making it one of the country's most serious public health challenges. Early detection is essential, but confirming TB often requires patients to travel to distant public hospitals for sputum or molecular tests. For many, the real barrier is not medical capability, but it is access. To address this, our foundation is running a pilot in a rural community in Tamil Nadu. Community health workers carry portable X-ray devices directly to people's homes. AI analyzes the X-rays instantly and identifies signs consistent with TB, enabling that early screening and faster referral without requiring patients to travel. If successful, this approach can help detect TB earlier and extend the reach of healthcare into communities that need it most. With a national doctor-to-population ratio of roughly 1:800 and even deeper shortages in rural India, AI does not replace care. It multiplies scarce expertise infinitely. The same last-mile challenges exist across other countries in continents of Asia, Africa, and Latin America, home to more than 4 billion people. Solutions that work here in India at scale, low cost, multilingual, and resilient, can travel far beyond our own borders. If we can do that, India's contribution can be vast, not just in building AI, but in applying it to solve problems for enterprises, for our own country, and for the world at large, thoughtfully, inclusively, and with impact at scale. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Premji, for your visionary insights, which I'm sure will undoubtedly guide the path forward. And we also thank Mr. Premji for highlighting how AI is being used by Wipro for human-centric projects and for the welfare. That is what India is aiming at, to have an impact at ground level to change the lives of human beings. Ladies and gentlemen, few individuals have done more to bring artificial general intelligence from the realm of science fiction into boardrooms, into parliaments and living rooms than our next speaker, Sam Altman, CEO, OpenAI. Under his leadership, OpenAI launched ChatGPT and forced the world to reevaluate his relationship with artificial intelligence. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO of OpenAI, Mr. Sam Altman.
Thank you so much. It's really a treat to be here in India, and it's incredible to see the country's leadership in advanced AI. I was last here a little over a year ago, and it's striking how much progress has happened since then. We've gone from AI systems that struggled with high school level math to systems that can do research level mathematics now and derive novel results in theoretical physics. It's also striking how much progress India has made in its mission to put AI to work for more people in more parts of the country. And India's leadership in sovereign AI, building on infrastructure, SLMs, and much more, has been great to watch. More than 100 million people in India use ChatGPT every week. More than a third of them are students. India is also the fastest growing market now for Codex, our coding agent that works to help people develop software faster and better. India, the world's largest democracy, is well positioned to lead in AI, not just to build it, but to shape it and decide what our future is going to look like. And it's important to move quickly. On our current trajectory, we believe we may be only a couple of years away from early versions of true superintelligence. If we are right, by the end of 2028, more of the world's intellectual capacity could reside inside of data centers than outside of them. This is an extraordinary statement to make, and of course we could be wrong. But I think it really bears serious consideration. A superintelligence, at some point on its development curve, would be capable of doing a better job being the CEO of a major company than any executive, certainly me, or doing better research than our best scientists. As we prepare for this possibility, we are guided by three core beliefs. Number one, we believe that democratization of AI is the only fair and safe path forward. Democratization of AI is the best way to ensure that humanity flourishes. On the other hand, centralization of this technology in one company or country could lead to ruin. The desirable future a couple of decades from now has got to look like a world of liberty, democracy, widespread flourishing, and an increase in human agency. Some people want effective totalitarianism in exchange for a cure for cancer. I don't think we should accept that trade-off, nor do I think we need to. AI should extend individual human will. We'll probably need superintelligence to help us figure out the new governance mechanisms to ensure that this happens fairly at scale, and to avoid problems like extremely unbalanced compute access or something else. Second, we believe that AI resilience is a core safety strategy. We don't mean that this is the only safety strategy. We will continue to need to build safe systems and solve difficult technical alignment challenges. But increasingly, we need to start broadening how we think about safety to include societal resilience. No AI lab, no AI system can deliver a good future on their own. For an obvious example, there'll be extremely capable biomodels available open source that could help people create new pathogens. We need a society-wide approach about how we're going to defend against this. And third, the future of AI is not going to unfold exactly like anyone predicts. And we believe that many people need to have a stake in shaping the outcome. The development of AI has already held many surprises, and I assume there are bigger ones to come. We understand that with technology this powerful, people want answers. But it's important to be humble about what we don't know, and always remember that sometimes our best guesses are wrong. Most of the important discoveries happen when technology and society meet, sometimes have some friction, and co-evolve. For example, we don't yet know how to think about some superintelligence being aligned with dictators and totalitarian countries. We don't know how to think about countries using AI to fight new kinds of war with each other. We don't know how to think about when and whether countries are going to have to think about new forms of social contracts. But we think it's important to have more understanding and society-wide debate before we're all surprised. Of special note, and related to all 3 points, we continue to believe that iterative deployment is a key strategic insight, and that society needs to contend with and use each successive new level of AI capability, have time to integrate it, understand it, and decide how to move forward. This has been working surprisingly well so far. If we are right, and systems continue to improve at this pace, it's going to change the economics of a lot of things. A really great thing about AI progress is that it looks like many things are going to get much cheaper and have much faster economic growth. We're already seeing what AI is doing for access to high-quality healthcare, education, and more. In the coming years, we expect to see robots make many products and physical goods cheaper as supply chains get automated. The limit to how far this cost reduction can go may only be government policy. But the other side of this coin is that current jobs are going to get disrupted, as AI can do more and more of the things that drive our economy today. It'll be very hard to outwork a GPU in many ways. It'll be easy in some other ways. For example, we really seem hardwired to care about other people much more than we care about machines. We're somewhat less concerned about the long-term future. Technology always disrupts jobs. We always find new and better things to do. The people of 500 years ago would have thought that our current jobs often look silly, like ways to entertain ourselves, create stress. And the people 500 years from now hopefully will look at us, hopefully look to us, like impossibly rich people playing games, trying to find ways to pass their times. But we should all hope that they feel much more fulfilled than we do today. I'm confident we will keep being driven to be useful to each other, to express our creativity, to gain status, to compete, and much more. But the specifics of what we do day to day will probably look very different. Each generation has built on the work of the generations before, and with new tools, the scaffolding gets a little taller. This collective external lattice, the set of tools that we have built up around ourselves, is remarkable, and we are capable of doing things that our great-great-grandparents couldn't have dreamed possible. It is a moral imperative to make sure that our great-great-grandchildren can say the same, and technology, and especially AI, is how we're going to get there. For a democratic AI future, it is not enough to just give people tools and wealth. We also need to give them agency and power. The vision that AI companies lay out fundamentally reduced to either unilateral control or decentralized power. Sharing control means accepting that some things are going to go wrong in exchange for not having one thing go mega wrong, cemented totalitarian control. This is a fundamental trade-off of democracy, and it is one that we believe in very strongly as the way to give everyone collective agency over the future. Of course, this is not to suggest that we won't need any regulation or safeguards. We obviously do urgently, like we have for other powerful technologies. In particular, we expect the world may need something like the IAEA for international coordination of AI, and especially for it to have the ability to rapidly respond to changing circumstances. The next few years will test global society as this technology continues to improve at a rapid pace. We can choose to either empower people or concentrate power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sam Altman, for your very interesting and compelling remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now welcome Mr. Brad Smith, Vice Chair and President, Microsoft. Mr. Brad Smith has been Microsoft's conscience and its chief diplomat through some of the most consequential debates in technology policy, from privacy and cybersecurity to AI regulation. His book, Tools and Weapons, remains one of the most lucid accounts of the responsibilities tech companies carry in the modern world. So please welcome the Vice Chair and President of Microsoft, Mr. Brad Smith.
Good afternoon. It's always an important day when the world comes together under one roof, as we have today. It gives us an opportunity together to ask important questions, even hard questions, and think about how we want to answer them. As we think about this summit, the first AI summit in the Global South, it's only right that we start, I believe, by focusing on AI and what it means for the Global South. In some ways, I think the best way to start thinking about AI is to look more broadly and think about the state of the world in which we live. We live in a tumultuous time and in a fragmented world, but I think in so many ways, the deepest and most enduring divide has been the economic divide between the global North and South. And what I believe we need to recognize is that this economic divide is a result, more than anything else, of a technology divide. The technology divide created by unequal access to electricity. Electricity became one of humanity's most important general purpose technologies, meaning it spread across economies. It was applied in every industry. It boosted productivity. Where electricity went, economic development and prosperity followed. But as we all know, electricity did not spread everywhere at the same pace. It was literally 144 years ago that the first electrical power plant started operating in Lower Manhattan, and yet we come together today and we still live in a world where 700 million people lack access to electricity. Now comes AI. AI, perhaps more than any other technology this century, will play a bigger role either in closing this economic divide or in exacerbating it and making it even wider. That is perhaps the single most important question for us, I would suggest today, as we think about the role of AI in the global South. How can we do better? Because we need to do better. What will it take? I think it's going to take a few things that will require that we all come together and work together. First, the obvious. We need to bring infrastructure to the global South. That means data centers and compute. It also means more connectivity. It means more electricity. That is going to take not only the world's best technology, it's going to require an enormous amount of investment. That's why we at Microsoft announced yesterday morning that we're on pace to spend $50 billion by the end of this decade to bring AI to the global South. And of all the countries in which we are investing, India, not surprisingly, is one of the largest. But we'll need to harness private capital, investments from tech companies, other sources of private capital, government funding. We'll need governments and others to generate demand for the use of AI in the global South, because that is the only way to get the wheels of the market spinning and to do what we need to do together. That's the first thing we need to do together. There's a second thing we need to do. We've talked about it here already today, and it is so clear when you study the history of technology. Infrastructure is not only hardware, it's not only wires and grids, it's skilling for people. Because the key to enabling a country and a population to use a general purpose technology at scale is to give people across the country access to the skills they need to put it to work. And that's why it's such good news that we see so many governments, supported by the United Nations and supported by private companies, investing in more skilling. It's actually something that should speak to all of us. Certainly as a tech company, we're committed. We've launched through Microsoft Elevate new initiatives, including one we're announcing this week, Microsoft Elevate for Educators, to equip teachers with access to help their students learn how to use AI. But in the truth, it doesn't matter where you work. You have a role to play. Because the lesson of digital technology, I was an example of this, was that it took employers to open their doors to computing. It takes employers today to open their doors to new AI tools. It will take employers to invest in the skilling of their employees. It's not just for the next generation, it's for every generation that this fully matters. Then there's a third challenge for the global South. We need to make AI work effectively for the global South, and that requires some special initiatives, at least two. First, we need to make AI as effective in every language as it is in English, and today it is not. Performance tests show that's the case. That's why one of the good things to come out of this week is new announcements to invest upstream in better data in other languages, to provide better tools and measurement systems for AI that is built in other languages, to build out data provenance with a view to linguistic diversity, diversity that we need to advance around the world. And we need to use AI in the Global South to solve the problems that matter to the Global South. Oftentimes, as we're doing here in India, that's about improvements in agriculture, or as a number of partners, including Microsoft, are doing this week, launching a new initiative to address food security across Africa. These are just two of the myriad of opportunities we have to put AI to work in ways that will bring faster benefits to countries in most of the world. If we do those three things well, build infrastructure, invest in skilling, address real-world problems, then I think it may create the foundation to think more and do more about the question I am willing to bet will be a bigger part of the conversation in the next few AI summits. What will AI mean for the future of work and jobs? Within these walls, I think we're mostly enthusiastic about the future of AI. But outside these walls, I think we need to recognize that increasingly around the world, and especially in some countries, many parents are asking a common question. What will AI mean for my kids? What will AI mean for my family? What will AI mean for our future? I get it that some people are excited and they'll do well, but what about us? Us, meaning most of the people who live on this planet. I think we have something to prove. I think we have something to prove not only to communities and countries and our customers, but to ourselves, that we can not only embrace but pursue a brighter future for people. It's great to come to conferences like this and hear people talk about all of the advances in technology, but let's remember one other thing as well. Human capability is neither fixed nor finite. It's great to think about what it would mean to have computers in a data center that would be like a country of geniuses, but let's also recognize this. Compared to the people who lived in the Bronze Age, all of you, all of us, are already geniuses. Whenever technology advances, it creates a new platform, a new foundation that enables people to stand taller and reach higher if, and only if, we're committed to using that technology well. As AI makes it possible to cure more diseases, then it is right that we expect that it will improve human health. As we use AI already every day to find faster answers, it gives us the opportunity to ask more questions. The fundamental fuel of human capability has always been the same: curiosity. We need to look at AI as the next great generator for human curiosity. And we need to take some inspiration, because we all know the world could use a little more inspiration. I often think about the following. Before the invention of the washing machine, it took someone, almost always a woman, between 6 and 8 hours to wash a load of laundry. But as the washing machine improved, that was compressed to 30 minutes. But do you know what happened? One thing happened more than anything else. Everyone wanted to wear cleaner clothes. Everyone expected to wear cleaner clothes. People did their laundry a lot more often. They had better clothes and they had more time, and they put that time to work to do more with their lives. Ultimately, that is the question for us. And this too is not just a question for companies. This is about what tech will do to people if people will use technology to do for people. And it's not people who create products. It's every government, it's every company, it's every nonprofit, it's every employer. Because we all have the opportunity to work with our people to manage through the change that is coming to show people how with the right AI skills, they can create jobs and careers that will be brighter for their future. That will not be easy, but if that's not our goal, then we're missing the big picture. As we come away from this AI summit, it reflects so much progress, but I would say one thing as well. Each of these AI summits is a proud moment for a great nation. But we have an opportunity. Rather than have summits that are islands that are disconnected from the summits before or that follow, we need to build bridges. We need to build bridges between these summits. We need to define clear goals. We need to have common measurement systems. And every year, we need to ask the same question. Did we make 12 months of progress in the year that just preceded our meeting? How can we build on that progress to do more and move faster in the year ahead? For those of us who come to these meetings in different countries every year, I hope we will take that away. Let's aim higher, not just for technology, but for what technology can do for people. Let's be clear in defining what we want to accomplish. Let's put in place the ability for us to measure our progress and all hold ourselves accountable as a global community. If we can do these things, then we can use these summits and we can use this next generation of technology to build a better world. I know that's what we within these walls want us ourselves to do. But even more than that, I know that the people outside these walls are hoping and expecting us to do just that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brad Smith, for that very energizing address, ladies and gentlemen. I think he really deserves an energetic applause from you all. His address has actually given a very constructive direction to the discourse on artificial intelligence. And well, now we are moving to the next conversation, for which our guest is the person who's often called the godfather of deep learning. Our guest is Mr. Jan LeCun, Executive Chairman, Advanced Machine Intelligence Labs, and his foundational work on convolutional neural networks underpins virtually every image recognition system in use today. Now at the frontier of next-generation AI architectures, he's one of the field's most provocative and independent voices. Please welcome our next speaker, Mr. Jan LeCun, and this conversation will be moderated by Ms. Maria Shakil, Managing Editor, India Today. Please welcome our guest and our moderator. Mr. Jan LeCun, welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. So let's begin with the big idea here, Professor LeCun. Are we on a path to creating the smartest mind that humanity has ever known, and will that happen in our lifetime?
Maybe in the lifetime of some people here, possibly not in mine. We'll see. It will take a while. But I think the more interesting thing that we're going to build is an amplifier for human intelligence. So maybe not an entity that surpasses human intelligence in all domains, although that will happen at some point, but at least something that will amplify human intelligence in ways that will accelerate progress.
So then, will we end up defining and redefining genius? What will a genius be?
Well, you know, I think several thousand years ago, or even a few centuries ago, what people identified as genius is very different from what we currently identify as genius. And I think there will be more evolution of that concept of genius. in the past, perhaps, genius was, some act of creation or invention, but maybe not at the theoretical level like we tend to think of it today. It was, more practical. Certainly, in the very ancient past, people who figured out how to cultivate crops or domesticate animals probably were seen as genius.
So, we have often seen, and this is a thought that you have all, pretty openly shared, that AI is powerful but not intelligent. When we make that distinction, and there are conversations around LLM, where do you see intelligence and AI-driven power?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of confusion, really, because we tend to anthropomorphize systems that can reproduce certain human functions. LLMs are incredibly useful. There's no question about that. And they do amplify human intelligence, like computer technology going back to the 1940s. But LLMs, to some extent, except for a few domains, are mostly information retrieval systems. They can compress a lot of factual knowledge that has been previously produced by humans and can give easy access to it. In a way, it's kind of a natural evolution of, the printing press, the libraries, the internet, and search engines, right? It's just a more efficient way to access information. And there are a few domains where the intelligent capabilities of those systems actually is more than that. It's more than just retrieval. So for generating code, maybe doing some type of mathematics, we're getting the impression that it's beyond this, but it's still to a large extent domains where reasoning has to do with manipulating symbols. The problem is that, why do we have systems that can pass the bar exam and win mathematics Olympiads, but we don't have domestic robots? We don't even have self-driving cars, and we certainly do not have self-driving cars that can teach themselves to drive in 20 hours of practice like any 17-year-old. So we're missing something big still.
So what are we teaching a 17-year-old then?
Well, so the question is, how does a baby learn, or even an animal, right? Animals have a much better understanding of the physical world than any AI systems that we have today, which is why we don't have smart robots, and so we learn about the world, how the world works, mostly by observation when we are babies, a few months old, and then we learn by interaction, and we learn mental models of the world that allows us to apprehend any new situation, even if we haven't been exposed to it beforehand, we can still handle it. So a big buzzword in AI today is world models, and this is really this idea that we develop mental models of the world that allow us to think ahead, to apprehend new situations, plan sequence of actions, reason, and predict the consequences of our actions, which is absolutely critical. And LLMs don't do this, really.
There is the sense, Professor, that perhaps AI will unlock an era of radical abundance. Will this abundance benefit us?
Well, so there, if you talk to economists, they tell you, if we can measure the improvement that AI will bring to productivity, which is, amount of wealth produced per hour worked, is going to add up to maybe 0.6% per year. Okay, this is from economists that actually have studied the effect of technological revolutions on the labor market and the economy. People like Philippe Aghion or Eric Brynjolfsson, so that seems small. It's actually quite big, and it's certainly going to accelerate scientific progress in medicine. I do not believe there's going to be like a singular identifiable point where the economy is going to take off and there's going to be abundance. And there's also the question of the policies surrounding this. Are those benefits going to be shared across humanity or different categories of people in various countries? And that's a political question. It has nothing to do with technology.
So if economists see this as boom, will then openness survive?
It's not going to be an event. It's going to be progressive. There is this false idea that somehow at some point we're going to discover the secret of human level intelligence. I don't like the phrase AGI because human intelligence is specialized, so I don't like the artificial general intelligence phrase. But it's not going to be an event. We're not going to discover one secret. We're going to make continuous progress, and we're not going to be able to measure that progress by just having a series of tests that are going to test whether a machine is more intelligent than humans, because machines are already more intelligent than humans on a growing number of narrow tasks. And so, it's not like a uniform, scalar measurement of quality. It's a collection of quality. But what's more important is that intelligence is not just a collection of skills. It's an ability to learn new skills extremely quickly, and even to accomplish new tasks without being trained to do it the first time we apprehend it. That's really what intelligence should be measured at. So we're not going to be able to just design a test that is going to figure out are machines more intelligent than humans.
So if it's about upskilling and ensuring that you're relevant, then only perhaps you're intelligent. Will that then mean that the countries that adopt AI and the pace at which India and the scale at which India has adopted AI, the challenge would be to create talent which is upskilled and reskilled and have the required skills for this?
Absolutely. So the relationship that we're going to have with intelligent AI systems is going to be similar to the relationship that a leader in business, politics, or academia, or some other domain has with their staff. Okay, AI is going to be our staff. Every one of us is going to be a manager of a staff of intelligent machines. They'll do our bidding. They might be smarter than us, but certainly if you are an academic or a politician, you work with staff that are smarter than you. In fact, that's the whole point. You need to attract people who are smarter than you, because that's what makes you more productive. For an academic, it's students who are smarter than their professor and teach. It's not the professor that teaches graduate students; it's the other way around, actually. And certainly, we have a lot of examples of politicians who are surrounded by people who are smarter than them.
Earlier today, when Prime Minister Modi addressed the gathering, he said that India doesn't fear AI. We are seeing this as our destiny, future, which is Bhagya. Do you see that with a summit of this nature being hosted in India, it's a message to the global south, and that's where perhaps the next big innovation in AI could be coming from?
Well, long term is going to come from countries that have favorable demographics, and that means India, Africa. The youth is the most creative part of humanity, and there's sort of a deficit of that in the north, largely. So, the scientists, the top scientists of the future, and in fact, many of the present are from India, and in the future will be from mostly Africa. So, what does that mean, though? Right? It means having incentives for young people to kind of study, first of all. So the idea that somehow we don't need to study anymore because AI is going to do it for us, and that's completely false, absolutely completely false. And it's not because I'm a professor, okay, that I'm saying this. On the contrary, we're going to have to study more. We see, for example, a trend where in industry, in the past, in certain countries, it's certainly true for India, but it's also true in European countries, and certainly in the US, we see more demand for people with more education, at the PhD level, for example. The demand for PhD level scientists in industry has grown in the last 15 years, in part because of AI, but because of everything, because technological progress and hinges on scientific progress, and scientific progress is brought about by scientists, and scientists mostly have done PhDs, and so there is more demand for education, not less. And so for countries in the global south, that means investing in education and youth.
And making AI more accessible, something that India believes in. Democratizing AI, AI for all, is the theme of this summit as well. Do you think AI can become that accessible, particularly for a country as large as ours with 1.4 billion people?
Yeah, in all kinds of ways. Unfortunately, the cost of inference for AI system has to come down to kind of become practical for the vast majority of the population in a country like India. Right now, the inference is just too expensive, and energy costs and things like that. It's mostly energy costs actually. So this has to come down, but then it will play a role in education. AI will improve the quality of education, not degrade it. Once we figure out how to use it best, it will improve, agriculture and
in
everything
healthcare
else.
in particular.
Healthcare, of course, right? So I don't work at Meta anymore, but there was an experiment a couple of years ago or a year ago that was run by my former colleagues, where they gave smart glasses to agriculture, to farmers in India, and they could talk to the AI assistant to figure out, what is this disease on my plant, or should I harvest now, or what's going to be the weather, And
yes,
I
it
think
is
those
being
things,
used a lot in agriculture as well.
That's right.
It is assisting farmers to ensure that their produce gets better. They make right choices. But when you say about education, will AI assist education in terms of making students or youth of the country more literate, or will they become more AI dependent?
Well, I mean, we're dependent on technology, right? I'm dependent on this pair of glasses, otherwise I don't see you. So that has been with us for centuries. Yeah, we'll be dependent on AI, of course, but AI will facilitate access to knowledge, and thereby kind of be a tool for education. I think the effect on society, might be extrapolated from what was observed in the 15th century when the printing press started enabling the production of printed matters and the dissemination of knowledge, right? It had a huge effect on society worldwide, at least in countries that allowed it to flourish. And I think it's going to be a similar transformation with AI, of course, in the modern world. Just more access to knowledge. The internet played also a similar role, and I think this is just going to make people more informed, smarter, able to make more rational decision if it's deployed in the proper way.
So if you were to define this moment which we are witnessing in history, we are living it, how will you say it? Is it like the advent of electricity?
Yeah, people have made that claim,
including
economists. It's the new electricity. I think it's more like the new printing press, really. But again, in the sort of this vision of kind of more dissemination and sharing of knowledge and amplification of human intelligence. But the impact on society and the way countries need to be run is very difficult to predict at this point. I'm sort of an optimist in the sense that I think societies will figure out how best to use that technology for the benefits of their population.
While I am an optimist, nevertheless, I'm going to ask this question to you, Professor. Are we overestimating the change or underestimating what has struck us?
So usually in technological shifts of this type, we are overestimating the changes in the short term and underestimating them in the long term. I think for AI, it's a little bit different because there's been a huge amount of hype and expectations that, the transition to human-level AI, superhuman-level AI, is going to be an event and is going to happen within the next few years. And people have been making that claim for the last 15 years, and it's been false. In fact, they've been making it for the last 60 years or 70 years, and it's been false. Every time in the history of AI that scientists have discovered kind of a new paradigm on AI, how you build intelligent machines, people have claimed, within 10 years, the smartest entity on the planet will be a computer. And that just proved to be wrong, 4 or 5 times in the last 70 years. It's still wrong. We're still very far from that. We're not very far. We're getting close, right? We're seeing the end of the tunnel. But it's not like, we're going to have super intelligent systems within 2 years. It's just not happening because of this gap. Like, where is the robot that can learn to drive in 20 hours of practice like a 17-year-old? Even though we have millions of hours of training data of people driving cars around, we should be able to train an AI system to just imitate them. That doesn't actually quite work. It's not reliable enough.
Okay, so let's try and wrap up this conversation with who gets to define intelligence now onwards. Will it be actually humans, machines, or both together?
Probably both together, but mostly humans. Like we set the agenda, and the biggest difficulty is not to get fooled into thinking that a computer system is intelligent simply because it can manipulate language. We tend to think of language as the epitome of human intelligence, right? But in fact, it turns out language is easy to deal with because language is really a sequence of discrete symbols of which there is only a finite number, and that turns out to make things easy when you train a system to predict what the next word is in a text, which is what LLMs are based on. It turns out the real world is much, much more complicated. And it's been known in computer science for many years. It's called the Moravec paradox, after a roboticist, Hans Moravec. And so the company I'm building and the research program I've been working on for the last 15 years or so is intelligence for the real world. How to deal with high-dimensional, continuous, noisy signal that the real world is, which a house cat is perfectly able to deal with, or a squirrel or whatever, but not computers yet. That's the big challenge for the next few years in AI, dealing with the real world. And that's the point of the company I'm building.
So AI has to deal with the real world, or real world has to deal with AI?
AI has to deal with the real world, the messiness of the real world, the unpredictability of the real world.
All right. Thank you so much for this conversation, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Yanlakun, for sharing your insights on artificial intelligence, and thanks, Maria, for moderating this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now welcome Mr. Ankur Vora. He's the President of Africa and India Offices and Chief Strategy Officer at the Gates Foundation. And, well, talking about him, Ankur is a development economist by training, whose life trajectory was influenced by his parents' dedication to purpose and India's economic reform that lifted millions out of poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Ankur Vora.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister Modi, for hosting this summit. Is the person okay? Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister Modi, for hosting this summit. India's leadership on AI is remarkable. It is fitting that India is hosting the first major international AI summit in the Global South. I grew up in Gujarat, watching my parents serve patients at a community health hospital. I joined the Gates Foundation in 2013, inspired by the mission that every person deserves the chance to live a healthy and productive life. Earlier this year, I stepped into a new role overseeing the Foundation's work across our Africa and India offices. I never imagined that I would stand on a stage like this, at a moment like this, speaking about technology that may shape the future of billions. I feel humbled by this opportunity. Many people predict that AI will help the world be better for everyone. Others predict it will only benefit the privileged few. But the fact is, it's not a matter of prediction. It's a choice. Technologists can choose whether we use AI to take on the world's greatest challenges or just the most profitable ones. Policymakers can choose to build rules that ensure everyone benefits and not just a few. That means governance, safeguards, infrastructure built for inclusion. Here in India, leaders have already made that choice. India has built world-class digital public infrastructure like Aadhaar and UPI. This has improved the ease of living for billions. India is investing in Bhashini and AI Kosh to ensure languages and high-quality data sets are no longer a barrier, and innovators do not have to start from scratch. During its G20 presidency, India strengthened global consensus around using AI responsibly and for good. Because of these choices, low-cost, open-source AI tools are ready and improving lives already. AI is not a leap into the unknown for India. It is the next chapter in a journey of building solutions that serve everyone. If the world follows this approach, AI could possibly compress progress of the next 20 years into 5. That progress means fewer children dying from preventable causes, fewer women dying in childbirth, more infectious diseases eliminated, millions rising out of poverty. If we step back, the real test of AI is simple. Will it help make people's lives better? That fundamental question guides how we think about our work in health, education, and agriculture. Since 2000, the world has cut child deaths into half. That represents millions of lives saved. Within our lifetimes, we could see the end of preventable child deaths. AI can help us get there faster. In sub-Saharan Africa, there are 6 million fewer health workers than we require. AI tools, when deployed correctly, can free up time of existing workers so they can help more patients. Last month, Bill announced Horizon 1000 in partnership with OpenAI, the government of Rwanda, and ministries of health across the regions. The effort will deploy AI tools in 1,000 primary health clinics across Africa. Imagine visiting a local health center that offers AI-powered guidance. Simple cases can be resolved immediately, complex ones are referred appropriately, and millions of lives are saved. AI will not just speed up innovation, it can help bring that innovation to community clinics, to health workers like my parents, and to the patients who depend on them. That is expanded access. Another area where AI can make a material difference is in education. There are 2 hard problems in education. First, accurately assessing where each child is in his or her learning journey. And second, once a teacher knows that, helping her customize her lesson plans for that child. Earlier in my career, I worked to bring Pratham's teaching at the right level model to Africa, to Ghana. I have seen firsthand that works, but the challenge has always been about cost and scalability. AI now makes that challenge surmountable. It makes activities like personalized assessment far more affordable and easier to implement at scale. With Vadwani AI here in India, we developed a tool that analyzes short audio clips of children reading. Each assessment takes only 2 minutes. It costs about 5 paise. That is less than 1 cent per child. The result is more children being supported, more hardworking teachers having the time and ability to do things that they love the most, shaping the next generation. 6 million children in Rajasthan and my home state of Gujarat have already benefited from this revolution. So it is clear AI will make a difference in health and education, but can it also help advance economic opportunities for the poorest? More than half of the workforce in the global south is engaged in agriculture. Every country that has moved out of poverty has seen rising farm productivity. For a farmer, every cropping season comes down to a handful of decisions. What to plant, when to plant, what seeds to buy, what fertilizers to use, when to sell. If even one of these decisions goes wrong, it can wipe out an entire year of income. And that does not just affect the harvest. It affects the choices the farmer's family can make for that year. AI can ease that uncertainty. It can provide timely, localized information so farmers can make better decisions with confidence. Earlier this week, Bill and I met Annapurna, a banana farmer in Andhra Pradesh. She showed us how she used an AI assistant on her phone to identify a pest attacking her crop. She took a photo on her app. Within 48 hours, a drone had precisely treated the affected area. She saw technology help her in real time to save her harvest and protect her family for the season. When Bill and Melinda first thought about the Gates Foundation, the vision behind it was simple. Innovation should serve those who are left behind. At that time, it meant vaccines, diagnostics, better delivery systems. Today, it also must mean artificial intelligence. Globally, the Gates Foundation has 3 objectives. No mother or baby should die of preventable causes. The next generation of people should grow up in a world without infectious diseases, and millions of people should escape the clutches of poverty. AI can accelerate progress across all 3. For the first time, we can deliver precision at scale, replacing one-size-fits-all solutions with the right-fit solutions that are cheaper, faster, and more inclusive. To support these efforts, the Gates Foundation is launching Advantage India for AI. Yes, that is AI for AI. This initiative will bring together innovators and philanthropists across India and the global south to advance AI for social good. Ultimately, history will not remember the models we perfect or the speeches we give. It will remember the lives we improve. It's not a prediction, it's a choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ankurwara. Your perspectives on leveraging AI for social impact have undoubtedly added depth to this summit. And ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is Ms. Julie Sweet, Chair and CEO, Accenture. Ms. Julie Sweet has repositioned Accenture as one of the world's largest AI and technology transformation companies, deploying hundreds of thousands of professionals across every sector of the global economy. Her perspective on what AI adoption actually looks like at scale, beyond the hype, is grounded in hard operational reality. So please welcome the CEO of Accenture, Ms. Julie Sweet.
Guest. Thank you, Prime Minister Modi, Minister Vaishnaw, and your outstanding teams for convening us for this critical summit around AI. The breadth of distinguished guests from around the world is a recognition of the importance of broad global partnerships to capture the incredible potential of AI and address the risks. It is also a recognition of the importance of India in our AI-enabled future. At Accenture, we're incredibly proud to have over 350,000 and growing reinventors here in India. We also have one of the largest AI workforces in the world, tightly integrated with our growing AI hubs in the US, Europe, the Middle East, and Japan. And I want to take this time to thank all of our people in India for your incredible commitment to value and to our clients. Today, I want to leave you with 3 perspectives that we believe will help us ensure that AI's immense potential is captured for the benefit of all. First, using AI as an engine for growth is the only path for global prosperity for all. Second, the agenda ahead of us is unprecedented. Companies, countries, and individuals must reinvent how they work together, and how they learn. And finally, it is humans in the lead, not humans in the loop, that will determine our future. As we turn to the imperative for growth, I want to take you back for a moment to 2013. Oxford University had just published a widely read study that said, based on technology progress at that time, 47% of US jobs would be automatable. Dire headlines and predictions soon followed. One of those technologies was robotic process automation, or RPA, and there were predictions that IT services would be badly damaged because it would automate so many jobs. And in fact, we used RPA to automate thousands of jobs. And we also, as an industry, embraced the new technologies of digital and classical AI, and we created many, many more jobs. We helped our clients adopt RPA, and those who did created investment capacity to invest in new technologies and to grow. And in fact, the IT services industry has thrived over the last decade, including many of India's most successful companies that you've heard from today. At Accenture alone, in 2013, we were roughly 275,000 people and $29 billion in revenue. And today, we're over 750,000 and growing, and $70 billion in revenue. What the last decade has taught us is a critical lesson. When companies and countries embrace new technologies and then use them to drive growth and productivity, they prosper. Advanced AI should be the same. In fact, in our latest quarterly survey of C-suites across 20 countries, they agree. 78% say AI's greatest value is in growth. Now, as we think about what growth should look like, there's two important considerations. First, AI should make the impossible possible. AI should make the impossible possible. If in a few years as a CEO, you cannot point to new products and services, new levels of performance that were not possible before, then you have not captured potential of AI. Think about the consumer and retail industries. LLMs are about to become the new mall. This is an entirely new way to engage customers and to engage in commerce that did not exist in 2022. If you think about pharma, we see a path toward bringing drugs to market much faster than the average of 9 years. Not possible before, which means that life-saving drugs will get to people faster and pharma will have accelerated growth. And we are just beginning to understand how AI will create new drugs, new materials, new products across industries. A second consideration around growth is that we must commit to providing access to the technology and the talent for small and medium-sized enterprises. If we are to use AI as an engine for growth, we need to make sure that the engine for growth, these size enterprises, have access. 50% of the world's GDP are small and medium-sized enterprises, and in the global south, it's 70% of employment. To do so, there will be lots of business opportunities, so many industries will serve small and medium-sized enterprises. But that will not be enough. Private and public partnerships will be critical to making sure there's access. For example, we're working with the US college system where we're funding internships of college students at small and medium-sized enterprises. It's a win-win. Statistically, if you have an internship, you have a better chance of getting a job, and it's providing these enterprises access to some of the cutting-edge talent. And so we must make sure that we're continuing to focus on the small and medium-sized enterprises. Now I know, and we all know, that advanced AI is much more powerful than the technology advancements of the last decade. And of course, that means that the impact is more profound. But that doesn't change the critical lesson that AI must be used for growth and productivity. What it does change are the sets of actions, the time frame, the need for global collaboration, the need for more public and private partnerships, and the urgency of what we must do in order for AI to drive growth. So companies must be willing to reinvent how they operate, their processes, how they've been doing work for the last decades. Underneath the headlines of a failure of AI is mostly a failure to reinvent. Companies have to invest to reshape their workforces. And companies must commit to creating sustained entry-level jobs. Now, entry-level jobs makes economic sense. They're the only way to create future leaders. And they bring needed, truly AI-native talent to each of our organizations. But AI fundamentally is changing what an entry-level job looks like. And so a commitment means we have to be intentional about changing the roles, investing in training, which is exactly what Accenture is doing. We will hire into more entry-level jobs this year than last year. But the skills we require and the way we're onboarding those individuals is fundamentally different. Now, countries must also reinvent. They must reinvent their role and how they work with the private sector. They have to, themselves as governments, become the best credential for why AI matters. They must work with the private sector to help create lifelong learning, because education is no longer a destination. We have to have lifelong learning. India is doing a great job of embedding AI into the educational system, starting in primary school, and governments across the world will need to do so. At the same time, as countries are thinking differently, individuals have to think differently and recognize that formal education is no longer the destination. But perhaps the biggest fundamental change that must be made is that companies and countries need to pound the table for global standards. These standards should apply to safety, but also to the industries where AI can make the greatest impact. For example, in pharma, if one country is allowing pharma companies to use the latest technologies to discover drugs and then test drugs, but other countries don't follow suit, it means that you won't be able to scale, you won't be able to bring it. And we know that most often that impacts the most vulnerable. Now, we have a view, of course, that we have to reinvent. But as we think about that reinvention, core to our future is the fundamental belief that it is humans in the lead, not humans in the loop, that will shape that future. We should not confuse how you deploy AI responsibly. Of course, all of our compliance programs have humans, they have technology. That doesn't change the critical lesson that we've learned over and over again. Technology, no matter how powerful, is only a tool. It is simply a tool. It is leaders who decide how to use those tools. It is leaders who decide to commit to reinvent, who dedicate their time to making sure that people come along the journey. And it is leaders who must choose to work together to ensure the safe, widespread adoption of AI. There are lots of headlines today that predict less jobs, less opportunity, less human relevance. We are here because we see a future of more. At Accenture, we live by 8 leadership essentials, the qualities we believe we need to run our company. And one of them is particularly important. We expect leaders to lead with excellence, confidence, and humility. As we look to our collective future, we should have the confidence to have the unwavering belief that together we can make a future that is better for all. We also must hold ourselves individually and collectively accountable for executing on that belief with a high bar of excellence, because our people around the world are counting on that excellence. And finally, we must all have the humility to know that we cannot do this alone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Julie Sweet. I think I can take a tagline out of her address which says that AI should make the impossible possible. But thank you for your thoughtful articulation of AI's impact on industry and on society. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is the youngest billionaire in history, and he's now helping to define how one of the world's largest technology platforms deploy AI at unprecedented scale. Next speaker is, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Alexander Wang, Chief AI Officer at Meta, the founder of Scale AI. Alexander Wang built the data infrastructure that powers much of the modern AI industry before joining Meta as Chief AI Officer. So with a round of applause, please welcome Mr. Alexander Wang.
Thank you so much for having me. Namaste. It's fair to say my upbringing wasn't typical. My parents were physicists in a town called Los Alamos in New Mexico. Los Alamos is a government lab town where, for decades, scientists have come to push the boundaries of what's possible in mathematics and supercomputing, in human genome studies, vaccine research, space explorations, and material science. My mother studies how plasma behaves inside stars. At the dinner table, we'd talk about physics problems, scientific trade-offs, the reasoning behind how systems work. One kid in my town made huge balls of plasma in their garage for a science fair project. You know, normal high school stuff. Growing up in a place like Los Alamos leaves two things deeply ingrained in you. A belief that anything is possible, and that science should serve society. Those ideas are what led me to study AI while I was at college at MIT. They led me to start my own company, Scale AI, and last year they led me to Meta, where I am now the Chief AI Officer. If you believe that anything is possible, Meta is one of the few companies with the resources, talent, and ambition to push the science of AI forward at scale. If you want to make technology that serves society, Meta has an incredible opportunity to get this technology into people's lives. 3.5 billion people use at least one of our apps every day. That blows my mind. It's more than 500 million people in India alone. People are already using our AI to do amazing things. Across India, creators use our AI to automatically translate reels into the language of the person watching. Small businesses talk to customers through WhatsApp business agents that they create in 10 minutes on their phones, and they use our Gen AI tools to create ads and reach customers way more efficiently than they ever could before. And India has world-class developers building genius things to solve societal challenges. For example, there are more than 20 million people with disabilities in India who are locked out of education, jobs, and digital services because the digital world wasn't designed for them. So iSTEM built voice-first, AI-powered infrastructure that helps people with disabilities to learn, discover careers, and complete digital tasks independently, like converting textbooks into usable formats or giving personalized career guidance that takes into account their disability. In healthcare, researchers at Ashoka University used our SAM3 model, which is trained on billions of natural images, to speed up the identification and segmentation of cancer tumors and at-risk organs. Their model, OncoSeg, can help radiologists and radiology oncology teams do in seconds what it takes hours to do manually. The beauty of general purpose models is the same technology that can segment tumors in the brain can segment leaves to help farmers assess the health of their crops, as AgriPoint has done. We recently open sourced our omnilingual models, which recognize speech across more than 1,600 languages and can rapidly adapt to new languages with just a few audio samples. It's not a fantasy that in a few years we'll have real-time, voice-to-voice translation for every spoken language on Earth. Now build that into your glasses, real-time translation in any language just for you. That's transformative, perhaps most especially in countries like India where so many languages are spoken. In fact, language is an area where we're collaborating with the Indian government on through its AI Coach platform. We're providing datasets in 10 major Indian languages so people can build AI models that deeply understand Indian languages and contexts. I'm sure you're used to people from big tech world making lots of grand but vague assertions about what AI will be able to do. But we don't have to be vague. People use our AI right here, right now. They're getting value from it, and they're building amazing things with it. And that gives us confidence about what we're building towards. We're releasing new models this year, with the first coming in the next couple of months. These will be deeply integrated with our products in a way we're really excited about. We're optimistic about the trajectory we're on. The first models will be good, and as the year goes on, I think we're going to be pushing the frontier. Our vision is personal superintelligence. AI that knows you, your goals, your interests, and helps you with whatever you're focused on doing. It serves you, whoever you are, wherever you are. We all lead busy lives. I'm sure you'd want to do more if only you had the time and headspace. That's how I think about personal superintelligence. Say you want to be healthier. Your personal AI can help you see through a personal health plan covering diet, exercise, and sleep, and your daily routine. Or you have a project you'd like to get done, like putting on an event. It can track your progress, reach out to venues, arrange invites, remind you of things you haven't considered, and more. If you love to go fishing, or paint, or want to travel more, it can help free you up so you can do more of these things, and it can give you advice when you need it, or help you show up as a better friend or in your community. It won't just do your admin, it'll be an extension of you so you can be you more. I get that some people will worry what companies like Meta really want is to get you hooked and leave you passively staring at screens. But the whole point of personal superintelligence is the opposite. It's about helping you be more active in your life, in pursuing your goals, and deepening your relationships. I know people are going to be skeptical when I say we're going to do this work responsibly. But you don't have to take us at our word, take us at our incentives. This is a competitive space, which is why we're seeing so much innovation. Given how intimately your personal AI will know you, people aren't going to hire us for the job if we're not doing it responsibly. Our AI needs to work the way we say it does, as well as we say it does, and as safely and as securely as you need it to. It needs to help you in your life, and if it doesn't, people simply won't use it. We'll lose customers, we'll lose public trust, and we'll lose out to our competitors. That's why we're transparent about our models. We publish model cards and evaluation benchmarks and data so you can see how they work, their intended use, and how we assess their performance. And as they get more advanced, we're looking at ways to share even more. It's why we invest in the science of model evaluation, both improving the existing tests and building new ones for risks we haven't yet confronted. And it's why, over many years, we've developed ways to identify and mitigate potential risks before we release a model through risk assessments, scaled evaluations, red teaming, and fine-tuning. And we can monitor aggregate trends in how people use AI in our apps, so we have a feedback loop that can flag potential risks and help us improve our models. As the models improve, the governance around them has to keep pace. So we're innovating with how they learn and apply principles and how they're tested and evaluated, using AI to strengthen checks and balances. Realizing the full promise of AI is as much a matter of getting policy right as it is investment. There are 4 building blocks for AI: talent, energy, data, and compute. Governments and industry need to work together to make sure there's access to each, so we can realize AI's potential and do it in a way that means you can build for your needs, not ours. That's in part about having bold national AI strategies and policies that encourage innovation, not patchworks of inconsistent regulations that make it harder. But above all, it's about collaboration between public and private sectors to deliver these 4 building blocks, and to design and deploy AI that works for your citizens and your economies. I don't want these amazing technologies to be one-size-fits-all. I want them to serve your needs, designed for the challenges and opportunities that are unique to India, to societies across the global south, and all over the world. I want them to serve you as an individual, no matter who you are, where you live, what language you speak, or what culture you're a part of. That's only going to be possible if the public and private sector are on the same side. We need to be partners working together in a spirit of openness and collaboration, and with a sense of shared ambition. I truly believe we're on the cusp of a moment where really anything is possible. We want to work with you to build AI that serves your societies. I hope you'll work with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander Wang. Our heartfelt gratitude to you for your remarks, for sharing your findings as well. And, well, your vision for AI and innovation, it does inspire many of us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please join me now in welcoming Mr. Roy Jacobs, CEO of Philips. Mr. Jacobs leads one of the world's most storied healthcare technology companies through a pivotal transformation, putting AI diagnostics and patient monitoring at the center of Philips' mission. His work sits at the critical intersection of AI and human health, where the stakes could not be higher. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO of Philips, Mr. Roy Jacobs.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. It's a true honor to be here among so many brilliant minds and very bold ambitions. And building off the visionary path of the Prime Minister, I want to share how we are walking that path, designing and developing in India and delivering to the world. And since I have your attention, let me share something that I want to leave behind. We believe that artificial intelligence will have its biggest impact in healthcare. Because healthcare needs it. And maybe some of you are skeptical, but let me try to convince you otherwise. For decades, healthcare has been adopting technology cautiously. And there are different reasons for this. For today, something fundamental has changed in healthcare. Healthcare systems are under immense pressure. Rising demand, chronic disease, stretched workforces, and high expectations of patients and society. The pressure is only accelerating, and that will also accelerate the adoption of data and AI-driven innovation. AI is already today helping to provide better access to care. It's embedded in clinical workflows. It's augmenting human expertise. It's improving imaging precision. It's enabling earlier detection. It's extending care beyond walls. And so the task now is, how do we build an intelligent care system that is predictive, trusted, more effective, and accessible for people everywhere? Because ultimately, it's not about AI or technology. It's about the people that are served by technology and AI. Just consider for a moment the pressure care teams are under. If you ask clinicians what they lack most, the answer is almost always time. Time to think, time to explain, time to connect with patients. In many health systems, nurses and physicians spend hours on documentation and administrative tasks, hours not spent on the patient. AI has the full potential to change that equation. The first wave of AI is about removing friction, automating repetitive steps, reducing clicks, supporting documentation, making systems more intuitive. This may not be flashy, but it is transformative, and it does generate huge impact. When AI listens to a clinical conversation and drafts structured documentation in the background, that is not replacing a clinician, it's giving time back to the clinician. When AI prioritizes work lists so that the most urgent cases rise to the top, it's not making decisions independently, it's supporting better clinical judgment. This is AI working quietly in the background, so clinicians can focus on what matters most. And this is real today. Let me make it even more tangible. Because AI is already reshaping what's possible across healthcare. Imagine a patient in a regional hospital. She has been waiting for weeks for an MRI scan. The backlog is long. The technologists are stressed. Clinicians are not available to support. Traditionally, an MRI required significant manual setup, precise parameter selection, and highly specialized expertise to conduct a scan. Variability was inevitable and access was limited. Now imagine something completely different. The patient arrives for her MRI and checks in smoothly. Her clinical information is already available to the system that will conduct the scan. AI helps position her first time right, accurately, and selects the optimal scan protocol. It's tailored to her autonomy. And as the scan runs, the image quality is continuously monitored and adjusted automatically. This is autonomous MRI scanning. The result? Clear, precise images, delivered efficiently and consistently. The radiologist receives AI-driven insights and quantitative biomarkers. And Philips is working to make that a reality. It means more patients diagnosed earlier, earlier detection of chronic and complex conditions. It expands capacity and access to care. It reduces variability. It scales expertise. And over time, it helps reduce the overall cost of care. And at Philips, we have been laying the groundwork for this future through advanced automation, integrated MR workflows, and an AI engine that scans faster while enhancing quality. We are also leaders in helium-free MRI systems. That's a hardware breakthrough. And together, that does not only make it more sustainable, but it allows us to install MRI systems outside of the hospital, closer to patients, where it was previously not feasible to go to. That means even more access, more resilience, and more patients served. But diagnosis is not the only part of the story. Let's enter a hospital room. There is no lack of data. Actually, there's an overload of data. Many devices, alarms going off, dashboards to be read. Now image a hospital room transformed into a smart healing environment. Data from devices flow into a unified platform, where AI continuously analyzes vital signs and clinical trends. False alarms are reduced. True risks are elevated early. A subtle deterioration pattern in patient is detected by AI hours before it becomes visible. The nurse is alerted within context, not with noise, and the physician receives predictive insights. Preventative action can and will be taken. The true patient crisis never fully materializes. That is the power of Agentic AI. Software that can perceive, reason, and act within defined guardrails, always under human oversight. It reduces burden, it anticipates risks, and it turns data into action. That's how we can give time back. With all of this excitement, we must be clear about one thing. Healthcare runs on trust. AI in healthcare needs to be transparent. It must be validated continuously, not approved just once. It must operate within regulatory frameworks, and those evolve as the technology evolves. Clinicians need to understand how systems arrive at their recommendations. Patients need to know how their data is protected. And regulators need confidence that safety and efficacy is rigorously monitored all the time. Innovation and governance must advance together with speed, because trust determines adoption, and adoption determines the success of valuable application of AI in healthcare. If they move at different speeds, trust erodes. If they move in alignment, adoption accelerates. Now, I'm very happy to be back in India. India represents a remarkable opportunity in this transformation, standing at the intersection of scale, digital infrastructure, and ambition. The country's digital infrastructure, including initiatives under the Ayushman Bharat Digital Health Mission, is laying the foundation for interoperable health records and longitudinal patient data, the foundation for a big data play. Unique health ideas and digital registries create a possibility for the continuity of care for a population at scale. This matters enormously, as we have heard earlier today. AI systems thrive on structured, high-quality, longitudinal data. When patients can be followed across settings, from primary care to hospital, to diagnostics and to the home, the power of predictive analytics increases dramatically. But India also brings something else to the table: real-world complexity at scale. Urban and rural settings, public and private systems, high-end tertiary care systems and primary health centers. The diversity of care environments creates an unparalleled testbed for scalable, resilient solutions. Solutions built for India's scale and constraints have the potential to inform global models of care. And at Philips, we see India as a global innovation engine. We are already here for 97 years. And through our Philips Innovation Campus in Bengaluru and the Healthcare Innovation Center in Pune, we have made significant investments in R&D, manufacturing, digital platforms, AI engineering, and clinical collaboration. Our teams in India contribute to global development as much as to local development. And they do that across imaging, monitoring, and connected care. The work done here does not stay here alone. It shapes solutions deployed around the world. For example, AI algorithms developed and validated with diverse data sets here improve robustness across geographies. That's done by more than 4,000 engineers that we have in India, developing for India and for the world. These software platforms, engineered here, connect ecosystems in multiple markets. Clinical workflow solutions co-created with Indian partners inform designs that scale globally, exactly as the Prime Minister says we are doing that today. And this is the kind of distributed innovation model that healthcare needs. Not isolated breakthroughs, but integrated, globally connected ecosystems. If we look ahead, in 10 years, success will not be defined by the number of algorithms deployed. It will be defined by the outcomes they generate. Earlier detection of disease, fewer avoidable complications, shorter waiting times, greater access, more times for clinicians, nurses, and technicians. The Philips Future Healthcare Index, one of the world's largest recurring health research initiatives, tells a clear story. 76% of Indian healthcare professionals are optimistic that AI can help them improve patient outcomes. 79% of the Indian patients are optimistic that AI can improve their personal health care. This shows us that patients in India are ready for this, and that Indian healthcare professionals are asking for this. And so are policymakers and government, as we heard today. The promise is real. It's for today. Healthcare will move from reactive to predictive, from fragmented to connected, from episodic to continuous. The systems we build today will shape the health of billions tomorrow. So let me return to where I started. AI will have its greatest impact in healthcare for the world. And when we look at this in a decade from now, we will look at the outcomes and impact it has delivered. It will not be remembered for what is optimized on the screen, but for the billions of lives that we could improve with it. That's the responsibility. That's the exciting opportunity. And that's the future that we are committed to building together with all our partners, together here in India and across the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jacob, for your enlightening words and also for highlighting how AI can be a game changer in the field of health sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to welcome Mr. Martin Schroeter, who is the chairman and CEO, Kyndryl. As the leader of the world's largest IT infrastructure services company, spun out of IBM, Mr. Martin Schroeter manages the technology backbone of thousands of enterprises across the globe. His view of what it takes to actually run AI in production environments offers a necessary corrective to summit stage optimism. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the chairman and CEO of Kyndryl, Mr. Martin Schroeter.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. First, I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, for convening this distinguished group of ministers, policymakers, global leaders, fellow CEOs, and of course, everybody watching on the live stream. It is an extraordinary opportunity for us to be here with you as we all focus on how to usher in this new era of AI responsibly for people, for industry, and for our communities. Today, I'm proud to represent the collective knowledge and experience of Kyndryl's engineers, technical practitioners, problem-solving consultants, the people who support the mission-critical systems that the world depends on every day. As the largest IT infrastructure services provider, the question that we continuously come back to at Kyndryl, and one that I suspect many of the policymakers and the business leaders and the technologists and the citizens here among us have, is how do we actually make AI work in the real world for real world impact? Not a demo, not a pilot or an experiment, and not in theory, but in day-to-day operations under real constraints with people working alongside AI agents at national and enterprise scale. Scale means something here in India that's different than anywhere else, where failure of these systems is just not an option. Because when AI moves, when it moves from labs into the systems that power economies, the hospitals and the banks and the transportation networks and the energy grids and the governments, getting it wrong, and these are the systems we run every day, getting it wrong is not just an inconvenience, it actually impacts lives. And these systems sit at the heart of what this summit represents, the people, the planet, and the progress that we're all working on. Progress in all three depends on the ability to operationalize AI reliably and, again, at scale. So today I'll share a bit about what we're learning, working with our global customer base and our partners to close the gap between intelligence and reality, and where AI either becomes part of how we work and how work actually gets done, or never makes it out of the experimentation phase. And what we're seeing is not an innovation problem. The innovation is real, but it's a readiness problem. We've conducted global studies with business and IT leaders countless times, and our research shows that while more than 2/3 of global organizations are already heavily invested in AI, almost half still struggle to see meaningful returns. And in India alone, 75% said their innovation efforts stall after the proof of concept stage. So based on our research and our experience with our customers both in regulated and unregulated industries, the leading indicator for why project stalls, not because of the technology isn't smart, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. It's because we haven't industrialized it yet. AI today is not industrialized. The infrastructure, the data, the operations, and the people simply aren't ready to support AI adoption and deployment at scale. Our customers really want greater clarity and greater support on 4 critical questions. First, on operational conduct, they want to know how to deploy AI when data is fragmented across clouds, across their core systems of record, and at the edge of the environments in which they operate, when business processes were never designed for AI, and when regulations differ by sector and by geography, and when trust, security, and resilience are imperative to how it works. Second, and more systemically, they're asking, can this system really run 24/7 without failure? Can it withstand cyber attacks and outages and data drift and regulatory scrutiny? And can the people trust it when it matters most? And can can they trust the decisions it's going to make? Those are the systems we run every day. Third, they're asking about agentic AI, whether they're truly ready to use it in mission-critical environments. Are they able to meet the regulatory requirements that come with those environments? And are they able to integrate with existing systems? And fourth, they're asking about their workforce. How to prepare people for new ways of working with AI. 9 in 10 leaders expect AI to fundamentally reshape work, yet fewer than 1 in 3 believe their workforce is ready, or that they're equipped to help their teams get there. All of this ladders up to trust. Can leaders trust these AI systems and the insights they provide? And that trust is built when AI operates within clear guardrails, where actions are accountable and transparent and explainable, which is essential for organizations in every industry, and especially in government, in banking, and other regulated environments. These are the core readiness questions and the core readiness challenges that we see every day, and they're at the heart of why so many AI initiatives stall. They remind us that innovation must operate reliably, predictably, and securely, day after day, in the real world. So I'm thrilled that this year's AI Summit is India, because India is one of the world's most important proving grounds for industrializing AI at extraordinary scale. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, India has recognized AI as a strategic national priority, building policy and digital and talent foundations needed to support innovation, and again, at scale. Through initiatives like Digital India and the India AI Mission, and investments in digital public infrastructure, India has positioned itself not just as an adopter of AI, but as a global contributor to how AI can be deployed responsibly and inclusively. AI-powered platforms like the Unified Lending Interface are expanding access to credit at scale, reducing loan times from weeks to minutes, and while improving transparency and inclusion. India's digital experience offers an important lesson for the world when technology must operate at a national scale across public services and financial systems, healthcare, transportation, and energy. Reliability, governance, and human integration are not features, they are prerequisites. Kyndryl is very proud to be a partner to many of India's leading companies and government agencies. Our local engineering teams have built scalable platforms for banking, for citizen services, for telecoms, and for airports to handle the millions of users and transactions every day. At Bangalore International Airport, we've applied agentic AI to shift IT operations from a reactive response to a proactive resilience, supporting self-healing capabilities that improve operational predictability and strengthen trust in the airport's digital backbone. Through our community partnerships in India, we're helping build digital and cybersecurity skills, because safe, responsible AI adoption depends on people being ready, not just technology. And because sophisticated adversaries are already using AI to move at machine speed, tomorrow we're opening a new cyber defense operations center in Bangalore, so we can detect and contain threats that already start at the edge of the network before they become disruptions. So we are deeply committed to helping India and our partners around the world implement AI at the scale to drive people, planet, and progress outcomes. In every part of the globe, conversation about agentic must now shift from intelligence to industrialization, from what AI can do to how it's orchestrated and how it's governed and secured and integrated, and how it's sustained with agents and humans partnering to drive business impact. This is a transition every major technology invention has gone through. Invention comes first, but impact only comes when societies learn how to industrialize it safely, reliably, and at scale. A critical part of this industrialization is operationalizing the governance of AI. That means moving governance out of policy documents and into live systems, embedding auditability, logging, explainability, and compliance directly into how AI operates. We're seeing how our approaches like policy as code can establish clear guardrails for agentic AI to drive trust and compliance, giving regulators, boards, and the citizens alike that confidence in these systems are controlled, accountable, and safe. So what do we do next? excuse me, we get ready by focusing on the fundamentals: infrastructure that can scale, security that earns trust, and people with the skills to operate AI responsibly. This readiness perspective is particularly important for policymakers, excuse me, because the impact of AI not be measured only by productivity gains or economic growth, as important as those are to drive the future. It will also be measured by how institutions help people adapt in the next phase of industrial automation and how work evolves. Excuse me. AI can absolutely change the world. It can change work, it can change skills, it can change mindsets, and it can change operating models. But it will only change, thank you very much. It will only change the world when it is embedded responsibly and reliably into the systems that society depends on every day. The future of AI will not be decided in the research labs or the boardrooms. It'll be decided by the choices and the investments we make now, by how we close the gap between experimentation and industrialization. Excuse me. The work ahead is hard, because this is not just a technology shift, it's a human shift. We have to build trust in AI, we have to reskill our workforces at scale, and we have to ensure these systems are worthy of the societies that depend on them. The responsibility belongs to the companies and the governments alike. And it is a responsibility worth embracing, because when AI is industrialized responsibly, it doesn't just optimize, it strengthens the institutions people rely on every day. And that is how AI truly changes the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Schreiter, for your remarks. And ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to welcome Mr. Olivier Blum, Global CEO, Schneider Electric. Schneider Electric sits at the intersection of two of the most pressing challenges of the AI era: energy efficiency and digital infrastructure. As data centers consume ever-growing share of global power, Olivier Blum is leading the company that is helping make that infrastructure sustainable. Please welcome the Global CEO of Schneider Electric, Mr. Olivier Blum.
Thank you very much. So first of all, I'd like to congratulate the Prime Minister and the entire Indian government and all the associates for this beautiful event. This week has been tremendous, and that put together an ecosystem of stakeholders who are really moving technology to the next level. Now, I'd like to tell you a little bit about my own story. I landed in 2007 in India, was appointed at that point of time managing director of Schneider in India to develop Schneider Electric. And I discovered a country where the major issue was really access to power, access to reliable power. Now I am sitting in front of you, I'm standing actually in front of you as a CEO of a global company, Schneider, almost 20 years later. And guess what? What is the biggest problem of the planet? Access to reliable and clean power. So it's not only the issue of India, it's the issue of the worldwide planet. And we are just at the beginning of a new era, because we are facing issues with access to power in many geographies. You heard many stories of problem of peak load in different geographies, including the US, where you have power cut, and we have not even started the era of AI. What AI changed to the world? AI means more compute means more energy, and we just don't underestimate today. We don't know exactly what it's going to take, but that's going to put the pressure on the energy system, which has nothing to do with what it is today. So we know that energy is already a priority for government, for organizations everywhere in the world. It's even a geopolitical topic. But we are entering a new era where AI could transform the planet. And since this morning, you have heard many speakers talking about how AI could impact our life, our businesses everywhere in the world. But the real question is how we take the energy system to the next level and what AI can bring to make energy more efficient. So we do believe for a company like Schneider, it changed everything, because we are the first time in the history of Schneider, after 190 years in the power sector, where we are at a point where we can connect the physical and the digital world. And it was not possible before. Now, let me look back since 2015, what happened. In 2015, something very important happened in the world, which was the climate agreement, the Paris Agreement, where the world has put a huge focus on energy. And if you remember, at that point of time, a lot of people spent time on the supply, bring clean energy everywhere in the world, which was great. But Schneider Electric was a very, very strong advocate to say, look, working on the supply is very important, but we have to spend even more time to work on the demand side, on how we make energy efficient. And guess what? In the past 10 years, company like us, but not only, we've been really, really strong advocates that if we build a world which is more electric, if we build a world which is more electric and more digital, we might have a path really not only to decarbonize the planet, but to give access to energy everywhere in the world. I think we've made good progress. We've made good progress, but it has been complicated because we faced a lot of resistance in the system. We face resistance with power grid actors. We face resistance by companies implementing those new technology. We know large companies don't like necessarily to put all their data on the cloud. You know, they want to do it on premise and so on and so forth. But let's make it clear, I don't think all the technology were ready everywhere in the world to make energy system much more efficient. So I think it has been a good journey in the sense that we've started really to electrify more and more in the world. But I think we have just started to scratch the surface. Now, let me come to the topic of AI and the conference, and I will come back on energy. I'm sure you are aware that in any kind of report, we are talking about more than 200 gigawatts of capacity that needs to be built in data center in the next coming years by 2030. We say usually that 50% will be AI driven, and we see the acceleration. For a company like Schneider, we see the acceleration since 2 years, and we started to see the acceleration when we built our partnership with NVIDIA, when we started really to understand the next generation of chips that will be used to NVIDIA. For those who are not very familiar with what is a data center, we are talking about a couple of years, about a couple of kilowatts per racks in a data center. Then we move to 10, 20, 30. What we are building right now in India, it's something which is already around 80 kilowatts per racks, even more. And what we are doing in the US right now with the GPU which are available for NVIDIA is already at 150. We are foreseeing a world with NVIDIA where it can go to 500, to 1 megawatt, and that put a tremendous pressure on the energy system. That forced every single company to reinvent the energy system. I'm sure some of you have heard about the concept of 800 volt DCs, so which are the new type of electrical architecture you will need to have for the data center of tomorrow that will be able to power the AI industry. But again, I'm coming back. There is two phases of AI. There is one which is there will be many, many new infrastructure that has to be built, but we have really to invent this next level of infrastructure to make sure that they can support what the AI would need. But the second part of the equation, which is even more exciting for me, is that probably we are entering in a new era where for the first time we can make energy more intelligent. But let's be very realistic. There are a certain number of data from IEA which are telling that to support the global economy, the world will need another 10,000 terawatt-hour of energy to be produced, of electricity to be produced between 24 and 35, and another 12 on top of that between 2035 and 2050. When we are looking with our research team at Schneider Electric who are building energy scenario, we believe that those scenarios don't include what AI will bring to the planet. So the scenario in terms of electrification that you need for the planet is not about making usage more electrical and supporting the electrification of the planet for cars, for heat pumps, for electrification of process. What brings AI on top of that, it's another level of pressure on the energy system. And if you look at this conference, which has been great, where I've learned a lot, where I've spent a lot of time with great people, I've not heard enough about energy. And I've not heard enough about the need to make energy much more intelligent if you want to support the next AI journey. Now, for a company like Schneider Electric, it's really, really fascinating. We created the company 190 years ago. We have been a great company in the physical world. 10 years ago, and I mentioned the Paris Agreement, this is when we decided to make sure that every single asset that will connect, that will sell in the market will have to be connectable. So we are entering a new era where all energy systems are connectable. And if we are able to apply all the great model, all the great foundational model which are being built by a lot of partners with whom we are working in, we can for the first time in our history connect the physical and the digital world. And that's what we call energy intelligence. And by doing so, we believe we can overcome many of the difficulties that we faced in the past 10 years to make energy system more efficient.
That can eventually also solve one of the biggest problems of the planet, which is the climate transition. Because again, it's not only about clean energy, it's about more efficient. And we believe we are entering in this new era where if we are able to connect system, to collect data, to apply foundational model that will connect the physical and the digital world, we can save between 10, 20, 30% of energy consumption in every single application in the world. And I'm just going to tell you and finish with one example. Think about your home. You are all sitting today in this conference, or some of you are connected. And while we are speaking, there is a lot of energy consumption in your home. Tonight you will be back to your home. You have an electrical panel somewhere in your home. Very likely your electrical panel is not connected today. Imagine a world tomorrow where every single panel in the world, electrical panel in a home, will be connected. Imagine a world where you are able to extract data. Imagine a world where you can apply AI agent and where we can manage energy for you while you are not even in your home. You can save again between 10, 20, 30% of your energy consumption. Actually, I can prove it. I'm testing it in my own home, so I'm telling you it works. Maybe you don't know, but consumption of energy in home is the largest consumption of electricity in the world. So, the good news, we are entering in a new era where we know that the world will be more electrical, and for the first time in our history, we can say that the world can become more electrical if we are able really to leverage the power of the new technology. And I will just finish by telling you that why I'm extremely pleased to be here in India, you know, almost 20 years after I started really my journey in this country, is because India has a lot of different factors which are very, very different than the rest of the world. And what I've learned a lot by spending, 6 years of my personal life in India, India is one of the countries where equipment are under tremendous pressure, more than in any other country in the world. Point number 2, India is an extremely cost competitiveness country, where you need to bring the best innovation at the best price. Number 3, the level of innovation. I know in India some people say also jugat in India, but the level of creativity that you can have in India to create new systems that will solve the most complex problem of the planet can be done in this country. And when you look at the number of engineers you have in power, automation, digital, you have all the ingredients which are together at a point of time where we need to make AI a big transformation for the planet. For a company like Schneider, I can tell you it's not only words. India is the third largest country of Schneider Electric in the world. This is the largest one in number of employees, 40,000 employees. You don't know it, but this is the largest R&D center we have in the world with 8,000 employees, largest number of software engineers. So I'm super excited because we are starting a new phase for the planet, a new technology revolution, which is called AI, where India can be the place where a lot of innovation starts with. I came to India, 20 years ago, where we are bringing a lot of product from outside. I think we are at a point of time where India can innovate the next technology that will make the world more efficient. So we call that Schneider Electric Energy Intelligence. I've been very, very excited to be part of the summit. We've met a lot of people from government, from construction company, from technology company, who have really this strong appetite to make sure that AI will bring progress for all, and making sure that India can be at the center of that transformation. And I always say to my team, because now I'm leading Schneider Electric globally, if you can crack the code in India, we'll crack the code everywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bloom, for highlighting all those facts which concern the power consumption so far as AI is concerned, which is, of course, a very important factor, especially when we talk of sustainability, when we talk of innovations. And I must thank Mr. Bloom for highlighting the role of innovation and sustainability so far as energy sector or energy secured future is concerned. And all those numbers which you could see on the screen here were actually mesmerizing. And this also gives hope because on one end, we are talking about how to leverage artificial intelligence in the areas which touch the lives of common people. And at the same time, it's the, like hardware and it's the software part. And when it comes to the hardware part, that is where the whole world is now, moving forward to have more data centers, to have more advanced servers, to have more GPUs installed. And of course, when you talk of power that comes with this hardware, to maintain this hardware, to have a higher computing power, you have to have electricity for cooling and for all those aspects. Well, they're all experts who are sitting here who know all these facts so well. But then this is one important aspect which I think it's raising a big question also in front of the whole world as to how do we find answer to it. I could see the statistics, the numbers which were being showcased for India as well, and then of course, Honorable Prime Minister has given us a goal of zero emissions by 2070, and the way we are moving ahead so far as the non-fossil fuel is concerned, we are really working hard towards that, and the goals that we had set for ourselves, we are trying to achieve those goals well in advance when it comes to the alternative sources of energy. Yes, there are questions which are being raised about all the alternative sources of energy as well when it comes to the environment and the pollution and things like that. There are a lot of questions being raised, but I'm sure, as everybody is hopeful, that the science will find answers to such questions. But for the moment, we are here at AI Impact Summit, and artificial intelligence is helping us find solutions to the common man's problem. And that is what India is aiming at to achieve through this AI Impact Summit. That is, we are looking at those aspects of AI where we can leverage AI, we can use AI to find common solutions to the problems of people, not only in India, but across the world, and especially global south, because we feel that if we find solutions to the problems of India, we are able to provide those solutions to global south, as the factors more or less are really common. The problems are common. So, well, now let me move on to our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite Mr. Arthur Mensch, CEO and co-founder Mistral AI. In just a few years, Arthur Mensch and his co-founders built Mistral AI into Europe's most significant large language model company, proving that world-class frontier AI need not be exclusively an American or Chinese story. His work is a model for what sovereign AI capability can look like. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome CEO and co-founder of Mistral AI, Mr. Arthur Mensch.
So, Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, President Macron, Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to stand before you. I'm the co-founder of Mistral AI, but I'm also someone who believes that AI should be a tool for empowerment and not for dominance. While others may speak about scale or speed, I want to talk about something a bit more fundamental, which is who is in control of AI deployment, who benefits from it, and how can we ensure that it serves the many and not the few. So we believe that the futures belong to the people that are building the AI, that are deploying the AI, and that actually owns it. In a world where multiple digits of the GDP are going to be produced by AI in the coming 2 years, we need to ensure that everyone that runs AI workloads actually have access to the turn on and turn off button, and can actually make sure that there is a business continuity and that they are not dependent on external providers that can actually turn off that button. The global AI landscape is evolving rapidly, but too often the narrative is shaped by a focus on control, surveillance, and geopolitical leverage. There should be another path. At Mistral, we believe in a different future, in a future where openness fosters trust and where autonomy is a fundamental right. Countries and regions which must own their AI destiny. It's not a privilege, but it's a necessity for preserving digital autonomy and for shaping their own futures. So we need to decentralize AI deployment, and the first brick for that is open source. human advancements has always been built on top of sharing knowledge, of openly collaborating on science, on transparency, and on collective work. Open source is not a radical idea. It is what has actually allowed us to build the cloud infrastructure that today we rely on. It is what has allowed us to build a secure internet. Today in AI, we are facing a dichotomy in between open source technology, where a few companies like Mistral are working on making the world knowledge compressed into models that can be used as the basis for creating applications and for serving the enterprise, the states, education, healthcare. And another world where these models are actually compressed by a few large private corporations that actually use them as leverage against their users. The second brick that we believe in is in empowering directly other regions through deep collaboration. So open source is the tool, and if we want to make better open source models, we need to collaborate, and that's what we do with multiple states. We collaborate with their local ecosystems, we collaborate with research institutes to make sure that languages make their way onto our models. Mistral models have always focused on making rare languages more usable, and it's especially the case for Indian languages, which has this 22 languages diversity. We like to collaborate with companies and with research labs that are working on acquiring the content that is needed to make the models better, and that is what is making us wake up every day. Beyond that, and beyond the open source that should become the foundation of artificial intelligence, if we want to make sure that every company and every state actually owns their destiny in the coming economy, which is going to be mostly driven by AI, we need to go beyond the hype and look at what AI can actually do for our daily lives. AI is not about replacing human, it's about giving them a way to delegate many of their tasks. It's about enhancing what serves them, and it's about solving real problems. So at Mistral, we work with public services, we work with healthcare, we work on making sure that citizens can access information in an easier way, in a faster way. We work on making sure that unemployed people, for instance, in France, are actually able to find a job faster thanks to AI assignation. AI should be a tool that empowers people, that empowers businesses, and that ensures that governments can improve the quality of their services, can improve the lives of their citizens, and can improve the quality of life of communities. However, it only works if everybody can access it and if everybody understands how to use it. That's why multilingual AI is actually a very strong necessity. That's also why we need to focus on training people and on bringing them the technology at an affordable price. To do so, we work as a model provider and as a software provider. We work with infrastructure providers across the world to deploy and modify our technology so that it is amenable to large communities, so that our small models can actually be deployed to create products that are cheap to serve and therefore are affordable by the masses. So at Mistral, we're not waiting for the future. We're trying to build practical and impactful solutions on top of the open source models that we're creating. We are creating the enterprise layer on top, which allows to customize systems to make small models that serve purposes, to automate tasks in enterprises so that people can focus on the things that matter and on the creative aspect that is going to be the most important quality in human life thanks to artificial intelligence. And we focus on making impactful solutions. I would say that we are at a risk today in the world to be, we're facing too much concentration of power in artificial intelligence. We don't want to be in a world where 3 or 4 enormous companies actually own the deployment and the making of AI, actually own access to information, because really artificial intelligence is the way we are accessing information today, and actually owns the infrastructure itself, so the entire network that is converting energy into intelligence. We need to make sure that every economic community actually has a strategy to own a part of it, not all of it. We're always going to be partnering, and that is extremely important to accelerate. But ownership and ensuring that nobody gets excessive leverage is going to be critical if we want to ensure that the world we live in remains stable. AI is going to change pretty profoundly the way economy is being run in the next few years. It's going to change the equilibrium in the world. And in order for the equilibrium to remain sustainable and stable, we need to ban excessive leverage. And in that, India is a leader in betting on self-reliance, which is absolutely critical for a country this size. To wrap up, I would say the true potential of artificial intelligence is to level the playing field. This is entirely rewriting the way we build software. It is changing all of the previous established dominations, and it's enabling every country to actually accelerate their economies. It's enabling startups to build large and growing businesses that are disrupting the old incumbents that have been increasing their margins way too much. And it's democratizing access to knowledge. It's enabling non-technical people to start building technical tools. The generation of code, which we have been heavy investors on, especially on and a leader in releasing open source coding models, is enabling a very large community of people that were not builders before and that are becoming builders. And that is definitely going to change the way we look at, the way people look at their jobs, the way people becomes entrepreneur. Becoming an entrepreneur today in every part of the world is made much easier with AI, and we need to accelerate that. To ensure that, on the other hand, the technology we're building is not widening the digital divide, we need to ensure that no language and no culture are left behind. We need to ensure that the technology that we're building is affordable, and therefore our focus on open source is, I believe, a very important aspect. And it's an aspect that requires a community of people that believes in this model, and this model has already proven its benefits in the course of technology in the last 30 years. We believe in partnerships over dependency. So when we work with states, we actually transfer some knowledge on how to build the technology, on how to run it, and we ensure that we can disappear. We ensure that once we have shipped the technology, this is in the hands of our customers, this is in the hands of the partners that we work with. Whether it's collaborating with local governments, whether it's collaborating with businesses or with academic institutions, we're committing to transferring that knowledge. We believe that India's opportunity is extremely large in that its talent, a quarter of our researchers are actually Indians, its diversity of culture, and its ambition, and the size of the market and the size of its industry is giving it immense leverage when it comes to building artificial intelligence that will be differentiated, that will be a major product of export, and that will provide them with even more leverage on the international scene. By controlling its own AI, India can become a global hub for innovation, and it can also lead the way for the entire world. A call to action, I would say we need to seize the moment. This is really an acceleration moment. We've gone from a place where chatbots were actually pretty amusing 2 years ago to a world where now we can delegate tasks over multiple hours and actually have an army of AI delegates that can do a lot of things on our behalf. And so it's enabling anyone to build much faster. But what that also means is that the people that are not catching that wave are going to be left behind. And so to governments, I would say you need to invest in AI infrastructure that you own, that you make sure to distribute to local and regional providers. You need to prioritize investment on local talent. You need to make all of your engineers and everyone better at using AI. You need to invest on content. We're all about compressing knowledge. This is something that humanity has always been doing. And to compress knowledge and to make sure that your language and your culture is represented, the aggregation of content and the usage of those contents to make open source assets is absolutely critical. And the time is really now. We need to not miss that. To the businesses, I would say adopting AI is going to take some time, but it's going to bring immense leverage. And you have unique assets in your companies. You have IP, you have knowledge, you have folklore knowledge. The way you're processing, the way you're operating your business is different from the way your competitors are operating it. And what that means is that you need to build your own AI systems. The same way you train unique employees, you will need to train unique AI agents. And that will only happen if you take a meaningful part of the value chain and you make it internal. Finally, I would say the future is how to shape. The AI revolution is here. The path that it can take is really, there are multiple paths it will take. Will it be a tool of dominance, or will it be a force for empowering people? Will it deepen divides, or will it bridge them? Will it allow will it allow certain countries to leapfrog? We believe it can happen, but we believe it only happens if we work as partners, if we work with a commitment to transparency and openness, and if we choose to look at AI as a next vector of autonomy and a way to ensure that every country remains self-reliant. So we choose a future where AI is built for the many and by the many and for the many, and India and the world deserves nothing less. So I would say let's build it together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mensch, for your compelling insights and also for highlighting the importance of technological independence in this digital era. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite Mr. Rajesh Subramanian, CEO FedEx. At the helm of one of the world's largest logistics networks, Mr. Rajesh Subramanian is deploying artificial intelligence to optimize supply chains, predict demand, and make global trade more efficient. His Vantage Point, moving 15 million packages a day, offers a uniquely grounded view of how AI performs in the real world. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome CEO of FedEx, Mr. Rajesh Subramanian.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction and for the opportunity to participate in this important discussion. Gatherings like this are critical to advancing technology and making global progress collaboratively, responsibly, and equitably. And that's truly our charge at this pivotal moment. The recent exponential growth of AI has the potential to be one of the most significant events in human society since the advancement of electric power systems and the introduction of the internet. AI is no longer a trend. It's the next industrial system, a union of compute, the energy and labor that will redefine how economies operate and how humanity evolves. We understand the science, and now it's about rapid amplification and application. Building AI capabilities is not optional, it's essential. Intelligence is not an asset, it's infrastructure, the foundation of the future of global progress, productivity, and economic growth. As such, we have an opportunity and a responsibility to be more than consumers. We must be architects of AI. Every company, government, and institution should ask, how can we use AI to expand our ability to solve our most pressing problems, from broadening the economy to eradicating disease to improving energy efficiency? One of the most exciting aspects of AI is the potential to turbocharge problem solving at scale. And that's always been the guiding principle at FedEx, to solve problems by connecting people and possibilities. Our journey began at another technological inflection point. Half a century ago, our founder, Frederick W. Smith, realized that we are moving towards a computerized, automated society. He saw the world changing and he seized the opportunity. He created an industry for the computer age, a novel way to move critical goods reliably and at scale. The integrated air and ground network would become a pillar of the modern economy. And flight by flight, route by route, hub by hub, we built a network that connected the world, shaping business, communities, and global commerce. Along with pioneering overnight shipping, we invented tracking. We also fueled a massive growth of high-tech, advanced pharmaceuticals, international trade, and e-commerce. We are indeed the heartbeat of the industrial economy. Now the world is undergoing a fundamental shift. The patterns and the rules of commerce are changing. Impacts from the pandemic and shifts in trade policy are driving towards a new period of re-globalization. Global supply chains are moving from one equilibrium state to another, and FedEx is right in the middle of this transition. In my 35 years at FedEx and monitoring global trade, I've never seen change at this pace and scale. We've also never had a powerful technological force for affecting change. AI is a force multiplier for shaping modern supply chains in a more connected, complex, and opportunity-rich world. We've always been a data-driven company. We have nearly 700 airplanes, 200,000 motorized vehicles, and more than 500,000 team members. We handle $2 trillion in goods annually, move more than 17 million packages daily across 220 countries and territories, and generate 2 petabytes of data every day. We realized the value of our data, our insights, and supply chain intelligence early. And we set about organizing and engineering our data ahead of the current AI revolution. And when you power the industrial economy and generate over 2 petabytes of data, the potential to harness that intelligence with AI to create smarter, more resilient supply chains is immense. And it is a capability only a few organizations on this planet can match. And for the past 50 years, FedEx built the world's most reliable network for moving physical goods. Over the next 50 years, our differentiation will come from orchestrating the intelligence that governs modern commerce. That is our future. And to get there, we're using AI to transform our real-time network data into actionable insights that enable prediction, orchestration, and optimization across the entire supply chain. This is not just visibility into what happened, but intelligence about what will happen next. Identifying vulnerabilities and addressing them before they become disruptions is probably the most crucial element of supply chain resilience. Over the long term, we will power solutions allowing FedEx and our customers to anticipate disruption, to reroute flows, rebalance capacity, and prevent localized issues from becoming systemic failures. More importantly, we are scaling these capabilities responsibly and grounding them in strong data governance, cybersecurity, and ongoing focus on AI literacy so our teams know how to use these tools effectively. Now, this opportunity is not just operational, it's also commercial. We are extending our intelligence through digital tools that solve problems for customers and enable them to optimize their operations. Through collaborations and platform integrations, we can embed our intelligence directly into customer workflows, helping businesses make sourcing, routing, inventory, and fulfillment decisions with near real-time supply chain insights. We create common data platforms with our customers to build the best supply chain solutions together. This goes far beyond a supplier-vendor relationship. Our customers are often co-creators, and many of our digital tools are shaped by the feedback for small and medium businesses seeking to grow internationally. Just one example is our clearance solution have become increasingly important to our customers with ongoing shifts in trade requirements. FedEx Import Tool was first developed in India to simplify international shipping for small and medium enterprises. Their feedback helped us design features such as predictive logistics, automated shipment tracking, and real-time customs updates, all powered by AI. And this is now rolling out globally. What used to be a complex process became much simpler, giving small businesses better visibility and control over their shipments. Our AI-powered capabilities go far beyond traditional logistics, positioning FedEx as the digital backbone of supply, demand, and decision networks across industries. Today, technology is business, and business is technology. As global citizens and leaders, we must think this way. We must use the AI revolution to propel global progress. From our experiences at FedEx, I encourage you all to get in the game. You cannot innovate from the sideline. If you don't like change, you will hate extinction. Seize this opportunity with AI. Our actions must be decisive because the opportunity is genuinely transformative. Ask not why, but why not? Question all ways of thinking, take risks, and embrace change as an opportunity for exploration and growth. And keep asking questions. Nothing will matter more in the age of AI. As AI increasingly contains more of the world's knowledge, it becomes an even more powerful tool for anyone with questions. Have a bias to action. The world is becoming more agile by the day, and action is critical to keep pace. There's also so much more to discover, including tremendous opportunity in how we apply emerging technologies. We have barely scratched the surface on how we use AI and machine learning to manage global supply chains. For a company with legacy of delivering what's next, I cannot tell you what the end state of AI will look like, but I can tell you that we will be ready for it. The transformative potential of AI is immense, and with that potential comes the responsibility to ensure that its benefits are widely accessible. How this latest generation of AI comes to life and how it impacts every aspect of our civilization is up to us. FedEx is ready for this journey. We're embracing AI and eager to solve problems, drive economic growth and global progress, and deliver a better and a brighter future. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Rajesh Subramanian, for your valuable insights and also highlighting the importance of practical application of artificial intelligence in global logistics. Ladies and gentlemen, and I now take the pleasure of introducing our next speaker, Mr. Jeet Adani, Director, Adani Digital Labs, representing the next generation of one of India's most consequential business families. Mr. Jeet Adani is driving Adani Group's ambitions in digital infrastructure and AI. With data centers, green energy, and ports as the foundation, the group is positioning itself as a critical enabler of India's AI economy. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director of Adani Digital Labs, Mr. Jeet Adani.
Distinguished global leaders, innovators, and friends, good afternoon and namaste. We gather here today at a decisive inflection point in history, and it is indeed a privilege to have the opportunity to speak to the audience that is reshaping our world. If you really look at it throughout history, electricity powered industry, oil reshaped geopolitics, and internet transformed commerce. And today, AI is going to redefine sovereignty. The central question before our country, India, is not whether we will adopt AI. The questions are, will India import intelligence or architect it? Will we consume productivity or create it? Will we plug into someone else's system or build it itself? The time for asking these is now over. As my country, India, rises, she does not rise to dominate. She rises to stabilize, she rises to anchor a world searching for balance, and she rises to build systems that are inclusive and enduring. And when India builds technology, she does not build for exclusion or control, she builds for inclusion. But in this geopolitically charged century, I believe that inclusion without capability is weakness, and capability without sovereignty is foreign dependence. So today I want to speak about 3 pillars of sovereignty that will define India's AI century: energy sovereignty, compute and cloud sovereignty, and services sovereignty. These are not technical abstractions, but they are the foundations of modern nationalism. The first pillar, energy, is actually intelligence sovereignty. AI is written in code, but it runs on electricity. As we all know, under peak load, advanced processors generate extraordinary heat. Systems throttle when power falters and performance drops. This is not just an engineering detail, it is the strategic truth. If a nation's energy systems are fragile, its intelligence systems are fragile. In today's AI era, power grids and data grids have become inseparable. This means that India's renewable expansion across solar, wind, and storage is no longer just climate policy, it is strategic infrastructure policy. And energy security is going to be equivalent to intelligence security. In this era, sustainable energy has become our competitive advantage. So what is going to be different in India because of all of this? We see that renewable clusters will co-locate with AI data centers. Industrial corridors will integrate energy and compute planning. Storage and grid stability will become national priorities. The second pillar, compute and cloud sovereignty. If energy is the fuel, compute is the factory. In earlier centuries, nations built steel plants and shipyards. In the digital age, nations invested in semiconductor ecosystems. And in today's AI age, sovereign compute capacity has become strategic infrastructure. It matters now where compute resides, under whose jurisdiction it operates, and who controls this access. Cloud sovereignty does not mean isolation, it means autonomy. It means India must host critical AI workloads domestically. It means we build data center ecosystems at scale. It means domestic access to high-performance compute for our startups, academia, defense, healthcare, and manufacturing. If intelligence infrastructure is concentrated externally, strategic leverage concentrates externally, and external concentration creates national fragility. In earlier centuries, nations have built navies to secure those important trade routes. Today, we build sovereign compute to secure our intelligence routes. And lastly, the third pillar, services sovereignty. We all know that India's IT revolution made us a global digital services powerhouse. But much of the productivity dividend accrued not in our nation, but elsewhere. The AI revolution gives India a once-in-a-century opportunity to change that equation. Our AI must first amplify our Indian productivity. It must enhance our agriculture resilience. It must personalize our education at a massive scale. It must optimize our networks of logistics and ports. It must improve our energy and distribution efficiency. It must modernize our manufacturing competitiveness. It must expand our healthcare and diagnostics across rural India. It must deepen our financial inclusion across tier 2 and 3 towns and villages. AI must become a force multiplier for Indian citizens before it becomes a margin multiplier for others. This is not protectionism, this is preparedness. This is not isolation, this is strategic maturity. Earlier this week, the chairman of the Adani Group made one of the most transformative announcements in India's technology history. Our group will invest $100 billion to build a sovereign, green energy-powered AI infrastructure platform for the nation. This is not just data center expansion. This is the trigger for a 5 gigawatt, $250 billion integrated energy and compute ecosystem engineered to anchor India's intelligence revolution. It signals a decisive shift from importing intelligence to architecting it, from consuming AI to creating it. By integrating renewable energy, grid resilience, and hyperscale compute into a unified architecture, this commitment ensures that India's AI future is not only powered, but secured, sovereign, and built at a national scale. I stand here today as a citizen of the new India. I belong to a generation that did not have to fight for freedom. We received it as a gift secured by sacrifice. But history does not reward inheritance. It rewards guardianship. So today our responsibility is to strengthen it, to secure it, to defend it. This is modern nationalism at its highest form. We must focus on capability over rhetoric, resilience over vulnerability, execution over entitlement. The question is no longer whether India will participate in the AI century. The question is whether the AI century will carry India's imprint in its infrastructure, with her intelligence, with her standards, and most importantly, her values. I believe deeply and without hesitation that she will. Because when India rises, she does not rise to dominate. She rises to stabilize, she rises to build, and she rises to include. And this century will remember that. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Jeet Adani, for sharing your insights with us and your vision, as well as for enriching this August gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to now welcome Mr. Vinod Khosla, founder, Khosla Ventures, co-founder of Sun Microsystems and one of Silicon Valley's most visionary investors. Mr. Vinod Khosla has been making bold bets on AI, on climate, and healthcare for decades. He has argued that AI will replace 80% of the jobs and that this is cause for optimism rather than despair. How? Let's listen to him. Please welcome the founder of Khosla Ventures, Mr. Vinod Khosla.
Good afternoon. I am going to talk to you about some applications of AI that should be done immediately. I'm not going to talk about business or technology or where it's going. I'm going to talk to you about what can be done today. If I can get my slides on the screen. Oh. Okay. So, I'm going to talk to you about what can be done today in the next year or two to reach 1.5 billion people in this country with really impactful immediate benefits. And unless AI benefits the bottom half of the Indian population, we're not going to see a huge amount of impact. So, the first thing I'm going to talk to you that's possible today, and in fact millions of kids in India are using today, is AI-based personal tutors. And I'm going to talk to you about 24/7, almost free doctors available to everybody through AI. This is not helping a doctor, this is building a doctor. And of course, every farmer should have AI-level PhD agronomist available to them in their local small plot. This is all possible. They don't even need to know how to read and write. Just speak and look and take pictures. So, let me start with AI tutors. There's a lot of children in India who don't get much help in their education. In fact, in rural India, teachers don't often show up. So it's very important that this kind of a service be available so every child has their destiny in their own hands. Thank you. The screen wasn't showing my slides. My wife has been running a nonprofit, CK12.org, that offers it now. These are worldwide usage. About 400 million students have already used this service of AI content, which is all free, and AI tutors. In India, 4 million students have benefited by using the AI tutor. More than 12 million have used it constantly. So it is already in widespread use. This is already CBSE compatible, the National Education Policy compatible, the curriculums available in English or Hindi or Odisha or Meghalaya in these state standards. Plenty of studies to show that they can be very efficacious. Does a student learn better with AI than without? In fact, I would venture to guess a student learns better with AI than if they had a personal tutor. Rich people can afford personal tutors. They won't do as well as people who have access to this AI. It's a holistic kind of approach. I won't go into much. It's a pretty complex system that, and I won't go into the complexity of the system, but this is not just a chatbot. This is not just a key sort of use AI simply. This has been built based on, and we've been working with Sarvam here in India to propose Diksha, which is a large collection of content in India, which is mostly unusable, to be honest, and build a 3.0 version of Diksha, which is an AI-first experience. This is built on billions of student questions that have already been asked on the CK12 website, billions, that is used to train the model to know how to teach a student. So it also has a teacher professional development curriculum. So teachers can keep up with it and keep up with most modern education. Again, compatible with the national education standards in India and the CBSE curriculum. Before I go talk about AI doctors, I'm going to make a couple of comments. The AI tutors I'm talking about are far superior to human tutors. Here's what they can do. They can quickly assess a student where they are in minutes, 10 minutes or 15 minutes, and then teach a tutor to the gaps in what the student doesn't know through a complex process called tracing, knowledge tracing, or keeping their tracing what they don't know. Moving on to AI doctors, which are also entirely possible today. In fact, these will make available 24/7 to every Indian for almost trivial or no cost. Full primary care expertise, full disease management. Chronic disease in India is been going up very, very dramatically. Free mental health therapy, free physical therapy, and health and nutrition coaching. A level of comprehensiveness in AI health that isn't available to the people who have the highest, most best paid doctors in the world. None of this is available at this level, even in the US or most Western countries. More than that is possible here for almost no cost. So, and of course, these AIs will be smart enough to know when to triage up to a human to do whatever functions only humans can do. But let me not delude you. There's very little a human doctor can do that this AI can't do today, other than the physical parts. If they have to feel your stomach, of course an AI can't do that yet. I also fundamentally believe these services, AI-based doctors and AI-based personal tutors, should be part of the Aadhaar system. Aadhaar allowed us to offer UPI. There's no reason we can't offer on the same identity-based system where the hard work has already been done within a year or two to every Indian these services. So what I'm specifically proposing, to build a Section 8 non-profit company to build, operate, and transfer into the Aadhaar ecosystem such systems. I think they're relatively simple to do. They need many cycles of iteration to adapt specifically to Indian conditions, all the Indic languages, all the difference in diseases in each part of India. So I'm very, very excited about this. And what you can do for not only education, healthcare, the third element I want to talk about is agronomy. Having every farmer have a PhD level agronomist available locally 24/7, alongside a UPI-like service as part of the Aadhaar system. A tutor that can gauge students, it can find and teach the gaps in students, and make the current Diksha system much more useful, much more friendly, and leverage all the great content that is in the Diksha system in India today, but is not really usable because there's no way to organize it and have an AI tell you what part of this vast library is relevant to you on the day you're trying to do your homework or prepare for a test. You can multiply India's doctors' resources. So many years ago, I looked at the question of how you could scale the doctor-patient ratio in India to the same level that is in the West, like in the United States. And it wasn't possible, even if you had $1 trillion in decades to do this. That's how far behind we are, but this will get us in India an opportunity to get well far ahead of the level of care available in a country like the United States, at least at the doctor level. There's still surgeries, there's still drugs. Those are separate matter, all areas in which AI can help. But that's sort of my hope. So the AI talks directly to patients. It diagnoses, prescribes tests, prescriptions. We are using technology from a company that's been developed over the last 5 years, and with Sarvam's help and adaptation to Indian languages using the Sarvam model. And you start with physician approval of the dialogue, so you oversee the AI with the doctor initially for the first couple of years. So think of AI as an intern, fresh graduate, an MBBS graduate who works for the doctor. They let them do a lot of things, but then they oversee them and watch that. And that's the model I propose is possible in the next year or two. And within 2 or 3 years, I think that need for supervision will go away. And of course, there's emergencies and times you have to send somebody to the emergency room or the hospital, so AI can do that. The same is possible with agronomy. This is the third service. I won't go through the details of this. I will try and finish up here. But I want to finish by saying the future is here today. These massive impact services that couldn't be done with hundreds of billions of dollars can be done very, very cheaply. Scale medicine, scale teaching, scale education, scale agronomy, and these services impact the bottom half of the population more, and they need it more than almost anybody else. That's exciting. If we don't do that, it is a massive opportunity loss for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khosla. It was a pleasure listening to you and all your wonderful ideas, giving solutions, AI solutions to India's problems. And no doubt, AI can be a game changer to make this world a better place. And such ideas, I'm sure, will help us achieve that goal too. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Nikesh Arora, CEO, Palo Alto Networks. As cyber threats grow more sophisticated with every advance in AI, Mr. Nikesh Arora has built Palo Alto Networks into the world's leading cybersecurity company by platforming defense. A former president of SoftBank and senior Google executive, he brings rare breadth to the challenge of securing our AI future. Please welcome the CEO of Palo Alto Networks, Mr. Nikesh Arora.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for being here. I want to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for bringing us all together. And as many of you were here this morning, not unlike Sundar from Google, about 40 years ago, I used to take the Prayagraj Express from New Delhi to Varanasi, a city that was a city of temples and had the revered Banaras in the university, which is now a hotbed of AI innovation. You've spent the morning hearing about AI's vast potential, from curing ancient diseases to Dario's idea of having a country full of geniuses in a data center. Having spent my career at the intersection of major technological shifts, I can say I have never seen anything that has moved so fast from a technological perspective. Coincidentally, it was about 3 years ago, I was on my way to BHU to give the convocation address, and ChatGPT came out. That moment changed everything. AI is accelerating faster than our institutions, our governance frameworks, and even our intuition. This widening gap, if not handled right, is going to become a tangible threat to national security, economic stability, and social cohesion, making it a defining challenge of our era. As an eternal optimist and representing the world's largest cybersecurity company, I'm not here to throw cold water on our optimism and the idea that AI is going to solve every problem. I'm just here to come and say that for us to enjoy the benefits of AI, we have to make sure we have to solve for inclusion, for trust, and for safety while we continue to make advances on AI. I would say at the current moment, the balance is tilted not in the favor of trust, inclusion, and security. It's actually tilted in the favor of speed. You're seeing features and capabilities coming out as fast as they can, probably faster than we can absorb them. Every morning you wake up and something new happens. There are agents that are doing things for us. There are new models being thrown out which can make music. I only don't know where this is going to stop. So while we've been enjoying the capabilities of Claude, ChatGPT, Gemini, which are teaching us how to do all kinds of stuff, AI has already moved on. We're now battling towards the agentic future, where the agents are going to take care of everything, and we're going to kind of lose control. The challenge we have is, we talk about agents. If you think about it, Sundar also mentioned Waymo, a car that will drive you from point A to point B. That car is effectively an agent. That agent used to be a driver who's no longer a human being. It's an agent. It's going to drive you everywhere. That was a very expensive agent. It took a lot of training to train that agent over a lot of time. However, it does give us a glimpse into the future, a future where we can actually build a trustworthy agent that can take over the task of a human being. But I was at Google in 2009, and I remember riding the first iteration of a self-driving car. That was 16 years ago. So it's taken a long time to get one job replaced by an agent. So all of those of you who are really worried that our jobs are going to go away, it's going to take a little longer than you think. We're not going to trust agents that easily and that quickly. However, for us to be able to trust agents, once again, we have to build a future where the ideas of safety, the idea of security, the idea that we can trust an agent are developed cohesively with technology, not outside of that technology. So, and once you get there, you realize we're not going to stop at software agents. I think if you saw the Lunar Year celebration in China, there were robots which are dancing and flipping around much better than actually I can do. So I'm sure most of us would not be able to compete with the robots. These are version 1s of robots. Imagine these things are going to be changing light bulbs and digging streets in the middle of the night when there's no electricity, there's no lights because they don't need lights. They can operate without lights. They can operate without food. They can operate without anything. There is a rumor that these are the things that are going to be sent to build the data center in Mars. It won't be humans because Mars is not quite friendly from an oxygen perspective yet. So if you believe that that's what the future entails, there's a lot of questions that it brings up. It brings up questions of how are we going to take care of these agents if they go rogue? How are we going to manage these physical agents? How are we going to control them? How are we going to govern them? So all these are challenges that we have to solve collectively before we go ahead and go live this beautiful future of AI. So from our perspective, from a cybersecurity perspective, from a governance perspective, I think there are three big challenges we have to solve. I think the first challenge is the challenge of governance and accountability. In the early stages of AI adoption, systems are advisory. You ask it to write a letter to your girlfriend, ask ChatGPT to write a letter to your parent, a thank you letter, it can do that. That's pretty cool. It's an advisory system, you can change it, you're a man in the middle, you're in control. This is great. Very soon you will give control to an agent, which is going to be your agent, it's going to do things for you. That's okay too. As soon as you give control to an agent which can act with its own agency, now you have to worry about who's responsible for the actions of those agents. If you use them in a social context, who's responsible? If you use them in enterprise, company context, who's responsible? If your agent starts giving away money, who's responsible? If an agent goes ahead and balances your portfolio the wrong way, who's responsible? So there is a whole series of questions that are going to kick in from a governance and accountability perspective at an individual level, at a nation state level, at a global level. These are problems that need to be solved. That is why we have to come to summits like this and talk about this from a public-private partnership perspective, because the extreme option is let's ban it. If you ban it, it'll go away. It's not going. AI is not going to go away if you govern it out of existence. It cannot be governed out of existence. So we have to figure out how to sit down and solve the governance and accountability problem before it's too late. If you don't solve that problem, we will erode trust in AI. If you erode trust in AI, it's going to cause a series of problems that we're not going to be able to solve. So the second problem that we're going to run into with AI is this problem of human impact. AI is currently threatening to take away jobs. AI is currently threatening to take away agency from human beings. I think it's important for us to understand how that was going to manifest itself. I think many people have talked about that every technology inflection in history has resulted in a significant period of societal and economic disruption. But ultimately, every inflection we've had, whether it's agriculture, industrial revolution, electricity, you pick the favorite one that you want, it has resulted in upskilling and reskilling of society. I think the farm agronomy production is up 20x and the number of farmers is down 90%. So we found a way of retraining people, upskilling people without social uprising. And we need to figure out how to understand the human impact of this, how to build plans from an upskilling perspective. I have a conviction that we're going to need 5 times the number of technology people in the future than we have today. So we need people to work on these things. Who is going to train the robot who's going to dig the street? Who's going to train the robot that's going to build buildings for us? Who's going to train the robot that's going to go out and build a data center? That requires training, that requires development, that requires people who understand how AI works, how technology works. So there is a solution to the problem if you're an optimist. The solution is to sit down and plan for it, to understand how to make the social change happen simultaneously while Sam, Dario, and Sundar are busy building these amazing models for the future. And last but not the least, as you know, since I work in cybersecurity, it is important to understand there is a security problem. The security problem manifests itself in many ways. There's lots of data being used, and AI is going to consume more and more data. As I don't know if you experienced the new models, the model says, let me know more about you so I can be most helpful. My fear is in about 6 months, if I'm talking to my AI model, it might know more things about me than I've told my wife. So I don't want my wife to get her hand on my Gemini prompt because I'm surprised what it might tell her. But if you expand that and take that more seriously, you will see that AI is going to become your therapist, it's going to become your nutritionist, it's going to become your advisor, it's going to become your friend when you're lonely, and you're going to tell it things that you don't tell anybody. That's fine. Do whatever makes you happy. But when you do that, the risk is if that data falls in the wrong hands, it's not a good idea. So you have data concerns. What do you do with data that you're feeding AI? How does it stay segregated? How does it stay that belongs to you? You have a problem where we're using the biggest application today for LLMs is coding. Well, that's great. Code can be malicious. Code can be tampered with. So you got to make sure as people are busy writing code and rebuilding your systems, your companies, we have to build a secure system around the code to make sure that AI is doing it in a secure manner. You have problems with agents. We talked about agents. Great. How are you going to make sure that the robot that you bought to go do your dishes and your laundry at home doesn't go rogue and start threatening you? How are you going to make sure that nobody can intercept the control system of the robot and it starts to go rogue on you? You need security. You need to make sure that this is built in a way that it can be secured, governed, and controlled. Including that, you also have to worry about adversarial AI. What if AI turns against you? How are you going to make sure that we build security systems? Where is the kill switch if AI starts to act in a way that is not good for us? I'm not trying to scare you. These are all problems that we can solve collectively. But there are problems that we have to tackle whilst we're busy getting excited about AI. So we have to solve the problem of governance and accountability. We have to solve the problem of social and human impact. And we have to solve the problem of cybersecurity or safety as we build these AI models. However, despite the complexity of these challenges, I remain deeply optimistic. I think this optimism is because of the unparalleled strength and progress we've seen. In 3 years, we've actually painted the future which none of us had imagined 3 years ago. So if we can do that, I'm sure we can collectively solve the problems if we put our hearts and minds to it. And I know there are many such companies that are inclined in such a way. There are many governance bodies that are inclined towards solving this problem. Because we have something no model can replicate. We have human judgment, we have shared values, and we have the ability to collaborate. So I think that's important. That's why we come to places like this, to talk about this with each other, to collaborate, to be able to solve these problems. India has already shown the world what is possible when innovation is paired with inclusion through digital public infrastructure, systems like Aadhaar and UPI. They demonstrate how technology, deployed with public good in mind and scaled across a vast population, can leapfrog traditional development methodologies. I hope we can apply the same energy in India to solving the problem of AI to make it more inclusive, more fair, more social, more trustworthy. With that, thank you very much for listening. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Nikesh Arora. We deeply appreciate your perspective, and your remarks have actually strengthened our understanding of digital resilience in this rapidly changing world. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite on stage our next speaker, who's a woman of substance, who's been placed among the top 50 women leaders by Fortune magazine 6 times. She is one of India's most influential business leaders, Ms. Roshni Nadar Malhotra, chairperson HCL Technologies, who has steered HCL Technologies through a period of remarkable growth while also championing education and the arts through the Shiv Nadar Foundation, which is one of the largest philanthropic foundations based out of India. Her leadership brings both business rigor and social purpose to the technology conversations. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Ms. Roshni Nadar Malhotra.
Thank you. Respected leaders, distinguished guests, and everyone who has joined us here today, a very good afternoon to you all. By now, every major theme has been covered. The trillion-dollar projections, the model sizes, the disruption curves, the productivity deltas. So let me try and draw your attention more on perspective rather than information. Every decade has a defining sound. In the 1990s, it was the hum of the dial-up modem connecting India to a newly globalizing world. In the 2000s, it was the ringtone of the mobile revolution, placing communication in every hand. In the 2010s, it was the silent scroll of the smartphone, reshaping how we live, work, and learn. Today, the defining sound of our era is quieter still. It is the invisible hum of neural networks, learning, reasoning, creating, reshaping the foundations of society itself. Artificial intelligence is no longer something we switch on and switch off. It is with us at all times, even when we sleep. It is an assistant, a guide, a teacher, sometimes even a companion. From the most mundane tasks to the most advanced scientific discovery, AI is becoming all-encompassing. But this is not merely another technology cycle. This is a structural shift. For the first time in history, knowledge itself is being commoditized. When knowledge becomes programmable, industries are redefined rather than merely evolving. Business models change. Individuals are empowered more than ever. Nations have an opportunity to accelerate growth and move up the order. Our generation is fortunate. We are witnessing multiple technology revolutions within a single lifetime. Yet what truly distinguishes this moment is not just scale, but speed. When knowledge and intelligence becomes abundant, judgment becomes scarce. When answers are instant, questions become valuable. The competitive edge in the AI era is not computing power. It is clarity of thinking. We began this AI journey with awe. Can machine write? Can they see? Can they reason? Can they create? Today, those questions are getting answered at an accelerated speed. So instead of telling you what AI will do, let me suggest something more uncomfortable. AI is a mirror. It will reveal who we already are. The real question is not what AI can do, but how responsibly we will deploy it, how inclusively we will scale it, and how wisely we will govern it. Technology is a game changer, but only as long as humanity remains its master. This summit, therefore, is not just about AI alone, but also about leadership. Every technological revolution eventually asks a human question. The printing press asked, what should be preserved? The internet asked, what should be connected? AI asks, what should be delegated? And that question forces another. What is uniquely human? If AI writes, calculates, diagnoses, predicts, then leadership must mean more than knowing things. It must mean deciding things. For decades, India's technology growth followed a simple question. Scale drove revenue. As delivery expanded, so did output, influence, and global credibility. That model powered corporate success and became central to India's export story. AI is reshaping that equation, shifting us from scale-led growth to intelligence-led growth. The future will not be built by doing more of the same, but by reimagining how value is created. AI carries a powerful duality. It is both deflationary and expansive. It reduces cost, time, and effort through automation, while simultaneously unlocking new markets, industries, and possibilities. As knowledge becomes commoditized, differentiation shifts. The real question is not whether disruption will come, but whether we will lead it. And I believe HCL Tech will lead it. We are evolving from a people-centric delivery model to an integrated system of software products, intelligent agents, and human expertise, delivering outcomes at scale. This is more than just a business shift. It reflects a broader national ambition to build intellectual property that creates enduring compounding value. India must move from being a tech services-led nation to an IP-led nation. Services scale with effort. IP scales infinitely. In the AI economy, value accrues to those who build and own platforms, models, and products, not just those who deploy them. That shift is not only economic, it is transformative. And this is not new for HCL or to HCL. 50 years ago, in 1976, Shiv Nadu founded HCL as one of India's earliest bootstrap technology startups. By 1978, India's first indigenous computer had been built and found a place in many homes all over India. HCL was driven by a belief in building, not adopting. That belief, that DNA, those guts, that grit, continues to guide HCL Tech even today. We are moving beyond traditional delivery to a unified model where software, intelligent systems, and human expertise operate as one, driving measurable, scalable outcomes. Alongside this shift, we are building entirely new AI-led service lines. AI Factory designs and manages next-generation AI infrastructure. Physical AI brings intelligence into the real world, where systems sense, understand, act autonomously, robots with embedded decision-making, warehouses that optimize themselves, and infrastructure that anticipates failure before it even occurs. This reinvention will multiply opportunities, create new industries, new professions, and avenues of employment for India's vast talent, while expanding economic prosperity for the nation. How do we make this transition? If AI will define not just companies, but countries, then this is a strategic shift, and it requires 3 decisive moves. First, from scale-led growth to IP-led value creation. IP compounds. It strengthens competitiveness, anchors strategic autonomy, and ensures long-term economic resilience. Second, from adopting to building. Deployment matters. Ownership transforms. Nations that build models, platforms, and software will define the era. India has the talent, the scale, and the complexity to be the ultimate test bed. Third, from fragmented effort to national AI infrastructure. Compute must be treated as digital public infrastructure. Democratized compute can unlock innovation across startups, universities, enterprises, and institutions. When compute is accessible, innovation decentralizes. When innovation decentralizes, IP multiplies. That is how an IP nation is built, not one by champion, but by an ecosystem. But ambition without purpose is incomplete. The true test of AI is not how fast it scales, but whom it serves. Responsible AI is not a feature, it is a foundation. From awe to accountability, that is the journey. Speed is meaningless without control. Scale is unsustainable without trust. Now, at HCL, we have 226,000 HCL techies with an average age of 26 or 27, similar to the average age of our nation. So I talk to them. You've been following the T20 World Cup. You'll know that India won by 61 runs on Saturday in Colombo. What a match. And if you watched Ishan Kishan's innings, 77 of 40 balls, you saw something that is a perfect analogy for AI. In T20 cricket, when a power hitter walks in and starts clearing the boundary from ball 1, the captain doesn't take her fielders off the field. She resets the field. Deeper on long on, a sweeper on the leg side, third man back. Every ball, the field has to adapt, not because the fielders are less important, but because the nature of the game has changed. The batsman is hitting harder and faster than ever before, and the only way to compete is with smarter positioning, sharper reflexes, and better anticipation. AI is the power hitter. It is clearing boundaries that used to require entire teams. But the game is not batsman versus nobody. AI is a team sport. Our job is to set the field, to position our nation where the ball is going, not where it was, to invest in the skills that AI cannot replicate, the ability to read the game, to anticipate, to make the judgment call in the moment that no algorithm would risk. India is repositioning. HCL Tech is repositioning. And the repositioning will be deliberate, and it will be supported. Let us commit to building AI that serves people, protects the planet, and accelerates progress. I started with the sound of the decade. The hum of AI will define this decade. But what the world would remember for centuries is the leadership who shaped it responsibly, wisely, and with clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Roshni Nader Malhotra, for your inspiring reflections and also for highlighting the transformative role of artificial intelligence, as well as the disruptive role of artificial intelligence, drawing our attention to it in shaping our future. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to introduce the speakers for a ministerial conversation. The speakers in this fireside conversation is Her Excellency Sina Lawson, Minister of Digital Transformation, Togo; His Excellency Nizar Patria, Vice Minister of Communications, Indonesia; His Excellency Rafat Hindi, Minister of Communications, Egypt. Minister Lawson has made Togo one of Africa's most watched digital transformation stories, building mobile-first government services that reach citizens who were previously entirely excluded from the formal economy. Her work is a reminder that AI's greatest opportunities may lie in the global south. Minister Patria, representing the world's fourth most populous nation and one of Southeast Asia's fastest growing digital economies, His Excellency is navigating the complex challenge of building AI policy for a country of 270 million people spread across 17,000 islands. Egypt is positioning itself as an AI hub for the Arab world and Africa, and Minister Hindi is leading that change. With a young population and growing digital infrastructure, Egypt's ambitions are both compelling and instructive for developing nations navigating the AI transition. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite our speakers. Please, with a big round of applause, I would like to
welcome.
Thank you.
Congratulations on behalf of the entire network, as well as hundreds and millions of Indians who really would want you to first tell us about this moment and how significant it is, because the world of AI is still being discovered, and the tens of thousands who have come here are experiencing it. They want to touch and feel it. But you have done something that till a few months ago many people said, oh, India can't, India shouldn't, it will take too much money, too much effort. How does it feel?
No, I'll accept your congratulations on behalf of a very hard-working team.
Absolutely.
Really slogged and built something with a lot of energy and passion. AI is something which is something everybody experiences today. You all use variety of tools. And there's a lot India is doing in using AI, right? Variety of use cases across enterprise, people, and so on. What we are looking at is building AI. Can we actually build our own AI? Why? Because, we are in a post-AI world. We are never going to go back to pre-LLMs, large language models. So such an important country and such an important technology cannot not have an overlap, right? India should be building its own thing. What we have tried to do is, in a period of the last 6-7 months since we got support from the government, be able to take a large amount of GPUs or compute power and train our own large language models, which are meaningfully large so that they are useful and competitive with global benchmarks of how these models perform on various tasks.
Without getting too technical, is it now a stage where instead of using the word LLM, we should use the word ILM, Indian language model?
Sure. I mean, I think these interestingly, these technical words are becoming day-to-day words now, right? So I think it's a very exciting area.
Okay. Explain to us what this journey has meant. How did you get here? Because I'm coming to that point again. Someone as famous as Sam Altman kind of said that, India shouldn't be even trying to do this. Indians are known for frugal engineering, for jugaad. What has this journey been? What has it meant for you and your hardworking team?
I think there are two sides to this notion of frugality, right? I think sometimes it is thought of as jugaad as a hacky solution, not doing the right thing, finding some other workaround. The other thing is actually doing it in a resource efficient way, right? If you think about it, the training of these large language models was made up as a thing that will take billions of dollars, and only a couple of companies should be doing it. What we have managed to do is significantly lower amount of resources, train significantly useful models, right? And notice that we did two things. One is, of course, we did the hard work ourselves and made it happen. And secondly, in the period of the last 2 years, the technology has also become so much better that the cost of building these models has reduced, right? So we are in a deflationary world of AI itself. So in that sense, those moats around, hey, only a couple of companies will build LLMs for the whole world, they are not there. In fact, we're at the Impact Summit today, President Macron and Prime Minister Modi ji also talked about this, that you have to build AI together. You can't make it, you have to make it a public good rather than saying it's a monopoly of a few companies.
We've all grown up with the oil monopoly. Those countries that have oil and those which don't have. You have bridged that gap as far as India is concerned. The United States and China are considered superpowers in the AI race. With what you have done and others who will follow, there are a couple of other launches that have also happened of a different kind. How far are we from becoming like the third of the Trimurti in AI in the world?
I would say that we have a long way to go, primarily because what is the goal for us? Divorced from other people and what they are doing for us, the goal is that the technology should be accessible to all, right? That is where India has succeeded, whether you take Aadhaar, whether you take UPI and so on. AI must follow that template. That's when India's potential will be at the world standard, right? And to do that, we need to take these models and make them available to people in a variety of use cases. So the diffusion from, hey, I trained a model to actually I am using the model at a population scale, that is a transition we should make. And in fact, we have focused quite a bit on that. We have tried to make our models very efficient so that they can, when they are running, the resource consumption is also smaller, right? But creating those use cases and getting it in the hands of people across the length and breadth of the country, that is a problem worth solving. Of course, people like us will continue building the next model, keep competing globally, etc. But as a nation, our goal should be get it in the hands of as many people as possible.
Okay. Now explain to those who have still not sort of experienced Sarvam AI, and I know you're kind of going to continue to roll out features. It's like virtually hours old. What does it mean for the average common Indian? What kind of capability, advancement can it put in his or her hands?
We're very soon going to be having an app, okay, which you can download on your favorite app store and actually play with it. It's going to be like any other chatbot. Very soon in the coming 1 or 2 days, you should be having it, and then you really experience it for yourself, right? And that's when it becomes real for people as to what it is. It is our own model, trained from scratch with our own data sets. Now I'm using it. That is the moment when probably people will experience it.
Training on our own data sets, why is it so important?
Well, if you think about it, a large language model is a product of the data, right? So whatever it knows, the inclinations it has, the biases it has, is a function of what is in the data. So our ability to control what data we feed in becomes important, right? And hence, being able to say, I'm using only this data and not this other data, or being able to say that later I will remove this data because I am controlling the data layer is very critical. So that's essentially the raw material that makes these models.
Perhaps a question that the ignorant would ask you, but I still have to ask. If you are trained on Indian data, does it mean that global knowledge, global data is excluded from this model?
Not at all. See, these are general purpose models. So in fact, they get better if you are showing it more data. There are technical aspects to this. The model should have a wide breadth of knowledge, right? Like you and I would want to read. We would like to read everything, and then have our own views around it. So there is a phase in the training when you show it the world's knowledge, and there's a phase in the training where you align the model to the values you consider important, right? Both are important. And the alignment happens in the values and data sets that you care about while you've shown it the world's knowledge.
Once the app drops, and I know it's probably going to be the fastest downloaded app in recent history, what will I be able to do with it? What will a student be able to do with it? What will a healthcare provider be able to do with it?
Yeah, you'll be able to chat with it, and you'll be able to chat with it in English and Indian languages. You'll be able to ask a question in voice. You'll be able to get responses to it, what the model knows, but also what it can find on the web. So students can ask questions on their topics. You might have a farmer in a village asking about some schemes he can apply to get answers to it. And if you are just looking for the nearby restaurant, you can also ask that, and the model would be able to answer that. So general purpose AI in your fingertips, built in India, with support for Indian languages.
Pratyush, in the digital divide that many countries have seen, especially in the developing world, one of the ways that we have in India bridged the digital divide is by voice enablement and access, especially for those who are not able to read and write fully. Was that behind your strategy to kind of be voice first, if I may describe it that way?
Yeah, absolutely. See, as you said, right, India is a voice first nation. Typing Indian language is not something that comes naturally to us. I mean, you can if you want to. The amount of WhatsApp voice usage that we do in the country is off the roofs. So it's a very natural thing. People are on the train, they just quickly say something and so on, right? So voice, I think, is a natural medium. We use it far more in India. Sometimes in, let's say, Western Europe, people don't even like to be speaking out to a phone, and so there are cultural choices around that, right? But the challenge is we have so many languages, and we have noisy environments, and you need voice AI to work in the presence of all that. That's the hard part. But the fact that this is the right modality is obvious.
Pratyush, doing it in the time and manner in which you have done it is something that will continue to sink in, and as more details filter out. But I want to ask you, not just the fact that you've done a sovereign model, but from a startup point of view, two parts to it. What does your story mean to aspiring startups and founders in India? And second, how critical has government support been in this? Because I have seen various other initiatives where the government has tried to seed and pump prime various new innovations over the last decades. I would say yours is one of the finest examples of a very quick turnaround. What are your views about that?
So on the first question, right, I think there are different entrepreneurial journeys that you can have. We are on a deep tech journey. And the way I define that is, instead of looking at a business model innovation, we are looking at a deep technical innovation. And for that, it is very important to think of what technical metric are you improving on and set that as the goal, rather than financial metrics and so on. I was talking to Vinod Khosla, he's one of our mentors, a very famous venture capitalist from the Silicon Valley. And he was talking about how he spends all his days looking at only technology and not, finance and other things. I think that is a deep tech mentality. And for us, the metric was, let's just figure out what fraction of knowledge required to build a large language model that is globally competitive can we do in-house. And that is a fraction. When we kept on doing various things in our journey to maximize that, and today I think is a good inflection point. We've reached a place where we have trained a model that is competitive.
So when you say globally competitive, what are your own aims? A year down the line, what do you aspire to have in this model?
No, these models continue to improve very rapidly. That's the great thing about this technology. The levers of improvement are very strong still. So we will continue to improve the models. But our primary goal for the next several months would be to ensure this reaches more people. How can we have infrastructure in the country to actually maximize the availability, access to this technology? In fact, on the access side, we're also looking at things like devices. We're building smart glasses.
I was going to come to that. Go ahead, please. You are not wearing one
I'm
yet.
not wearing now. Because I still have a power, so we are yet to fit power glasses into that. We'll definitely do it. But I think the point is, we are genuinely excited by what people will do when they touch this technology, right? Technology is very good. I mean, it was unprecedented what it can do. But we are living in a shadow where the technology is far better than the enablement for people, right? And with things like smart glasses, we are trying to ensure that even when people are on the move, they're able to get access to the intelligence anywhere and everywhere, and actually build stuff with it.
In terms of your rollout prioritization, smart glasses and the foundation model together, was that by design or did it happen by default, iterate and reiterate kind of scenario? No,
we have some crazy cultures. We make some discrete bets here and there sometimes, right? Of course, all with a deep tech. But by the way, the glasses are designed and will be built in India, right? Even the design. So it's not like we picked something from somewhere.
Congrats for that too.
Yeah, we picked something and put it together, because that's when we create a long-term value add, right? And we are interested in the long-term value add at Sarvam. So yeah, so it was one of those crazy decisions, but we made that. Yes.
I wish you many more such crazy decisions. Where will the greatest success be seen in AI in India in terms of the application? And if you can, give us a sense of both enterprise level as well as the mass consumer level.
Good question. I think enterprises are yet to deeply adopt this technology. They have been trying and some successes have been there. I think this year will start to become an inflection point where much more reliable ways of looking at deployments will occur. For example, in voice AI, where bots call you and do some interesting things. We are now able to do millions of minutes of voice calling per day on our platform, right? I see that growing double-digit percentage per month. Because voice AI will become an infrastructure. Whether it's customer care, whether it's informing somebody, whether it is doing a survey, you would be able to maximize your access to customers or citizens. On the consumer side, there are, of course, chat apps that are all out there. I'm very excited about device form factors because it has an appeal where you want to buy it, you want to experience it, you want to touch it, and then there are developers who can build interesting things with it. For example, if I'm wearing the glasses now, I would have showed you that our conversation would be recorded, and I can summarize in 3 bullet points in Tamil and play it out, right? And I can go write that. I can write it, do it this way, do it that way, and I get that output. So you would be able to build custom experiences with these glasses.
Pratyush, will a day come where your mobile phone has only one app? An AI app, a Sarvam app which does everything?
I would call it an AI smartphone, right? Rather than a smartphone. Is
that in the works?
Another crazy decision for a day.
Okay, one final point, and this is to do with, the numbers. Clearly, with this launch, with the smart glasses and whatever else is in the pipeline, what happens to both your fundraising and your market value?
So, these are natural things that will happen, right? So, I think this is an area which is capital intensive. India is a large market. These are all, we are figuring things out. I think we have been very mindful about what bets we make and how we spend capital. But this is all in the timeline.
Pratyush, thank you very much. And on behalf of the entire network and tens of millions of Indians, we wish you all the very best for more success in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Just don't go to 2 minutes in Hindi for Aaj Tak, if you please. वो बहुत जरूरी है थोड़ा सा. नमस्कार, स्वागत है आपका. मेरे साथ डॉक्टर प्रत्युष कुमार को फाउंडर हैं सर्वम एआई के, और सर्वम एआई बहुत विशेष, बहुत खास एक उपलब्धि पूरे
prioritize the beneficiaries for our financial aid program. So at the height of the pandemic, we built a program to distribute cash using mobile phones, right? So the question then was, how do you prioritize beneficiaries? We started in 2020, and in 2020 we didn't know if the pandemic was going to last for a long time. So we had one certainty, which was that we needed to be super efficient in prioritizing who needed the money the most. And so we used 2 AI algorithms. One applied to satellite imagery. We drew the poverty map of Togo, and then another based on machine learning with telecom metadata. We were able to isolate the phone numbers of people who were so that was really our first major experience using AI. And then after the pandemic, the question for us was, we want this to be sustainable, right? How do you, because it was during the pandemic, we had a partnership with Berkeley, so we were working, really figuring out things as they were coming. But afterwards, we wanted to build capabilities in-house. So we now have within the Ministry of Public Sector Efficiency a team of 25 people, data scientists, and we support other branches of government. Because when we talk, here we talk about AI and everybody really knows what AI is and the type of applications that, things we can do with AI, but a lot of people don't know. So it's very important to have a team of people who work, say, with the Ministry of Agriculture or the Ministry of Environment, and producing images and really data that can help these ministries improve policies. So I think this is a great learning experience for us. It's applying AI to improve policies.
It's such a brilliant example because one, it impacts the grassroots, right? The people who need it the most. And second, it's, government has a lot of, especially in the global south, a lot of government usage is augmentation of services.
Yeah.
I think what you're doing is really enabling better development of policies. And that's that. I would in fact request you to please share this case study so we can put it in the AI commons that we have built. So I would really request you to do that. In fact, the next question is also to you, Ms. Lawson, which is, as government, what do you think is the biggest roadblock to scaling impact creation, where it can reach population? Is it data? Is it infrastructure? Is it regulation? Or is it even geopolitical dynamics?
So I think it's a combination of various things. We're tackling all of these things, but first it's infrastructure, because that's the starting point, okay? But you also have something, when I was referring to the data lab, a lot of people don't know this universe exists, right? That you can apply, you can use AI to gather information as to when you want to design a new infrastructure, like an itinerary. For example, when we build our fiber optics network, we use satellite imagery and so on. But a lot of people just don't know it exists, right? So they can't ask, they don't know which question to ask, right? And so even if we're there, so we do a lot of outreach within government, going and saying, look, this is what we were able to do using AI and so on. So I think that what I would call institutional capacity is a roadblock, because people just don't know. So it's a lot of training required. The other thing is, and I think it's also one thing that we've been working on is, right now, AI is in French or English, right? It's not in, in Togo, we have 42 languages and dialects. And for AI to if we want massive AI adoption, we need to be able to provide these models in local languages. So that's one very important aspect of what we've been up to.
42 languages.
Yeah.
Wow.
And dialects. I'm sure that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow,
So that's the challenge, but that's also the opportunity, because when you think about creating impact for AI, think of education. Imagine, and that's what I imagine a world where every school children has an AI tutor, being able to explain to them math and science in local languages, in their own dialects. That's for me the power of AI, really.
So beautifully said. So institutional capacity is one of the biggest roadblocks that you see. Mr. Petra, is there anything you want to add to that in terms of the biggest roadblocks to mass scale impact creation?
Yeah, I agree with colleagues from Togo. I think it's the problem today for the global south countries like Indonesia, and I think some of African countries and other ASEAN countries, is now we are facing the geopolitical condition that you mentioned is really a challenging times today. Because we are facing an asymmetric conditions. amongst global south and global north. And that's one problem, because the platformization, the dominance of the platform is so important,
Yes.
to define or to determine the progress of the fair ecosystem in one country. That's the first thing. And the second one, I think the infrastructure is one of the critical things that we need to pay attention. We need to improve. We need to heighten the standard of services on this infrastructure. And then regulations. I think regulation is also very important in this sense, because
do we overregulate?
No. We don't intend to heavily regulate these AI sectors, because we try to balance protections and also innovations. That most important, I think. If you heavily regulated, so no innovations at all.
I cannot agree more.
Yeah. So we try to balance. And the most important, the last thing that the most important, I think, we need to improve our research and development, and then attract the investment to support these innovations and to nurture our digital talent. That's the most important that we have do in the short term.
Extremely well said, and I think between the two of you, you've really captured it. While infrastructure is always important, and you want more compute, you want to build it out, but if you don't have institutional capacity, then investment in that infrastructure will not give you the returns. And regulation needs to help innovation, needs to help scale, and R&D is absolutely critical. So I think these are brilliant points. I know our time is up, so my last question, and I would request all three of you to answer. If we look at the next 5 years, the future, how should AI success be measured? Today, we are primarily looking at how many models we are building, how big are the models. How should we be looking at AI success? What's the North Star? I'll start with you, Mr. Hendy.
If I have to choose now, it would be this. The percentage of people that have access
Wonderful.
to high quality AI-enabled services.
Wonderful.
Not the number of model, not the compute. The people benefits is the most important. They have to benefit from healthcare, from education, from agriculture and government. And the KPI matter for 3 reasons actually. First, it shifts the focus from technology to people. And AI is advancing very fast, but access to it is not that fast. We need to make sure this happens. And this, what I can see for 2030, maybe for AI. Second, it exposes the global gaps, not hiding them. So gaps in compute, gaps in infrastructure, in local language models. So this is very important. The third one is it's framing AI as a development tool, not a dominant tool, where compute power is shared and public service is prioritized. I think this is what I
Fantastic.
look forward. Yeah.
So success is not the size of models or the size of your compute infrastructure, but how many lives we are able to change. And are we able to do that in a way that no one is left behind, right? It's inclusive. Brilliant. Anything you all want to add? Any different thought, Mr. Petra, and then Ms. Lawson?
Yeah, just a very short on this. I just want to add 3 more. But the first one I think is similar like colleagues from Egypt. In the next 5 years, AI should be accessible. That's the first one. And the second one, for the global south countries, AI must solve the problem. That's the most important. And the third one, I think AI need to be trusted. Need to be trusted. So it need to comply with the transparency and accountability standard. So no more AI deepfake can cheat people. So because people have a good awareness on this AI product, especially generative AI, like AI deepfake or synthetic reality that produced by these AI machines. So I think that 3 points we can give mark whether this AI workable in the society or it's become a disaster to the society.
I cannot agree more with you on all three, but I think the one that is most important is trust. Because if it's not trustworthy, it'll never be adopted, it'll never be used. So I think that is brilliant point. Ms. Lawson, the last words to you.
I would echo what has been said, and for me, success would be if 5 years from now, every Togolese is one phone call away from to access any public services, right? And so that's how I'm going to measure success for with regards to AI in Togo, because then it talks to the people, right? Because so far we've been talking about digital transformation, which was really going from paper to screen. But what is going to be a real game changer is if I can talk to the machine, and the machine can reply and so on. So that's one thing. And obviously the comment about trust is a very important one. We are a very young continent. Half of the African population is less than 18 years old, and 75% is less than 35. And so it's very important for us to have a trusted, AI infrastructure and so on. And so there's a lot of work that we need to do. We didn't mention to have also standards and platform for data exchange, which is going to be extremely crucial in our relationship with, the global north. So these are really important issues that we need to tackle if we want to be successful 5 years from now.
I think that's very, very well put. And this was, ladies and gentlemen, and such a powerful discussion, because what's coming out of it is how despite all the differences between countries, I think governments today are thinking very similarly about artificial intelligence. Its success, again, is not about the size of your infrastructure, but about how many lives changed. And in order to scale transformation of lives, you need to ensure your technology is trustworthy. You need to ensure it's inclusive by design. You need to invest in capacity development, innovation, and it's fantastic to see everyone thinking along the same lines, because it really brings to fore the importance of collective action and collaboration, and I think that's what has come out of this summit. So with that, thank you to all three of you, and please give them a huge round of applause. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I thank our elite panelists who were a part of this ministerial conversation. Her Excellency Ms. Togo, His Excellency Nizar Patria, His Excellency Rafat Hindi, Honorable Ministers from Togo, from Indonesia and from Egypt, and I thank Ms. Debjani Ghosh for moderating this ministerial conversation. And now I would like to invite Mr. Lars Richer, Executive Vice President and Chief Technology Officer, NXP Semiconductors. As we all know, artificial intelligence runs on chips, and Lars Richer is at the frontier of designing the semiconductors that will power the next generation of edge AI in cars, in medical devices, in industrial systems. NXP's work on secure, efficient, real-world AI hardware is essential to everything on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Chief Technology Officer of NXP Semiconductors, Mr. Lars Richer.
Namaste. Hello, everyone, and thanks for having me here. When we are talking about AI, at the moment there is a lot of talk about how do we pump AI in big data centers? How are we energize these big data centers? But very honestly, there is a lot of questions. What is this AI for? What is this AI at all doing? And if I'm looking at my own lifespan, I'm coming from an analog world, was born in the 1970s. Then there was some heavy digitization in there over the last 20 years when someone stuffed a laptop into a mobile phone and we called it smartphone. So we had a data display device. We could run topics that were on demand. So on demand, I need a pizza, I need an Uber, I need to switch on the climate control in my house. And now my Marcom people would say, Lars, we are entering a phase of the world that anticipates and automates. And this little world that anticipates and automates is driving megatrends around us. And these megatrends are unchanged over the last 15 years. We have demographics changes, we have infrastructure upgrades, we have supply chain constraints, we have renewable and we have energy constraints. So out of all of these drivers, what is this modern world that anticipates and automates able to do for us? Well, jumping forward maybe 20 years, how is the cocoon that I'm living in gonna look like? I will have a shelter, I will have my house, and that house is totally barrier-free. That house will check about my health, my wealth, will protect me. I can enter and I can leave without touching anything. No one else can do the same, and my property is protected very seamlessly. No barriers for me, but maximum safety and security. How will be my manufacturing landscape look like? Well, most of the manual tasks are gone. I need better education, and I may be the most advanced equipment operator in the world. Look at airplane pilots 70 years ago. There were guys my size, these type of muscles and arms were flying in thunderstorms, real heroes, mechanical pilots. Today we have more pilots, but they are all genders, shapes and sizes because they are operating flying intelligent robots. So when I come from Germany here to India, a pilot mechanically has to work for 30 seconds. At the end of the runway, pull up the plane, and all the rest is happening already today autonomously. And that's going to get better in the industrial world. And of course also in the transportation world. How are cars going to look like in 20 years? Well, they are rolling cocoons, rolling robots, and these cars are rolling living rooms. You have seen this during the COVID pandemics in China, for example. A lot of people used their cars as their office extensions. Too many people in the house at home, the kids were too noisy. You go to these type of places, so you have a rolling cocoon again that is anticipating and automating what you want to do, what you want to achieve. What does this all have in common? I mean, most of the people are asking me now, okay, Lars, nice. You are predicting that there is 50 billion of these smart connected robots out there in 10 years from now. But they have so different form factors. What does that mean? Well, simple answer. They have all the same ingredients. Each of these little robots has to sense its environment. So what's happening around me? Has to connect to the cloud to get the data. Lars wants to drive from here to Mumbai. How is the traffic situation? Getting the information from the web. And then you start thinking of a smart advice. This is where AI comes into the play. At that moment, you have to think of what is my best advice to the arms and legs to my robot. And whether these arms and legs are an automotive powertrain and a steering wheel, is a manufacturing arm, or is the wireless connection to my climate control from my smart thermostat. I don't care. Sense, think, connect, act are the ingredients for every of these 50 billion robots. Now the only thing is, that all is nothing if you cannot trust your device. Because if your fridge starts ordering 500 liters of milk for the next weekend, you go shopping alone. If your car does erratic driving, you start driving manually again. And if your thermostat sets your house on 50 degrees centigrade and your flowers are dried out and your cat is dead, you go organizing it all manually again. So, trust is the essence. And how does a nerd like me define trust? It's very simple. This is functional safety, like in automotive. Make sure that your braking system never ever fails. And make sure that your connected device, your car or whatsoever, is never ever being hacked. And then you can trust your device. You can be sure that it doesn't turn against you. So, these underlying levels make sure that you are energy efficient, because otherwise you cannot be battery powered. Make sure that you are trustworthy, so safe and secure. And then make sure that you can sense, think, connect, and act. And you can build every robot in the world. And that is, of course, interesting for a semiconductor maker, because for us, volume matters in these semiconductor chips. Now, you will ask me, yeah, but Lars, we have so long already these discussions on autonomous vehicles. In 2018, the entire press community thought in 2020, my kids are going to the kindergarten without a steering wheel and without me, autonomously. That did not happen. Why? Because we have designed these robots wrong. And how do you design the robots right? Well, try to copy from nature. That normally works. And here on stage is a 90-kilo bag of water with a couple of bones, or in other words, a biological robot. And that robot has a certain architecture. That robot has different layers. That robot has a real-time system, highly functional, safe, and that is my spine. And if I stumble, the reflexes in my spine tell me already straighten your leg. In real time, highly undisturbed, very, very fast. No AI, not big AI, very deterministic system. Then I have in green my cerebellum that is working also in a highly functional, safe environment for heartbeat, stomach control, stability control. I can stand here and stand in a stable way because only the blue part is trying to find out what is the next sentence that I'm firing towards you. And green and orange are working to manage the infrastructure in a functional, safe way that is standing here in front of you. So why don't we copy these approaches into vehicles, into cars, into houses, into planes again? Well, the simple architectural constraints and building blocks that we need, and we need to scale. But how big does the AI really have to be? So that AI in these systems can be comparatively tiny. If you're talking about transportation robots and how these transportation robots should look like, well, look at intelligent transportation robots, insects, for example. These insects have 100,000 neurons, and an ant is already a very, very nice, very sexy transportation device. It's not as intelligent as a human being with 90 billion neurons, but for most of the tasks, it is also not needed in this way. And Ashwini Vaishnav said it very nicely in Davos. 80% of the AI tasks around us will be on very tiny, efficient, and very, very tailor-made models at the famous edge, so in the end devices. And this is what we are designing for. So in other words, NXP is trying to building all these Lego blocks where you can start scaling small, medium, and large devices. You have these devices here. This is, for example, the very small device. This is a complete drone control unit that also flies with AI, artificial intelligence, and reaches targets, not only remote control, but is operating the entire drone and is finding via the camera its way. What I have here is an India-made AI accelerator from Kinara in Hyderabad that NXP has acquired. This is carrying 10 billion parameters in a large language model. So it is not as big as ChatGPT, but the combination of those two systems carries a large language model and operates an intelligent system at the edge for a power consumption of 7 watts. So in other words, you can build these type of plug-in combinations, and you have a system, for example, at a computer tomograph, that is taking my entire X-ray pictures and is writing the doctoral report. That is operating at my fridge and tells me how many bottles of milk are missing. You do not have to have it always on and always operational. So these 7 watts are only consumed the moment where the fridge tries to find out what is missing. And then you can go to sleep again. That is the answer for this global quest of how many nuclear power plants do we need when we send one question to ChatGPT. And that is what the edge is going to solve for all of us. But beyond all of that, we are always talking about AI and the brain structure of these robots. Most of the cars that have created fatalities in the last 10 years, these autonomous vehicles, didn't create these fatalities on the roads because they had a bug in the brain structure. They created these issues because they were more short-sighted than I. So wouldn't it be great to have these robots with superhero senses? Wouldn't it be great if these robots out there would have telepathic capabilities? I do not need to touch anything, but the stuff around me is arranging. Like Dumbledore, one move of the magic wand, everything is arranged. Wouldn't it be great to know what is ahead of your line of sight? Like Yoda, telepathy. Wouldn't it be great to have X-ray vision like Superman? You look in rain, in snow, and in fog what is around you. Wouldn't it be great for the very old ones amongst us to be like in Hitchhiker's Guide Through Galaxy? You have one bubblefish that you plug into your ear and you understand the entire universe, every language that is spoken. A German can understand Hindi without a big barrier in between. And wouldn't it be great if our robots would have better ears than Daredevil or an owl in real life, and would be able to hear what is being spoken out there in the outer ranks? If we would have that, then the driving robot that replaces Lars is way better than Lars the driver himself. But I am the entry ticket for driving 250 kilometers an hour on the left lane of a German highway with my car. Now, you think we cannot have that for our robots next to this little bit of AI that we need? Well, let me tell you, we have it already. We have ultra-wideband technology that is opening gates and car keys from my watch to everything around me. I have car-to-car communication over more than 1 mile of distance in 3 milliseconds. I can immediately tell the device there is an ambulance rushing into the crossroads, switch the traffic lights to green for that ambulance and to red for me. Telepathy. We have radar systems over 300 meters that see 2 persons sitting like you next to each other, and we can detect them in rain, in snow, and in fog. We have meta standards. So the English for smart connected devices, where is a common language in place and all devices are talking to each other. The home gateway is talking to the window blinders, is talking to the solar cell management. This is the entry tickets for this democratization of AI functionality and for the entrance of these tiny devices here with a little bit of AI, a lot of functional, safe and secure architectures to building the right devices. And what we have done with a little bit of AI and a couple of microphones in cars, we can take with the in-car microphones the sound in a way that we hear a bicycle bell behind the cars, and we can easily detect whether there is vulnerable road users, for example, behind the cars. We can do this in any other settings as well, but automotive is there a very nice one. So in other words, where are we at the moment when I'm talking to my fellow nerds and the semiconductor researchers? It is not about AI alone. It is how you can build systems that you absolutely can trust. How can you go low power? And then the key question, how big does the brain has to be? And the answer is somewhere between 100,000 and 100 billion neurons. Beyond all of that, there is very, very interesting questions that we have to solve. And where India is deeply with the Europeans in research and in the activities. How do we make the wiring harnesses lighter? How do we battery operate all of that? How we are sensing in the right way? How do we think? So all of these separate topics, and to not make it too nerdy and too complex, all of these silicons here are driving then these form factors. A lot of people are only talking about humanoids. And sorry to say, humanoids are the tiny fraction of robots. Because why should a robot look like a human being? I mean, that only makes sense in a very human environment, climbing stairs or whatsoever. Otherwise, you have robots that looking like ultrasonic devices, that are looking like infant monitor devices on the neonatology stations in hospitals. There is no need to look like me. But all of this, we are equipping already with silicon in the 100,000s today, and the ingredients are always the same. And just to get this pitch here down on the runway, to say it in the drone language, what do you need to do? What do we need to work on? What does the industry do at the moment? Well, in a very simple way, we are working on safe and secure architectures that are ultra low power, ultra energy efficient. Again, otherwise this dream of 50 billion smart connected devices will not work, because these 50 billion smart connected devices need 3 times the energy that Mother Earth can provide. So that is the absolute must for these markets to come into play. Then what we need to work on is we have to push the boundaries, the envelope of physics, and we are doing. We are sensing better than human beings in the meantime. And then what we need to do is just a simple game that semiconductors have done since 50 years now. We need to scale in the right way. So we need to build these little Lego bricks and say, okay, here is a complete drone control unit that you can fly autonomously. You want to fly with large language models and very, very smart AI slalom between the trees. Plug this little dongle in and you have everything on board that you can do. And the same you can do for building control systems with manuals. You can do this for any form factor that you like. And that is what we are doing at the moment, while the AI models are getting much, much more efficient, smaller, and we carry them here. So my pitch is, when PM Modi says he wants to bring AI to everyone, this is the answer. The answer is not data centers. They will exist. But the democratization of AI and equipping everyone in Togo, as we heard earlier, or in India or in Germany with the right levels of AI that create the world that anticipate and automates. The answer lies at the famous edge in the end device. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lasrager, for sharing your deep insights into the various aspects related to the semiconductors and artificial intelligence. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite on stage speakers for our next remarkable panel discussion. I would like to invite our esteemed speakers, Her Excellency Paula Bogante Zamora, Minister of Science and Technology, Costa Rica; His Excellency Omar Al-Olama, Minister of State for AI, United Arab Emirates; Mr. Sriram Krishnan, Senior Policy Advisor for AI, White House. This discussion will be moderated by Dr. Samir Saran, President, Observer Research Foundation. Could I please request our esteemed panelists to kindly come on the stage?
Good afternoon. We have 20 minutes and we have a fantastic panel here, so I'm going to dive straight into the conversations. We've been here through the day and we've heard a few ideas and propositions, and I'm going to basically ask each one of you to elaborate from your vantage points on some of those propositions. The first, of course, would be, what does impact and diffusion mean where you sit? The opportunity and the challenges of AI are, of course, different and differentially experienced. So from your vantage point, what does impact mean from your national perspective and a global perspective? And of course, the diffusion opportunity, and maybe I can start with Sriram, the diffusion opportunity that we are sitting on today.
Thank you for having me. It's such an honor to be here. I want to congratulate Prime Minister Modi and everyone for just having this fantastic event, and it's been such a privilege to be here these last few days. I know we have 20 minutes, I'll keep this very short. With the Trump administration, when we got into office about 13 months ago, we decided President Trump immediately chartered us with coming up with an AI action plan. And it came from a sense of positivity and optimism when it comes to AI. And in July last year, we set 3 priorities for what we believe America should follow. One, we want to build infrastructure. So President Trump has done a lot of work on making sure we can build data centers, we're making sure that we build grid capacity, making sure that we can build infrastructure while at the same time without having regular Americans see their power and energy bills go up. So that's infrastructure. There's a lot more there, but in the interest of time, I'll just keep going. Number two is innovation. At the heart of AI are amazing entrepreneurs and builders, a lot of whom you saw on stage here this morning. And we want to be sure that they can continue building these amazing models and applications and chips and everything else they do. So we've been doing a lot of work there. And I think most essentially, we've been trying to make sure they're not encumbered by red tape and bureaucracy. So President Trump signed an executive order in December, which tries to stop onerous legislation from getting in the way of innovation. And third is we want to share this technology with our allies and the rest of the world, whether it is our advanced chips from NVIDIA or AMD or Google, or whether it be the models and applications on top. We want to share our technology with our partners all over the world, and we've been spending a lot of time on that. So those are the three things that we have been focused on.
Great. Minister Alul Lama, let me turn to you. Again, a powerhouse in the region, powerhouse globally now. AI, a big feature of your government, a big priority in the bilateral as well between UAE and India. How do you see the opportunity, Minister, in terms of both the ability to empower your own people, but also and region, but also others around the world, the role UAE can play here?
Thank you very much, and I must say that it's very impressive to see India convene the world on such an important subject like artificial intelligence, and also hearing His Excellency Prime Minister Modi this morning emphasized how India wants to not just be a champion for the global south, but the champion for transparent AI, the champion for open source systems, and that is reassuring, especially in a world where we have haves and have-nots. And if I'm going to reflect that on the UAE, we are a country that is blessed to be part of the haves. Right? We are a country that has infrastructure, that is able to build artificial intelligence, and that is able to diffuse it across society. So if you look at Microsoft's AI diffusion report, the UAE ranks first globally. Locally in the UAE, the main focus is AI for quality of life improvement. If you look at it, some countries are looking for economic gains, others are looking for political advantages. We are looking for quality of life improvement because we believe that this will translate into every other domain in the future. If you look at externally, we were at a certain point of time in our history have-nots. So we were a country that wasn't as rich as it was pre-oil. And in that we understand the need to give back and the need to invest alongside and the need to create with others. And you see that the UAE played a big role in building data centers and empowering people with AI literacy and being able to use AI across Africa, Latin America, and many other continents as well. And I think we're going to continue to do that.
No, Minister, I want to ask you one short question. You were the first Minister of AI in the world.
Yes.
Do you have bragging rights now? Like, does everyone come and bow to you and?
Actually, what saddens me is I expected by 2026 that every country will have Minister of AI, and we still haven't gotten to that point yet.
No, but thank you, and I know that Minister Alul Lama became a minister before he did his military service, so that's something all of us should think about. They picked the right man for the right job, so I think well done to the leadership in UAE. Minister Zamora, another small country, another beautiful country, again another country that could really transform itself using the power of AI, and of course there are headwinds that you need to encounter. So from your vantage point, how do you assess this opportunity, this challenge, perhaps this transformative engine?
So the one thing is that we need to talk about and have clear for everyone to understand is that the reality from countries that have, like Your Excellency was saying, is way different from the ones that have not, right, or don't have. I come from a small country, 5.2 million people, which is laughable from India standards. Small economy, one of the smallest countries in Latin America. And we have done a lot of things better than other Latin American countries. The truth of the matter is, depending on who do you compare, we're way lower than or we have much more to improve than what we thought we had to do. AI has, one of the things that AI is bringing up to our attention is we have to do a diagnosis as to where do you stand on the road of improvement, economy improvement. And you have to face reality in the sense of this is where you need to focus on. And that's what AI is bringing up to our attention. So, and this is a homework that every country must be doing. What needs to happen next is the countries that are way ahead of the others, they need to look at us and say, how do we help you with the AI implementation? And by the way, what do I mean by that? 70% of 190 plus countries have implemented 5G. You cannot think of AI without 5G. So what are we doing to help the countries that are still launching or, have 4G within their
telecom networks?
Right. What are they doing? How can we help them? When we started working on an AI strategy, 4 countries out of 33 Latin American, Caribbean countries had an AI strategy. 4 out of 33. So what did we do? We spoke with the OECD. We're working on an AI toolkit to help every country understand where do they stand. So again, what is AI doing to us is bringing to our attention where do you stand in the AI race and what do you need to do to keep improving. But we're not going to be able to get to the ideal point unless the countries that are ahead of us look down and say, this is where we should be helping. More than just bringing AI solutions is how do you build the base to then start implementing AI solutions?
You raise a very important point. How is global cooperation going to play out in this domain? How are partnerships going to serve humanity? I think that's one of the key principal conversations we want at this forum, right? So let me ask you, let me start the second round with you on what is the kind of multilateralism that is likely to emerge and how can countries with 5 million population, but by the way, let me just tell you, Minister, between India and Costa Rica together, we have 1.5 billion people. So don't worry, it's big numbers. So we will negotiate together. Now, my question to you is, what kind of multilateralism is going to work for countries such as yourselves? Is it going to be through a regional grouping basis? Is it going to be through like-minded countries? How is the multilateral arrangement of the future going to look like?
I think a little bit of both. You said India and Costa Rica. Let's talk about Latin America and the Caribbean. If we combine all 33 countries, we're talking 650 million people. Then the number sounds attractive, right? So I do think that we need to, like-minded countries, get together within regions and start negotiating or deciding what the path is going to be. And we can do it with countries from other regions, say Asia and Costa Rica, or Africa and Latin America, not Costa Rica. The truth of the matter is we're sharing some common problems, some countries, small economies, for example. What do we need to do to make sure that we keep moving forward and we call the attention on the countries that are, in the upper floors, let's say?
To catch their attention, right? Minister Alolama, you've been in this forever. So tell me, how is the World Government Summit and the big events that you host, how do you think partnerships are going to emerge in this particular technology domain, in this highly polarized world? People are being forced to choose. How do we retain the ability to be able to build bridges across?
So this has evolved as a discussion, and things have changed drastically over the past 9 years since I was appointed. Historically, no one was talking about, trying to confidentially keep what they have for themselves and not discuss it with others, or trying to create groups of influence, whether it's on the left or on the right. But with the advent of LLMs and very powerful AI systems that can do things that historically were not even seen to be possible in the next 10 or 20 years, we're seeing a shift in narrative. The UAE's approach has always been the world needs a convener, the world needs a place where you can have dialogue. And I think what is going to harm the world is ensuring that there isn't dialogue and there are silos. Even at the height of the Cold War, there were dialogues on nuclear proliferation, there were dialogues on the dangers of nuclear weapons, and there were countries like Switzerland at the time where the world could come and talk about what is acceptable and what is unacceptable. And we believe that the UAE can play that role. It can convene the world, it can come and put the topics of importance, and it can ensure as well that we can magnify the voices not just of the countries in our region, but as Her Excellency the Minister said, countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, countries that today are unrepresented in this dialogue. We attend the G20 meetings, and there was a process on the Hiroshima Accords on AI, and in that you can see it was only the 20 countries or 25 countries that were there. The AI dialogue needs to be a global one. It cannot be one that is limited to one geography or one set of countries.
Sriram, let me take from a US perspective, from a Trump administration perspective. You are investing in building partnerships, whether it is a critical minerals group or the Pax Silica that's gained much currency in recent conversations. How is multilateralism of the future for you?
Before I get to that, I think I want to emphasize something which His Excellency the Minister mentioned a moment ago, which is Prime Minister Modi just outlined a totally compelling vision for what AI can mean to all of humanity, and I think it was so compelling in so many themes. And I also want to particularly congratulate the Sarvam team for their launch yesterday. I think it is quite inspirational in terms of what a small team of entrepreneurs have accomplished in such a short time. And as somebody who kind of nerds out on these things, I found that very, very impressive. I think speaking for us in the administration, we approach this from a spirit of partnership. We want to see the world leverage and use our technologies. You saw many of the companies represented here on stage today, whether it be our advanced semiconductor chips, whether it be people building models, or whether it be people building applications. You can kind of choose who you want to work with. If you want to build a model, you're going to be training on NVIDIA or AMD CPU. If you want to, the whiteboard, you're probably going to do that, or whatever be your use case. And if you look at the action plan, we have put a lot of emphasis into making sure we can export our AI. And just to give you one example, we entered into this AI accelerator partnership with the UAE back in May last year as part of President Trump's visit. And I think that's kind of the template for many more to come. You mentioned Pax Silica. I think the announcement was done today. I think it's going to be formalized tomorrow. That is another partnership, headed up by my dear friend Jacob Helberg in the State Department, which is about how do we ensure supply chain security and do it with all of our allies. And we've had many amazing countries sign on to it, and I think it's a great effort. So what I would emphasize is, we are trying to approach this with the spirit of partnership, where we want to bring our technologies to our allies and to kind of really work with them together on all things AI.
So let me pose the final question to this panel as we reach our 20-minute mark. I thought we should perhaps look back at the first session this morning when I thought President Macron made a very interesting speech, which had a number of issues that we could all take, we could actually have a debate on. For example, it's one of the questions he raised was the nature of regulation, and I think the implicit in his speech was the question of the balance between innovation and restraint in some sense, right? So maybe as we conclude this conversation, from all of the panelists, we could start with how do we see the future of AI regulation, and maybe Minister Alolama, I could start with you this time, then come to you, Minister Zamora, and end with you, Sriram, on regulation and what do you think about it. So let me start with you.
So are you commenting on President Macron's statement on regulation?
No. I'm just saying he kind of very early morning, he told us about some questions that we need to answer on safety, guardrails, care, empathy. That's the question, right? So what are we designing it for?
So there isn't a one model fits all when it comes to regulating technology. And I think as well, there isn't a country that's going to get it right from the get-go because they are all knowing. And we've seen that through many iterations of different regulations that were put in place and are revoked and removed. In the UAE, our view is simple. First, we actually like to engage. So we engage aggressively with the different partners, whether it's from the private sector or other countries as well. Second is we like to build up gradually rather than go from extreme to extreme. And I'll give you a simple example. You're going to realize that when ChatGPT came out, in a short period of time, there was a country in Europe, I'm not going to mention the country, who announced that they're banning ChatGPT. In the same month, the cabinet in the UAE announced that we are going to be embracing LLMs and ChatGPT completely and getting as many people in the country to use these tools as possible. And this sounded counterintuitive. Why are they banning it and these guys are jumping on board? Our assessment was that this tool is going to be a net positive for the society. Now, with that, if there are negative ramifications, the way that we're going to approach it is gradual restriction rather than going from 0 to 100. That's how the UAE approached it. And we typically like to work with others to ensure that our regulation as well are compatible with other, whether it's blocks or countries. So you see that there are certain regulations that are compatible with India. Many regulations are compatible with the US. And maybe Her Excellency the Minister will say this, for countries of our size, we can't bully large companies. And I don't think we can afford, and it's true, we can't afford to swing left and right on the pendulum just because we're trying to threaten them. Our approach should always be approaches of cooperation, of collaboration, and also of continuous proactive assessment of the impact on our citizens. I'm just going to end with one final example. Go ahead. Today, the conversation that social media is bad, right? So this is one of the things that we are hearing. And my question is, it took social media, so we've had social media for 15 years now. It took us 15 years to reach to that point. And today the only answer is that we restrict. There has to be constant assessment and proactive engagement with the private sector, while at the same time putting constant restrictions, slowly but continuously, to ensure that you don't have to go to the extreme. I know that Europe is very wise when it comes to them putting the regulations for themselves. Our approach in the UAE is to try to engage and to see what comes out of it.
Very diplomatic. But I think your point is well taken. Regulation is an art form and not necessarily the exercise of a Hammersmith, policy option for the government. So it's very well taken. Minister Zamora, your view.
So regulation, the way I see it is depends on the view of the beholder. Who are we talking about? Because I hear regulation and innovation. Sure, how much money the 5 big tech companies invested last year on innovation? Over $200 billion, which is also the amount of money India is planning on invest for the next 2 years. Costa Rica's GDP is $100 billion. So that gives you a perspective. Innovation, what's the average percentage invested on innovation per GDP for OECD members? 2.7% of the GDP. Costa Rica, 0.30%. Latin America, 0.65%. We're not even at 1%. So we say, let's regulate innovation. Let's start innovating first, and let's then regulate it. So as His Excellency was saying, it's not a one-fits-all sort of formula. So, and then I go back to, we have to think when talking about regulation, what is each country's reality? How about data? Let's talk about data. Data privacy, data governance. How about the value of data? Because some of the countries, that's all we can provide. Because we have to still, again, we're working on building blocks. How about the value of data? Which at the end of the day, it's what algorithms need to become better. How about talking about regulating data and the value of data? Those are things, again, it depends on the perspective of each country and what is it that what value can we provide, can we put on the table? And let's discuss that, because we can talk about ethics, we can talk about governance, we can talk about the goal of AI, which should always be the improving of humans' lives. But what is the reality of each country nowadays when thinking about data? Of AI.
Sriram, let me turn to you for the final word. The Prime Minister this morning, Indian Prime Minister this morning, said very eloquently that AI is India's destiny. And in some sense, that would define the governance approach for the opportunity that it offers us, right? So now, in that backdrop, in the American tradition of building entrepreneurial value, where do you tilt on this debate?
Well, I think I think for us, we always sort of seen AI through a lens of optimism and positivity in terms of what it can do for American citizens and the world at large. When it comes to regulation, there are some things which we absolutely do care about. We care about protecting children. We care about protecting IP rights. We care about making sure that AI doesn't have censorship or doesn't have ideological biases embedded of any kind. But having said that, what we are trying to battle right now with this executive order is we don't want a patchwork of regulation. We are still very, very early when it comes to AI, and we don't want to hinder innovation by having bureaucratic red tape or having, in America, 50 different states with 50 different rules that entrepreneurs have to deal with before they launch something. So that's been our approach.
So it's more about coherence and predictability and certainty that allows innovation.
Yes, we need clarity in regulation so that entrepreneurs can do what they do best.
I think this has been a fantastic conversation, 20 minutes of pure content. So thank you very much to all three of you for coming to India, for sharing your wisdom with us. And of course, best of luck for your AI journeys. And hopefully our paths will intersect and we will build a prosperous future together. Thank you very much. Please join me in applauding this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, for this insightful and enriching conversation. I thank Her Excellency Paula Pogante Zamora, His Excellency Omar Al-Ulama, Mr. Sriram Krishnan, and also Dr. Samir Saran for moderating this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have the Right Honorable Rishi Sunak with us. Former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Mr. Rishi Sunak, he was the force behind hosting the landmark AI Safety Summit at Bletchley Park, the point where the international conversation on AI safety truly began. He understands, perhaps better than almost anyone, how technology intersects with geopolitics, with democratic institutions, and with the everyday lives of citizens. And of course, we are honored to have you here with us, sir. May I please invite former Prime Minister Rishi Sunak on the stage to share his views on the summit. Please welcome with applause the Right Honorable Rishi Sunak.
Namaste, thank you. It's such a privilege and indeed a pleasure to be with you today. Now, as we've been hearing all week in Delhi, artificial intelligence can do many things, but it will never replicate that sense of wonder that you feel seeing the Red Fort. The pleasure that you get from biting into a sweet laddu, or if I can say this here in Delhi, the joy you get from watching RCB's Smriti Mandana hit the perfect drive. Now, when I launched the first AI Leaders Summit in 2023, I created that summit to be a forum where we could all, from presidents and prime ministers, to CEOs and CTOs, to developers and development specialists, come together, share the latest advances, and work out how to ensure that we tip the balance of this technology in favor of humanity. So I'm grateful that South Korea, France, and now India have taken up the baton. Back at Bletchley, we committed ourselves to an AI future that worked for humanity. And that is why the first summit began with safety. There were risks, new risks, that we knew that we must avoid. And I'm proud that the Frontier Labs today are working with our AI Security Institute to test models before they are deployed, ensuring their safety. But I also knew that AI progress and AI safety went hand in hand. It is by showing the world that this technology is safe that we will be able to fully reap the benefits of it. And the public sector is where trust in AI will really be won or lost. When people see faster services, better healthcare, simpler interactions with government. That's when the debate about AI becomes real rather than abstract. Now, the pace of change that we're about to see is going to be quicker than anybody realizes. I truly believe that there is nothing in our lifetimes that will be more transformative for our economies, for our societies, indeed all our lives, than artificial intelligence. But we do have to appreciate how quickly this is happening. From the invention of the telephone, it took around 75 years to get to 100 million users. It took the PC 15 years. The internet, 7 years. So how long did it take ChatGPT? 2 months. So we do need a regular forum where we can all meet and discuss this technology, and that is what this summit provides. Under Prime Minister Modi's leadership, this summit will deliver impact. It will show us how we can make AI work not just for the developed world, but for the developing world too. How it can improve health and education in every corner of the globe. How it can enhance human dignity. How it can raise the floor for humanity. And there is no better place to discuss this AI transformation than India. The AI debate is moving from technology to strategy, from what these tools can do to what countries choose to do with them. Indians are among the world's most prolific users of both mobile data and AI tools. You are the second largest contributor to AI projects on GitHub anywhere. The India Stack has shown people how technology can benefit them in their everyday lives. This digital public infrastructure, Aadhaar, UPI, and now Ayushman Bharat health accounts provide universal digitally verified foundations on which AI applications can now reach 1.4 billion people. The energy that I've seen this week, the young people that I've spoken to, are testament to the vibrant startup ecosystem here in India, which has produced over 125 unicorns, with new fantastic businesses like Sarvam AI leading the way. A remarkable culture of frugal innovation is why India could send Chandrayaan to the moon for less than the cost of making the movie Interstellar. And no country will realize the benefits of AI if its citizens are fearful of it. Because people don't adopt a technology that they are scared of. Again, India has huge advantages here. At a time of mounting AI pessimism in the West, this nation stands out for the fact that almost 9 out of 10 Indians are optimistic about AI. And all of this is why, in the latest Stanford University ranking of global AI powers, India has overtaken the UK into the medal places. Although I should say, England remain just ahead in the ICC test rankings. Now, the sprint to be the first company, and indeed the first country to achieve AGI, dominates our headlines. But what India shows is that the real race is the race for everyday AI. To spread this technology throughout your economy and society. Now, history teaches us that leadership in technology does not only depend on who invents it, but on how effectively it is deployed and adopted in your country. Take the printing press, invented in 1440 in Mainz in Germany, but, as Jeffrey Ding shows in his book, Technology and the Great Powers, it was the Dutch Republic that extracted the most value from it, and in turn became the publishing powerhouse of the world. Now, San Francisco may be today's Mainz, but it is increasingly India that is doing what the Dutch Republic did so effectively and maximizing the benefits of this new technology. Because when it comes to AI, adoption is all. It will be those countries and those companies that adopt, who will be the biggest winners. Now, India can also lead the way on showing how AI can address the great challenges of our time and raise the floor for humanity. If we are to feed a global population of 10 billion people in 2050, food production must increase by 70%. By 2030, we will have a global shortage of 11 million health workers and 44 million teachers, meaning hundreds of millions won't get the care or education they need. And there is already a $4 trillion funding gap for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. These problems threaten to cause famine and hardship, to destroy the human potential of billions, and to make the world an ever more unequal place. But AI can and is helping us solve these problems, and at a fraction of the cost. Look at how AgroSmart is enabling farmers in Latin America to access on their phones, in their fields, the kind of up-to-date weather and soil information that up to now has been the preserve of the largest commercial producers. And the results have been sensational. It is boosting crop yields by a fifth while halving water and energy use. Now, this technology offers the chance to achieve a breakthrough in agricultural productivity on the scale of India's green revolution. And if AI helps us achieve this, we truly can feed the world. Now, for most of human history, the most dangerous thing a woman could do is give birth. 1 in 18 married women died from childbirth in 17th century England. Now, that number has fallen by 99% today, but in sub-Saharan Africa, maternal mortality is comparable to what it was in England 4 centuries ago. And AI can help us tackle this inequality. Take the prompt service in Kenya, which offers 3 million pregnant women health advice by text message in their own language. The AI can flag high-risk cases and ensure that they quickly get the health care and medical care they need. For 74 cents a patient, this technology is saving lives and tackling one of the great injustices of our time. Now, no country has become healthier and wealthier without expanding education. As Kofi Annan reminded us, knowledge is power. Information is liberating. Education is the premise of progress in every society, in every family. But today, too many children lack access to quality teaching and resources. And again, AI can and is changing that. Take MindSpark, which is teaching 500,000 pupils already in India. These children are being provided with personalized lessons in just the way that the most privileged children in developed countries are. And for just a few dollars a month, their rate of learning has doubled. The genius of this technology is that it doesn't require super fast broadband and a fancy laptop, but just a simple tablet with preloaded content that draws on 20 years of research and 5 billion student interactions. Think of the dreams that are being sparked by this, the human potential that will no longer be wasted. So, in conclusion, today we can see the Bletchley vision of an AI that favors humanity, becoming a reality. We're seizing the opportunities of the greatest breakthrough of our time, while giving our citizens the peace of mind that we will keep them safe. AI will deliver huge economic gains. It will have twice the impact of the Industrial Revolution in just half the time. But what we are seeing here at this summit is how AI will raise the floor for humanity. Rural clinics will soon be able to offer the same level of medical expertise as big teaching hospitals. As the son of a doctor, and as the parent of 2 girls blessed with the best medical care the world can provide, as the grandson of someone born in rural Tanzania, I know what a difference this will make. It will lead to an improvement in human health and happiness that we have not seen before. Farmers on their small holdings will be able to call on the combined expertise of the world's best agronomists and soil scientists. In the greatest step forward ever for equality of opportunity, every child will now have access to a personalized tutor. It won't matter if you're born in the Lutyens bungalow zone or in Ali Rajpur, you will, thanks to this technology, have the same educational opportunities. It will be the greatest democratization of knowledge ever. Friends, this is the new world that we are entering. Never before in human history will so many people receive a boost to their quality of life. That will be this technology's greatest achievement. And that will be your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Your reflections on artificial intelligence and its use in overcoming the global challenges has really elevated this summit. Thank you so much. We are deeply grateful for your valuable contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to now invite Mr. Bejul Somaiya, Managing Director, Lightspeed Venture Partners, one of the most respected technology investors in Asia. Mr. Somaiya has backed some of India's most consequential startups from the earliest stages. His view of where AI investment is going and which bets are likely to pay off is one of the most grounded in the room. Please welcome the Managing Director of Lightspeed Venture Partners, Mr. Bejul Somaiya.
Thank you very much. For the founders in the audience and live streaming, I want to take you back to 2008. If you were involved with the innovation economy in India at that time, you were living in a strange kind of tension. On one hand, there was a sense of inevitability around the arrival of the internet and the creation of the digital economy in India. On the other hand, if you focus solely on what was happening in that moment, there was very little evidence that we could all point to. Internet penetration was in the low single digits. Smartphones were a luxury. Broadband was a distant promise. And the main question anyone was asking was whether India would ever be more than a services economy for the rest of the world. And yet, within 15 years, India became the world's third largest digital economy. Not by copying what happened elsewhere, but by inventing something entirely of its own. A digital stack, a payments infrastructure, and a consumer internet economy that served 1 billion people at price points the world had never seen before. The companies that emerged were not just Indian versions of American ideas. They were fundamentally different companies built for a fundamentally different context. At Lightspeed, we think about that moment often because we are sitting inside a very similar moment right now, except that the technology is AI, not the internet. The window of opportunity is shorter and the stakes are much higher. So let me ask you all a question. In 2008, if you had known with certainty that the internet was coming to India, not if, but when, what would you have done differently? What companies would you have started? What investments would you have made? Because here is what I believe with real conviction. The arrival of AI in India is not a question of if, it is a question of how and how fast. One of the most important mental shifts in the innovation economy, and it took me many years to fully understand this, is that what matters is not where you are, but how fast you are moving. Scale is a snapshot, but the slope or the trajectory is the story. When people talk about India and AI today, the conversation often gravitates towards infrastructure gaps, compute access, data quality, language diversity. These are real challenges, but they are the current state, not the destiny. And in technology, the current state is almost always a misleading guide to the future. India's slope right now is incredibly exciting. The pace of AI adoption among developers, the sophistication of the startup ecosystem, the depth of engineering talent, the hunger to solve hard problems, these are indicators of the trajectory that lies ahead. And trajectory, not position, is what creates value in the innovation economy. Now, two areas where AI has the greatest potential to be transformative for India, and you just heard this from the former Prime Minister, are healthcare and education. World-class healthcare requires specialists who are available, reachable, and affordable. Requires follow-up, monitoring, personalization. In most of the world, and certainly in most of India, these things are rationed by geography and by income. The quality of healthcare you receive is a function of where you were born and what you can afford. AI will break that equation, not by replacing doctors, but by making the intelligence of the best diagnosticians in the world accessible to a primary care provider in a third-tier city. By making a first-level triage conversation available to anyone with a smartphone. By turning the enormous volume of health data generated across India into insights that improve outcomes at population scale. The opportunity is not just to digitize an existing system. It is to reimagine what healthcare delivery looks like when intelligence is abundant and geography is irrelevant. Education is the same story. For decades, the highest quality education in India has been rationed by examination performance and proximity. For every student who made it through, there were thousands who didn't, not because they lacked potential, but because they lacked access. A truly intelligent tutoring system has never existed at scale anywhere in the world. Building it for India, in India's languages, for India's learners, is one of the most important things our current generation of entrepreneurs could do. And it is now within reach in a way that has never been possible before. The impact of getting these two things right is not just economic, it is civilizational. A country where every child has access to a genuinely excellent education and every person has access to the best personalized healthcare. That is a different country and a different India than the one that exists today. Now, there is an absolutely profound change underway, the impact of which deserves more attention than it currently receives. And that change is that the cost of intelligence has collapsed. It hasn't declined, it has collapsed. The cost of running sophisticated AI inference has dropped by orders of magnitude, and it continues to drop. What cost hundreds of dollars per query 2 years ago costs fractions of a cent today. And the models are getting dramatically more capable, not less. Why does this matter for India specifically? Because price has always been the friction point in this country. Every technology wave that came before, smartphones, broadband, software, had to solve the affordability problem to unlock the India market. Sometimes it took a decade. Sometimes it required entirely new business models. Sometimes, like in healthcare and education, it led to haves and have-nots. AI is different. The underlying cost structure is compressing so rapidly that the question of whether AI will be affordable for Indian consumers and Indian businesses has already been answered. The question is not whether the economics can work. The question is simply who will be fast enough to build the right applications before this window closes. For the first time in the history of technology, a person in a village in Rajasthan with a smartphone will have access to the same underlying intelligence as a knowledge worker in Manhattan. Not an inferior version, not a stripped-down version. The same intelligence delivered through applications built for their context, in their language, at a price point they can afford. That is not a small thing. That is a compression of centuries of knowledge inequality into a very short window of time. And there is a deeper implication of this cost compression that we have not yet fully appreciated, one that is specific to India in a way that is different than most other countries. And that is that we have historically operated with a scarcity mindset. For good reason. Scarcity was our lived reality. Scarcity of capital, scarcity of infrastructure, scarcity of opportunity. But perhaps the deepest and most consequential scarcity of all was the scarcity of talent. Talent is the raw material of innovation. It is the thing that you cannot substitute or work around. You can raise more capital, you can build more infrastructure, but you cannot conjure on demand a great engineer, a great product thinker, or a great operator. And in India, the talent pool, while deep in absolute terms, has always felt insufficient relative to the scale of our ambition. The best people were oversubscribed. The gap between what founders wanted to build and what they had the human capital to execute has been a constant constraint. How many companies have been slowed or never started because a founder could not find the right 10 people? This is the constraint that AI is dissolving. When intelligence becomes abundant, when a founding team of 5 can do the work that previously required 50, when every developer has a sophisticated coworker available at all times, when customer support and legal analysis and financial modeling and content creation can be augmented dramatically, the talent bottleneck changes in character. It doesn't disappear. Judgment, creativity, domain expertise, leadership, these remain scarce and human. But the leverage available to every unit of talent expands enormously. A first-time founder in Bangalore or Hyderabad or Pune, building with AI tools available today, has access to a level of organizational leverage that a well-funded startup in Silicon Valley didn't have just 3 years ago. The playing field is meaningfully more level than it has ever been. Now, this mindset shift is not trivial. Scarcity thinking is deeply ingrained in how we hire, how we plan, how we measure organizational capacity. We have to move from how many people do we have to what is the effective intelligence that is now available to our team. But this is the frame we need for the world that we're entering. The founders and leaders who truly understand this and act on it early will build fundamentally different organizations. Leaner, faster, more ambitious in scope than those of us who carry the old constraints into a new environment. Now, I want to be direct about one thing because I think that many of us right now are focusing on the wrong part of the stack. While the foundation models, the large language models, the reasoning engines are largely being built outside India, with the exception of Sarvam, this will not be the primary area of opportunity in India. The primary opportunity area here is in the application layer. That is how this technology diffuses into the economy, making it real for businesses, for consumers, for institutions. And this requires building applications that understand specific workflows, languages, cultural contexts, and very specific regulatory environments. It requires the kind of close to the ground insight that comes from being inside a market, not just observing from the outside. And this is exactly what Indian entrepreneurs are uniquely good at. The history of the Indian consumer internet is a history of taking global ideas and rebuilding them from first principles for a market that global players fundamentally misunderstand. And that skill and that instinct is exactly what the AI application layer demands. Now, I want to close with something that I mean sincerely, not as a formality. That everyone that is listening to this is not just a spectator about what is happening in India. You are the protagonists for it. And that is not a comfortable position, because protagonists carry weight. They make decisions under uncertainty. They move before things are obvious. They make mistakes and endure criticism. But those are the people that shape our future. In 2008, a small number of entrepreneurs and investors in India looked at a world with very limited internet penetration in India and decided that the trajectory and the potential was more important than the current scale. They built companies that didn't yet have customers on infrastructure that didn't yet exist for a market that hadn't yet arrived. Most people thought they were too early, and some of them were. But the ones who got it right created something unlike anything we had seen before. So we have been here before, and Indian founders have shown emphatically that they know what to do. The only question is whether we will move with the conviction and intensity that this moment deserves. I believe we will. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bejal Somaiya, for your enlightening address and also for contributing your expertise to this summit. Ladies and gentlemen, I now take this opportunity to invite Professor Surya Ganguly, Professor of AI, Neuroscience and Physics, Stanford University. Professor Ganguly's research sits at one of the most intellectually fertile intersections in science today, using the mathematics of physics and the insights of neuroscience to understand how intelligence, biological and artificial intelligence, actually works. His work is helping build the theoretical foundations that practice so urgently needs. Please welcome Professor Surya Ganguly from Stanford University.
Thank you. Great, so we got the slides. So we went from a world leader to a VC to now a professor now. So we're going to have a little bit of a change of pace. It's going to get a little bit more technical. And because I'm a professor, there's going to be an exam at the end. All right, so pay attention. All right, so I'm going to talk about advancing the science and engineering of intelligence. So the last decade of AI research has led to stunning advances in the engineering of intelligence, yielding AI systems that stand poised to transform our society. Yet alarmingly, we understand almost nothing about how they work, and we desperately need to. At the same time, our brain is the product of 500 million years of vertebrate brain evolution, and it is still orders of magnitude better than AI along several axes, and we also need to understand why. So I work in a unified science of intelligence across both brains and machines that seeks to both understand biological and artificial intelligence and create more efficient, explainable, and powerful AI. Today, I'll work on understanding and improving intelligence along three axes: data efficiency, energy efficiency, and melding brains and machines. First, data efficiency. So AI is vastly more data hungry than humans. We get about 100 million words of language experience. AI gets 10 trillion. It would take us 240,000 years to read everything that AI read. So why is AI so data hungry? Well, in AI, error falls off as a power law, falls off very slowly as a power law with the amount of data. This is an example of the famous neural scaling law, which captured the imagination of industry and motivated significant societal investments in data collection, compute, and energy. But despite the importance of these neural scaling laws, discovered over half a decade ago, we lack any scientific theory for why they exist for any modern large language model. and why they are so slow. Just last week, we posted the first theory to do so. From first principles, we could analytically predict the slope of these neural scaling laws, and we connected their shallow slope to the weak surface statistical structure of natural language itself. The black line is our theory, and the colored lines are experiments in modern LLMs, and you can see there's a good match. But can we make the scaling laws better? We actually can. We actually showed, both in theory and practice, that we can bend the slow power law down to a much faster exponential draw. The key idea is that large random data sets are extremely redundant. If you already have 1 billion random sentences, it's unlikely that the next sentence is going to tell you very much that's new. But what if you could find a non-redundant training set in which each new data point is carefully chosen to tell you something new compared to all the other data points? We developed theory and algorithms to do just this, and that's what got us the better exponential. In a completely different line of work, we asked if the process of evolution itself could speed up learning. And we showed it actually can. We evolved robot morphologies, shapes of bodies, from generation to generation, and we showed that successive generations could learn faster. They did so by designing the body to be easier to learn to control. This is an example of something called the morphological Baldwin effect. It's an effect that has long been conjectured in evolutionary theory, but hard to test in the real world. We demonstrated it for the first time in our simulations. Okay, let's go on to energy efficiency. AI is vastly more energy hungry than humans. Our brain only spends 20 watts of power, but modern AI can consume 10 million watts. So why is AI so energy hungry? Well, the fault lies in the choice of digital computation itself, where we use very fast and reliable bit flips at every intermediate step of the computation. Now, the laws of thermodynamics demand that every fast and reliable bit flip must consume a lot of energy. Biology chose a very different route. It gets the right answer just in time using the slowest, most unreliable intermediate steps possible. Biology does not rev its engine any more than it needs to. It also co-designs computation and physics much better. For example, it directly uses Maxwell's equations of electromagnetism to do addition, instead of using complex energy-hungry transistor circuits. So biology matches its computation directly to the native physics of the universe. So to bridge the vast energy gap between brains and machines, we need to rethink our entire technology stack from electrons to algorithms and optimally match computational dynamics to physical dynamics. For example, given a particular computation, what are the fundamental limits on its speed and accuracy under energy constraints? We recently solved this question for the computation of sensing, which every cell has to do. We found fundamental limits on the lowest achievable error achieved by any chemical computer whatsoever. That's the red curve. And we also found the family of optimal computers that hug this curve. And we showed remarkably that these optimal chemical computers behave a lot like something called G-protein coupled receptors, which hide in every single cell, and they do sensing. So this yields a connection between what neurons do and what optimal physical sensors would do. Hopping up a level, in neuroscience, we can now measure not only neural activity, but also energy consumption in the form of ATP usage, the fundamental chemical fuel that powers all life's processes. We can do this across the entire fly brain. So by analyzing the coupled dynamics of neural computation and energy consumption, we discovered that the brain actually works like a smart energy grid, remarkably. The brain can predict where and when energy will be needed in the future, and it produces just the right amount of energy at just the right time, at just the right location. So in summary, we still have a lot to learn from evolution in our quest to build more energy efficient AI, but we don't have to be limited by evolution. We can go beyond evolution to instantiate neural algorithms in quantum hardware that evolution could not discover. For example, we can replace individual neurons with individual atoms. A neuron in different states of firing correspond to atoms in different excited electronic states. We can also replace individual synapses between neurons with photons, quanta of light. Just as synapses allow two neurons to communicate, photons allow electronic states of atoms to communicate through photon emission and absorption. So what can we build with this? As one example, we could build a Hopfield associative memory network. This is the same network that recently won John Hopfield the Nobel Prize in Physics. But this is a quantum version this time that can be built with atoms and photons. And we can show that the quantum dynamics endows the memory with superior capacity, robustness, and recall. We can also go beyond this to build quantum optimizers made entirely out of photons. These photonic computers solve optimization problems in interesting new ways, and we can analyze their energy landscape. So the marriage of neural algorithms with quantum hardware leads to an entirely new field that I like to call quantum neuromorphic computing. Okay, now returning to the brain, the marriage of neuroscience and AI enables a powerful new path forward by melding minds and machines as follows. Imagine a scenario where we read lots and lots of neural activity from the brain, then we use AI to build a model or a digital twin of brain circuits. Then we can do rapid in silico experiments on the digital twin and use explainable AI to understand how it works. But we don't have to stop there. We can control the brain too. We can use control theory to learn specific neural patterns that we can write into the digital twin to control it. Then we can transfer these same neural patterns into the actual brain to write into the brain and control the brain. In essence, we can learn the language of the brain and then speak directly back to it in its own neural language. So as one example of this program, we recently developed the world's most accurate digital twin of the biological retina, and we used explainable AI to understand it. And in silico, we could reproduce 2 decades worth of experiments in a matter of days. So this shows a general path forward to dramatically accelerating neuroscience discovery using AI. We also carried out this program in mice where we were able to use AI to read the mind of a mouse. We could look directly at neural activity in the brain of a mouse, and we could decode what it was seeing at the low level of resolution that mice can see. This shows that we can learn the native language of the visual brain. But we can go further than that to write to the mind of a mouse. By writing in carefully designed neural activity patterns, we could make the mouse hallucinate a particular percept. In fact, we could control the mouse brain so well that we only needed to stimulate 20 neurons in the mouse brain to do this. So in essence, we could control what the mouse saw by writing directly into the brain, using the native language of its brain itself. We also applied this to epilepsy. We also carried out this program in epilepsy, where we built a digital twin of the epileptic brain. Our twin could reproduce actual epileptic seizure dynamics across the entire brain. We then used explainable AI to understand how these seizures were starting. Then we used control theory to be able to control the seizure amplitude in the digital twin. Then we injected these same control signals into the actual brain and controlled seizure amplitude in the actual brain. This shows how to meld brains and machines to control epilepsy. Building on all this, we're actually creating a new startup called Metamorphic. It will work closely with the Enigma project at Stanford University, and together Enigma and Metamorphic will scale up the construction of digital twins to encompass the entire primate brain, starting with the visual brain. Such scaled up digital twins offer a powerful path forward to building robust biohybrid AI systems that are taught directly by brain data and to treat brain disease in new AI-driven ways. More generally, the possibilities of melding brains and machines are limitless, both to advance AI and to understand, cure, and augment the brain. To close, what I think we really need is a unified science of intelligence that spans both brains and machines to help us understand both biological and artificial intelligence and create more efficient, explainable, and powerful AI. Importantly, this pursuit must be done out in the open and shared with the world, and it must be done with a long time horizon. This makes academia an ideal place to pursue a science of intelligence, and I believe it's imperative to expand public investment in the academic study of intelligence, because the academic studies of yesterday laid the strong foundation for today's AI technology, and it will be the academic studies of today that lay the foundation for tomorrow's technology, enabling us to go beyond large language models and diffusion models and so forth. Despite the huge and exciting advances happening now increasingly, unfortunately, behind closed doors at companies, I'm extremely excited about what the science of intelligence can achieve out in the open for the public benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ganguly. We sincerely appreciate your thoughtful address, which highlighted the cutting-edge technology, the research, and also its transformative potential across various industries. It was more like biology meets IT, the technology. Ladies and gentlemen, and now I have the privilege of inviting our last speaker for the day, Mr. Amit Zaveri, President and Chief Product Officer, ServiceNow. Mr. Zaveri has spent his career at the intersection of enterprise software and AI, most recently leading ServiceNow's push to embed AI agents into every corner of enterprise workflow. His perspective on Agentic AI, what it actually delivers versus what it promises, is grounded in millions of enterprise deployments. He'll be in conversation with Arjun Kharpal, CNBC Senior Tech Correspondent. Please welcome our guest and the moderator.
All right. Hello, everyone. Hi. Thanks so much for joining us. And if you're watching online, thank you so much. Amit, let's just kick off. You've got this view that trust is the new infrastructure in this age of AI. Can you just unpack what that means?
Yeah, no, thank you, Arjun. So I think if you look at what's going on in the AI space, there's huge amount of interest in terms of using it in enterprise use cases as well, right? And without understanding what it'll do for you and having any idea of what it landed up implementing inside your system, it becomes very hard to really depend on it. So that's why without trust and safety and understanding of what's happening in your underlying environment, it becomes very hard to expect to use AI in a lot of these enterprise use cases, because your companies will not be able to do any auditing, compliance, visibility, and you wouldn't really be able to really not run business without any kind of understanding of what's going on. So trust has to be a big part of it.
And trust, I guess, in the enterprise sense of the word, probably has lots of different definitions, right? We're talking about trust amongst employees, for example, but also from the cyber perspective, from the security and safety perspective you were just mentioning there. So it's worth digging into some of these. How do you design some of these in the enterprise? Let's start with perhaps the human element at this point, because there's a lot of concern from people right now about potential job losses and the impact AI could have on their roles as well. So from the human perspective, how do you design trust within the organization?
Yeah, no, I think it's still something which I think the industry is still trying to figure out, to be honest. The way to think through this one is, one, everybody has to accept that AI is useful, and there's a lot of opportunity to embed that in terms of your day-to-day lives. Second, I think there is a reality that this thing is transforming how the world works, and it's moving very fast. So once you understand the principles and the value of it, then you start building together in terms of what the cultural shifts needs to be, how people need to work together, and how do you help them understand the value while keeping their jobs very important and be able to bring them into the conversation. So there's a huge amount of cultural shift inside the company, as well as be able to kind of educate everybody in terms of what it delivers for you. So what we've been doing at ServiceNow, for example, we've been retraining our employees and giving them access to a lot of the AI capabilities, making sure they get to see what it does for their day-to-day life at the employee productive level, and see that, okay, you know what, I can do my job faster, better, more efficiently, and free up more of my time to do other things which I couldn't get to. Second thing after that, once you get them reskilled, is to really now take it to the enterprise level, not just an employee. Like, now how do you improve your processes? And the processes which are cutting across multiple departments, can I make that thing work faster? Can I get much better understanding of how it operates? And can you land up freeing up a lot of the human painful work you used to do, right? A lot of the repetitive tasks.
I would say, so we used to call it skull-crushing task, which is making it so difficult in the day-to-day life that they can't really get anything done beyond that. So if you remove those barriers, people start trusting that, oh, you know what, this is helping me. It's getting my job done better. And it's also getting me more understanding of new technologies. And you start accepting that in your day-to-day work environment and take that to the next level because you start innovating. So it's a step process, I would say. And what we have done today at ServiceNow, we've seen the adoption go up a lot, be it in engineering, be it in finance, be it in customer support, be it in go-to-market, because they started playing with these technologies and bringing it to the day-to-day work environment. And from there, they've been starting to now innovate and come up with new ideas to how make their jobs better and how do you make the customer's life better long-term.
Does that set them up then for success when, you know, inevitably we will see the changing nature of work, and also we've already seen some companies, you know, make layoffs and blame it on AI, whether that's true or not is another debate, but certainly there will be changing nature of work and organizations are rethinking the workforce. So by doing the reskilling, is this setting employees up?
No, I think you're right. I mean, with any technology transformation, there's always worries about job losses. This is not the first time a technology shift has created that anxiety. It has happened with the cloud when the cloud happened. It happened with the web when the transformation happened towards that. I think the difference here is the speed sometimes and the uncertainty of understanding what it does to you as an individual in some cases. But I think the worry, a lot of the news out there is saying because of AI, we reduce our staffing. Some of them are just using that as an excuse I've seen so far. If you look at our business, our AI business has grown significantly. And we have been able to add more people because we were able to expand our TAM. We were able to get into a lot more new segments of market because of the investment. We've been able to reinvest a lot of that money we save because of AI into a lot of new areas. And that is one thing which I think a lot of companies are starting to realize. You take out a lot of the mundane tasks and move into the high-value tasks, you can increase your top line. Sure, you help on the bottom line with AI. There is a lot of work you can now outsource to autonomous AI agents and agentic workflows instead of having to do it by humans. But the humans are now able to do a lot of other things you couldn't and get into a lot of new segments. And our business has grown significantly because we've been able to now take that savings and invest into a lot of new areas.
You mentioned agentic there, and I'm glad you did, because the other part of this trust equation is what you were mentioning earlier around safety and security as well. Given the excitement around agentic AI and how much businesses want to adopt this, is there enough focus being put right now on the vulnerabilities from a cyber perspective when it comes to agentic AI?
I would say that's probably the biggest concern for companies when they think about AI and agentic, right? If you look at early last year, when we used to go and talk about agentic workflows or AI, most of the companies were worried about not having any kind of visibility, worried about vulnerabilities, worried about security, worried about control. And once we started introducing them the capability of controlling some of this implementation and having security profiles around the AI implementation, a lot more companies started adopting AI. Right, in late last year, I would say middle of last year and late last year, the volume of our agentic workflows being adopted by customers went up by 55 times, 55x. Because what happened was they start feeling comfortable that one, they have visibility into all the AI systems. Second, they have ability to secure it because you don't want to lose access to your data or get it accessed externally without any kind of permissions. And once you start giving them that comfort factor, they're starting to see the benefit of taking agentic AI and implementing that into their businesses, be a workflow around case management, incident management, triaging, be able to resolve issues. And that is a very, very valuable things for them. But once you only can do that once you have the security part of it. So, for example, we've been investing aggressively in the security space. Our security business itself is $1 billion plus, but we've been adding now for AI agents. The AI agents are changing roles every second you call them based on what requirements you have. So how do you manage the permissions? How do you manage their identity? So we bought recently a company called Veza, which does access graphs for non-human identities, which makes it much more valuable to our customers because now they know that those agents are guaranteed to not do something nefarious, or they won't have access to data you're not allowed to have. And whenever you change the roles, they're only getting to do things based on the roles. So it's a very important part of it. And I think agentic AI and things like that will not be adopted if you don't have a right kind of security technology as part of this implementation. It cannot be on the side. It has to be part of the product.
There's certain tech companies who will sort of talk up the capabilities of agentic AI right now and talk up how enterprises are adopting AI. But from your perspective, has the adoption of AI from enterprises been faster, slower, or about right than you had anticipated?
I think there was a lot of expectation early last year. Everybody thought that agentic AI and AI agents will be proliferated across every enterprise. I thought that was probably a little more optimistic and unrealistic, because there were a lot of technologies which are missing to really provide you a platform which guarantees everything before you go and adopt it. A lot of those things started happening, I would say, middle last year, and now the volume of adoption has gone up. But it is probably more thoughtful than probably experimental the way it was before. A lot of people were experimenting with it, but they were not wanting to put it in production because of the security things you talked about, trust and safety and compliance. Now, with a lot of the things customers are seeing from vendors like us, where we're providing AI control tower, for example, to make sure you have visibility and control, they're feeling more comfortable. So the volume is starting to go up. Use cases are getting much more defined. And what I've seen so far is that once you implement one or two use cases, you start seeing ROI. Then the next more use cases become very, very fast. So you have to make it easy to be adopted. You have to provide the security and everything else around it, and then get them to see the ROI. And once you get the ROI, I think the customers all feel that this is something valuable to them and is something they want to invest in.
Amit, can I get your take on a comment we had on CNBC this week? I was speaking to the CEO of Mistral AI in Europe, and it was around this conversation happening in financial markets right now around software. And how much are these agentic AI systems going to do the job of software that enterprises currently pay for, and these SaaS businesses? And he said, he believes that 50% roughly of current, software being used by enterprises could shift to AI. I just wanted to get your take on that, given how embedded you are in this industry.
No, I think that there's a lot of this debate about what is AI going to do to the software industry. I think AI is going to be a synergetic part of any software you're going to build going forward, and it's already happening now, has to be with AI mindset and AI as part of the platform and the foundation. The companies which are going to suffer are the companies who are not adopting AI fast enough, right? So any vendor who's thinking about AI as a side thing or something which is coming later, I think it'll be very difficult to really justify customers buying that product. Companies like us and others who are starting to make we have been doing that for a few years, where they've been making AI part of the foundation, part of the platform, are already accelerating that adoption because customers, one, see value. Second, I think they do believe that this is going to be very competitive advantage to them as well. And so we see a lot of synergy. We do a lot of partnership with OpenAI, Anthropic. We work with Mistral. We work with Google and Gemini, because I think there's a synergy between what the foundational models and AI technology provides and all the things you have to do around it. That's what software industry can do. So what we're doing is we're building on top of it, but it's like 5 to 10% of IP comes from those models. 90% comes from technology we build, because you have to build a lot of context around enterprise use cases. You have to understand what it means. You have to understand why an exception happened, how you handle it. Models are basically telling them what to do, but they don't know why. The why part, the context part, comes from technologies and software we build. And the companies who are going to do that much more better, understand domain, understand expertise, and have a lot of experience, will win in this market. And that's the difference, I think.
I mean, we've got about a minute left. I just wanted to get your take on the future. If we were sat here in a year's time at another AI summit, what do you think are going to be the key things we'd be speaking about?
I think we still will be talking about security and risk, definitely, because there's a lot of work still to be done. Regulations. Every country is now thinking about what AI means to them, what kind of regulation they want to put in for privacy, security, and other things like that. I think the other one which is starting to come up a lot is physical AI. So we're doing a lot of work in OT, operational technology, because a lot of the shop factories are changing with physical AI, with humanoids and droids and things like that, because they are going to be the next generational way of manufacturing. So how do you now secure that? How do you bring that as part of the processes? How you integrate that into your environment is going to be critical discussion as well.
Fantastic. Amit, thanks for your insights. So incisive. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Round of applause for Amit Zaveri of Service.
Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Amit Zaveri, and thanks Arjun Kharpal for moderating this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we end today's session of addresses, but I must let everyone know that tomorrow we are again gathering here, and the first session we're going to have at 9:45 a.m. And just make sure that everyone is seated here by 9:30 a.m. because tomorrow we have a great lineup of speakers. The opening keynote address will be by Mr. Sundar Pichai, CEO of Google and Alphabet, and that would be followed by a signing of Pax Silica agreement between India and US. Then we also have very exciting lineup of speakers, including CEO of Qualcomm, President Cisco, and speakers from Sarvam AI, General Catalyst, World Trade Organization, ILO, as well as various other sessions. So we look forward to seeing everybody here tonight for tomorrow for all the interesting sessions and listening to all the keynote speakers. This is AI Impact Summit 2026, which is bringing to us this great opportunity to listen to these faces and these personalities, the stalwarts who are working in the field of artificial intelligence. So I'm Mamta Chopra, take your leave, and I'll see you all tomorrow morning, 9:30. Thank you. Have a great evening.